Chapter 51, Battle Maniac. Xiao Yang felt a blast of cold as he rubbed his eyes and woke from his dream. Relying on the sparse moonlight to look, he could not help but be terror-stricken. The expensive white fox fur blanket that he covered himself with had already been dyed in fresh blood, turning heavy and wet as if he had just retrieved it from a blood pool. The corpse of Black Eight Fingers and the goateed men were lying to the side, their 4 dead eyes blankly staring at him. Xiao Yang was petrified, hurriedly tearing off the blanket as he checked to see if the fresh blood came from them or him. That was when a cyan short blade extended from behind him, positioned firmly across his neck. Its sharp edge gave him chills as he shuddered from the fear. "Don't move," Xia Fei coldly remarked. "If you dare shout for help, you'll end up just like them." Xiao Yang forcefully suppressed his terrified expression as his heart started palpitating fast as if it were going to leap out of his chest. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I've got money. As long as you spare me, I'll give you all the money I have." Xiao Yang trembled as he spoke, his cold sweat tracking down his forehead. Xiao Yang quickly took off the spatial ring that he had on his hand and handed it backward. The ring he gave up had very fine workmanship. There was a clear emerald space stone inlaid on it. A glimpse was all it took for Xia Fei to recognize this ring to be of a higher grade than the one he got. Xia Fei took the ring while chasing light remained pressed against Xia Yang's neck, maintaining a ready state that ensured Xiao Yang couldn't make any unnecessary movement. Xiao Yang was crying to himself in secret, cursing inwardly at his heartless cousin Xiao Haili, abhorring the fact that he had sent him north. Now, not only he couldn't get hold of a token, but also he might very well end up losing his life as a result. "I've already given you what I have, don't you think you should?" Xiao Yang's voice was shaky as he pleaded. "Now it's my turn to ask my question. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll send you off to a place that you won't like, understand?" Xia Fei said solemnly. Of course, Xiao Yang did not dare to defy the man, repeatedly stuttering out in affirmation. "Let me ask you, where is Xiao Yu? Was it your man who kidnapped her?" Xia Fei gritted his teeth and asked. "Who's Xiao Yu? Oh, how gravely I've been wronged. I truly do not know of any Xiao Yu." Xiao Yang was claiming to be aggrieved, looking particularly pitiful. Xia Fei felt a chill in his heart. Through Xiao Yang's words and actions, Xia Fei had confirmed that he was telling the truth and that these people were not related to Xiao Yu's disappearance. But this was the only clue he had right now. Xia Fei signed and continued to question, "Then let me ask you again, who sent you northbound?" Xiao Yang jolted, "No one. No one at all. We had suffered heavy losses out in the east and had decided to come north to try our luck." Xiao Yang did not dare to mention Xiao Haili's association with this because this matter would affect his future. If news about him collaborating with a candidate were to spread, all the hard work that Xiao Haili had done in the past decade would have been all for naught. By then, it would not just be Xiao Haili, but even the people in his familial clan would not let Xiao Yang off so easily. After all, Xiao Haili was the most outstanding talent in the clan out of the younger generation, considered the ray of hope in their clan. Xia Fei chuckled coldly as he pushed chasing light half an inch deeper, the sharp edge of the blade cutting into Xiao Yang's skin. All he needed to do was exert just a bit more strength and Xiao Yang's arteries would be severed, and not even the heavens could save him from the inevitable death. Xiao Yang only felt a searing pain blossom along his neck as some warm liquid flowed down, streaming down into his undershirt as it gradually cooled. Xiao Yang panicked. He was doing his best to suppress the extreme fear that was seizing his heart right now, sitting there without moving an inch, as even the slightest move would most definitely cause that sharp blade to slash his throat. Xia Fei moved the blade away slightly, leaving Xiao Yang just enough space to speak. "Let me ask you once more. Who was it?" Xia Fei asked with a somber expression. Xiao Yang no longer cared about Xiao Haili by this point. With his life in this person's hands, he would not hesitate to even betray his own mother, much less a distant relative like his cousin. He was just about to give the answer when all of a sudden, Xia Fei sensed a cold intent so strong that it felt like it was cutting into his bones from behind him. "Someone's here." Xia Fei felt his heart tighten as he pumped strength into his 2 legs. He bolted forward and, at the same time, running through Xiao Yang's arteries and throat with his chasing light without a second thought. Now that the situation had changed, there was no time for him to waste hesitating. It was best if he killed first and talked later. A few minutes later, Xia Fei was already hiding in a spot approximately 2 kilometers away from his original position. He was crouched on the ground, looking in that direction as his eyes were ablaze with annoyance, just a few more seconds and I would have learned of that person's identity. Just who was it that appeared at this time? Soon after, a robust figure came leaping down into the ditch. This person approached the 3 corpses and examined their wounds. He was almost 190 centimeters, 6'2", tall, wearing only a pair of short pants while exposing a bare chest. His meaty brown muscles were very conspicuous under the moonlight, looking like a well-maintained bodybuilder whose every muscle was well-defined and distinct. The man wore a thick necklace around his neck that was made out of 36 black pearls, which glistened with every step he took. His long black hair was tied into a ponytail, possessing a squarish face and chiseled jaw as his eyes shone with determination. After examining the wounds on the 3 bodies, this person exclaimed in shock, "Oh! What beautiful blade work!" The strapping man turned around and patted his chest in the direction where Xia Fei had hidden. "The name's Chen Dong. I hail from the Empire of Frost, and I can tell you've got very good blade work. I wonder if you have the guts to come and fight it out with me. If you win, all these will belong to you." The man's bellows were thunderous, so anyone in a few miles radius could clearly hear him while his voice was filled with confidence and provocation. It sounded like he was suggesting a fair and honest challenge between him and Xia Fei, as his words sounded somewhat arrogant, though not unpleasant. Xia Fei remained prone on the ground, not moving, as he continued to observe him. All he saw was Chen Dong untie a small cloth bundle and slowly pour everything inside onto the ground. Among them were a dozen of the red second round tokens. The rest were spatial rings, and the number was no less than 100. Could everything there be the spoils he had collected? Xia Fei thought to himself. Shock. Extreme shock. Visit Frugnoelo for the BST novel reading experience. Chen Dong had not only managed to escape from the 100,000 candidate slaughter but also managed to gather all the spoils from the candidates he had killed on his way here. Who knew just how many men lost their lives at his hands? This person is really fascinating. He treats the assessment like a trial. What he cares about isn't becoming an adjudicator, but to enjoy the fights he gets into. Phantom shook his head admiringly. If he isn't insane, then he must be a battle idiot. Xia Fei nodded, agreeing with Phantom's evaluation. Even though this person was openly throwing a challenge towards Xia Fei, it was unknown why Xia Fei did not bear any distaste at him but instead admired his audacity. That was when a layer of ice armor formed around Chen Dong's body all of a sudden, encasing him in a white frost from head to toe. That shiny white armor he now wore looked exceptionally spectacular under the starlight. A nature special ability user. Phantom's 2 eyes shone even as he cried out loudly. Nature? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. The set of ice armor on Chen Dong's body had appeared from out of nowhere, and he had no idea how that was achieved. That's right, Phantom was apparently very excited about this. Nature special ability users possess the mystical power of nature. His ability should be freeze, to be able to instantly form sturdy ice from the moisture in the air. He couldn't only use it to protect himself, but he could also use it to deliver intense attacks. Xia Fei thought about this for a moment before asking, how does nature special ability compare against Xiao Yu's protection special ability? Just saying this caused Xia Fei to feel a bout of sadness. It was unknown just where that poor child was and if she were safe or otherwise. Phantom sighed and sat down on the ground with his head tilted. Protection special abilities prioritize defense and offense is secondary, so naturally, it has a strong defense but weak offense. Conversely, most nature special abilities are attack-oriented, with its defense as supplementary. Chen Dong's freeze special ability is even more outstanding, providing both a sturdy defense and powerful offense, and is considered the most balanced out of all the nature special abilities. The two were quiet for a good moment. On mentioning Xiao Yu, neither Xia Fei nor Phantom felt good, as the atmosphere momentarily got a little heavy. Since you're all here, why not show yourselves? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Chen Dong shouted with great enthusiasm. As long as there was a fight to be fought, Chen Dong's pupils would always be green. He was now a little annoyed after shouting for so long, yet no one came out. You cowardly bastards! To actually not have the guts to do anything to me. You're all just wasting my time. Chen Dong then turned in the direction where Xia Fei was hiding. You, over here. Are you fighting or not? Quick, come out and fight if you want. I'll let you and those cowards behind me gang up on me together. Xia Fei was speechless. This Chen Dong character was really interesting, having a love for fighting to the point he was almost crazy over it. Others would usually fight for a reason, like if it was a competition or simply out of anger. But this person here was fighting solely for the sake of fighting, like he was born only to fight. Chen Dong stood there and shouted for some more time, though no one took up on his challenge. Disgruntled, he packed up the items into a cloth bundle and went in the direction he originally came from. Pointless. This is so boring. Since you guys aren't coming over, then I'll fight my way there. Chen Dong yelled loudly. Chen Dong headed back in the direction he came from and strode up with haste, while Xia Fei saw a group of figures immediately scattering in the distance as if they were terrified of Chen Dong, the battle maniac. Getting up, Xia Fei turned toward the west and began running. Those men who followed Chen Dong were a threat, and Xia Fei was not interested in getting into a fight for no reason, so he decided to avoid them. Besides, Xiao Yu's kidnapper had also fled toward the west, so Xia Fei did not wish to let go of any possible clues. Phantom, I've got a feeling that I'll have to fight that Chen Dong person, sooner or later, Xia Fei said even as he ran. Chapter 52, Scolding Another to Tears. May all candidates please take note. The first round of the crisis grade assessment has come to an end. May everyone please return to the base camp and report. From this point onward, no candidate is allowed to use any means of attack any longer. Anyone in breach would lose their qualifications to continue. Injured candidates, please press the yellow button on your communication device and await medical treatment. Just as the sun came up, the white watch which Xia Fei had on him began broadcasting the news regarding the end of this assessment over and over again. Xia Fei spat and proceeded to run in the direction of the assembly point. Xia Fei had a bad feeling about Xiao Yu's mysterious disappearance. He had been trying his best to control his emotions and avoid thinking about the worst-case scenarios. Right now, all he could do was to put his hope in the power of the Adjudicator Union. After all, the chance of finding anything out just by his own strength was far too slim. Maintaining a speed of 180 m/s, Xia Fei could soon see the 4 massive black spaceships in the distance parked in a row on the clearing. There were many candidates around, and most looked to be bearing injuries of different varieties, all looking tired, and their bodies were covered in dirt and sand. They no longer showed the enthusiasm they had when the assessment first started. Whether they had managed to obtain a token or not, these last 7 days had been hell, and each and every one of them was looking forward to a hot bath and a sumptuous meal. Over 1,000 staff members from the Adjudicator Union had formed a row and were in charge of registering the returning candidates. In the distance, 2 candidates suddenly started fighting each other over a token. The adjudicator who was closest to them instantly stepped in and stopped their altercation, even teaching them a little lesson at the same time. As for how things stood, it was already too late for any of them to put in any additional effort. The moment the broadcast played earlier in the morning, the fate of each and every candidate had already been sealed. Xia Fei swept his gaze through all the union staff present, and a pair of attractive legs caught his eye. They belonged to a female adjudicator who had first received Xia Fei and Xiao Yu, Ye Zio Han. Do you still remember that little girl from Earth back then, just like me? Xia Fei asked in a hurry after coming to an abrupt stop near Ye Zio Han. Ye Zio Han had an emotionless expression on her face as she used the device in her hand to scan Xia Fei's watch to verify his identity. Do you need any medical attention? Ye Zio Han asked in an icy tone. I'm fine. But the girl I was with might be injured, or to be precise, she has been kidnapped. Xia Fei shouted loudly. Yelling at a beauty was clearly not an honorable act by itself, as the colleagues and candidates around Ye Zio Han all threw cold glares at Xia Fei. Did you obtain a token to get to the next round? Ye Zio Han continued to ask, her attitude completely businesslike and neutral. Xia Fei pulled out a token from his spatial ring and handed it to Ye Zio Han. Actually, Xia Fei had another token inside his ring, but that belonged to Xiao Yu. Xia Fei, registration number 70,563. You are permitted to participate in the second round of this assessment. Ye Zio Han did what she was supposed to do before she looked toward other candidates, hinting to Xia Fei that he should leave. I still have an important matter to inform you. What is it? Xia Fei gave an account of Xiao Yu's disappearance to Ye Zio Han in a relaxed tone as best as possible. It is common for candidates to disappear or die during the assessment. You have all signed a life and death contract before participating. The contract clearly stipulates that the Adjudicator Union shall not be held responsible for any accidents during the assessment, Ye Zio Han very calmly answered. Xia Fei's eyes stared right into Ye Zio Han's 2 eyes, and for some unknown reason, Ye Zio Han felt slightly panicked by what Xia Fei did. However, her expression remained as stern as ever, not outwardly showing any change at all. Believe me, this is not an accident, Xia Fei solemnly remarked. First, the person who kidnapped Xiao Yu had a speed of over 4,600 m/s. Considering that they were carrying Xiao Yu, it clearly meant that their top speed was over 5,000 m/s. A speed of over 5,000 m/s meant this is someone who had achieved the Star River rank. Since this assessment's rank requirement is between Starlight and Star Domain, it is evident that this person isn't a candidate. Secondly, this person was not concerned about the token needed to qualify for the second round. Just this alone showed that his goal was to kidnap Xiao Yu, so he or she isn't a candidate who was hiding their strength. Thirdly, I have been following their tracks, and I discovered that the footprints suddenly disappeared in the west. Tell me, if this person were a candidate, why would they suddenly disappear from the designated venue? Why would they just give up on the assessment? Fourth, Xiao Yu's special ability is the Amethyst Guard. You should know just how powerful the Amethyst Guard is as a special ability. Could a candidate who isn't higher than the Star Domain rank be able to kidnap a candidate with the Amethyst Guard ability without causing any conflict? Just from these 4 points alone, I can tell that the person who abducted Xiao Yu was most definitely not someone taking part in the assessment and was an unaffiliated interloper. Someone from the outside who was at least the Star River rank. Xia Fei became more and more agitated as he spoke, his voice involuntarily growing louder and louder. The hundreds of people around him who were unaware of the truth had all been quietly listening to their conversation. Ye Ziohan was quiet hearing Xia Fei's analysis, but she gave an emotionless reply after, "This is just your deduction. It cannot be admitted as evidence. Unless you can effectively prove that an interloper had kidnapped a candidate from this assessment, we would not be accepting your complaint as fact." Xia Fei took a few deep breaths and kept his inflamed emotions in check. "I request to check the monitoring information collected during this assessment." Ye Ziohan shook her head. "I'm sorry, you do not have the authority to examine any of the information collected during this assessment. However, we will be announcing the final results for this first round before 12 noon. If your friend isn't on this planet, then we will most certainly have her location and have her sent back to camp, dead or alive. How will I be able to check the results for the assessment? The results for the first round would be announced on the interplanetary internet across the entire Enduro Star region before 12 noon. Xia Fei no longer cared to bother the woman and strode back to his bunk. "I'll admit that you're a very beautiful lady, but do you know what you lack?" Xia Fei walked off as he pulled out a hung tashan, softly saying, "You lack compassion." Xia Fei did not loudly declare this, but it was still particularly harsh when Ye Ziohan heard it. A nosy colleague was covering his mouth and secretly sniggering, but a fierce stare from Ye Ziohan caused the man to look away in a hurry, not daring to meet the eyes of this ice-cold beauty. Glancing at Xia Fei's shrinking back, Ye Ziohan contemplated his parting words, "Am I really uncompassionate?" After taking a cold shower, Xia Fei sat on his bedside and took out a hung tashan. The bed beside him still had traces of Xiao Yu's scent, a delicate fragrance that was unique to little girls, like the smell of fresh milk with flower petals added to it, unforgettable. Even though he was not doing well emotionally, Xia Fei still maintained his calm. There was nothing he could do with the complaints and anger he had, so all he could do was patiently wait and attempt to recover his physical strength as quickly as he could, all the while preparing for the second round of assessment in 3 days. After a change of clean clothes, Xia Fei made his way to the mess hall and ate a hot meal before retiring back to his bunk to rest. He set his alarm for 12 p.m. to check the final result of the assessment as soon as possible. Xia Fei's head hit the pillow as he instantly fell asleep. Having not slept a wink for 7 consecutive days, he was already feeling extremely exhausted. Xia Fei had a dream in his sleep. On a sunny afternoon several years in the future, Xia Fei was walking amid a crowded street when a slim teenager suddenly appeared right in front of him, wearing a pretty white dress and a head of short black hair that blew freely in the wind. She had a sweet smile on her face as she walked towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei thought this teenage girl was very familiar. An urge to reach out and pinch her cheeks with his hand came over him. Unfortunately, his surroundings turned pitch black. Xia Fei hurriedly searched for something on himself that could shine a light, but he turned up empty-handed. In this darkness, Xia Fei could feel that white figure brush her shoulders as she passed by, slowly getting further away as he could do nothing but watch her leave helplessly. It was at that moment when the piercing sound of an alarm woke him up from his dream. While rubbing his eyes, Xia Fei got up from his bed with a hop and washed his face with some cold water in the bathroom. Xia Fei seemed to be much gaunter than how he was several days ago, appearing to be a bit more miserable than before. Returning to his bunk, Xia Fei wore his virtual reality glasses and accessed the interplanetary internet, intending to check on the Adjudicator Union's finalized name list. If the Adjudicator Union had yet to find any trace of Xiao Yu after a whole morning of registration and search, then the word missing would be added next to her name. The Adjudicator Union was powerful and unrivaled. If even they had to acknowledge that Xiao Yu was missing, then that meant the chance of Xia Fei locating her would be slim at best. Logging onto the Enduro Star Systems Adjudicator Union website successfully, Xia Fei clicked onto the candidate name list of the first round of assessment and searched through the names intently. A name list with 100,000 candidates was very long. Every name would be marked with their current status. If they were marked to be eliminated severe injuries, a further click would display the candidate's picture and a detailed report on the injury. The Adjudicator Union was very meticulous in this regard, so the candidate's family and relatives could very quickly check on them. As Xia Fei uneasily searched for Xiao Yu's name, a three-dimensional video signal unceremoniously interrupted Xia Fei's hunt all of a sudden. Avril appeared to be seated in her boudoir, a huge room filled with pink decorations in the video. Even her bedsheets and the rows of stuffed toys placed on the table were dressed in pink outfits. "You're willing to use an anonymous account that you've bought from the black market just to avoid me? Am I really that detestable?" Avril very pitifully asked. Xia Fei was nervously searching for news about Xiao Yu right now, yet Avril's mischief had interrupted him. A fit of anger involuntarily welled up in his heart, and with a knitted brow, Xia Fei snapped out of anger, "Scram!" Poor Avril was stunned. She had not even dreamed that she would receive a scolding after she had spent so much effort tracking Xia Fei. Lowering her head, her delicate pale hands rubbed a corner of her blouse repeatedly as tears streamed down from the corner of her eyes. She was aggrieved, saddened, and helpless. She was feeling too many emotions entangled in her heart. Phantom was also shocked and feebly commented, "In 3 days, you've lost a girl, angered another, and scolded a third till she's in tears. This couldn't possibly be a good omen." Chapter 53, Those Who Ought to Come Would Make It in the End. Bang! 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 The moment the first round of the crisis grade assessment ended, Chu Xiangji was once again knocking on Ye Jingshan's office door. "Come in." Ye Jingshan called out gravely. Chu Xiangji walked into the room laughing as he patted his big belly, only to find 3 chairs set in front of Ye Jingshan's desk. Ma Jian and Ho Beishan were already seated, leaving the third seat for his eventual arrival. "Good afternoon, Battalion Commander Ye," Chu Xiangji smiled as he greeted Ye Jingshan, taking his seat on the chair prepared for him. "Are you 3 still planning to enroll Xia Fei with your special enrollment?" Ye Jingshan said with a sullen face. Chu Xiangji beamed, "Battalion Commander Ye, the first round of the assessment had just ended." As expected, Xia Fei had successfully made it through the first round. From the potential he had demonstrated, I believe he would be most suited to train with the Command Training Division, don't you think? Ma Jian heard Chu Xiangji and immediately spoke up in his usual loud and brash manner, "Battalion Commander Ye, Xia Fei is able to scare off a swarm of merciless black scorpions by just staring at them. This shows his good potential to become a beast tamer. The Exotic Beast Division not only takes care of the beasts, but we also need to scare and shock some of the more stubborn exotic beasts sometimes. That is why I wish to get Xia Fei to join our Exotic Beast Division, specializing in training some of the more crafty and ruthless beasts." Ma Jian was somewhat pleased with himself after he was finished speaking. He had spent a total of 3 days crafting his flowery speech, believing that Ye Jingshan would be moved from his sensible and reasoned words. Ho Beishan pursed his lips on one side, not saying a single word. From how Ye Jingshan had placed 3 chairs in his office and what he knew of Ye Jingshan's personality, Ho Beishan recognized that Ye Jingshan had already come to his own decision this time. There was no way anyone would be able to convince him otherwise, so he decided to sit quietly in his seat and wait for his final verdict. Ye Jingshan nodded wordlessly, and just as he began to address the 3 men, the communicator on his desk suddenly rang. It was a call from her daughter, Ye Ziohan. "Ziohan, did something happen that required you to reach me during the office hours?" Ye Jingshan had always been very strict with his daughter, and even if the two wished to exchange a few words, they had to wait till after work hours to do so. That was why Ye Ziohan had cultivated such an emotionless personality. Half of it was because she had inherited his genetics, but the other half was from being influenced by Ye Jingshan's rules. Ye Jingshan reached his hand out to take the communicator and replied before putting her on hold, "I'm on an official business right now, wait for a moment." He coughed twice and stared right at the 3 supervisors in front of him. "I've already decided that the Heaven Execution Training Camp will not be specially enrolling Xia Fei. Ma Jian abruptly slapped his thigh and got up from his seat. He had apparently not expected such an outcome. Battalion commander yet, what is the reason for this? Ho Baishan and Chu Xiangji shook their head regretfully. The two were smart. Unlike Ma Jian, they had long expected this outcome. There was no merit to have three supervisors end up at loggerheads with each other, fighting over a single candidate. As the camp battalion commander, Ye Jingshan had to do what he could to avoid such a distasteful outcome. Since you've all claimed him to be a genius, he should be able to get into the training camp on his own without depending on the special enrollment. That's the end of this matter. You may all leave now, Ye Jingshan explained with a grim expression. Ma Jian sighed as he trudged out of Ye Jingshan's office, all glum and moody. Chu Xiangji and Ho Baishan followed right after, bidding Ye Jingshan farewell politely before departing. Ye Jingshan heaved a sigh of relief and turned the communicator back on, as Ye Ziohan's image was promptly displayed on the screen. Father, there's something really strange going on, Ye Ziohan said. There are a total of 32 candidates missing from this assessment. I've checked the data from the past crisis grade assessments, and there had never been an incident where so many candidates disappeared at the same time. 12 candidates had been abducted, but these 12 candidates were all young and possessed top-grade special abilities. If they had announced such a result, it would most likely draw plenty of suspicions, since the characteristics of these missing candidates were far too similar to each other for everything to be regarded as mere coincidence. President Robert had intentionally changed the number of candidates missing to 32, adding an additional 20 dead candidates to the total as the cover-up. Being abducted and turning up missing were two different concepts altogether. It was hardly a glorious matter for the distinguished adjudicator union to admit that they were helpless to an outsider entering their assessment venue and kidnapping the candidates right under their noses. Oh! Ye Jingshan furrowed his brow. 32. It is quite unexpected for there to be so many missing candidates. Have you submitted a special report to Robert? This sort of matter falls under the investigations department's scope as well as the assessment department. Ye Ziohan nodded. President Robert had personally arrived at the assessment venue. I've just briefed him regarding this matter. He told me that the union has already begun their investigation, but what's strange is that when I tried to retrieve the video recording of these candidates, I discovered that the information had already been designated as confidential, requiring a Level 7 clearance to access them. Level 7 clearance. The wrinkles on Ye Jingshan's forehead deepened. A Level 7 clearance meant that aside from the union's classified investigations team and Robert himself, no one else would have the clearance to look at these videos. Considering that this was merely a case of missing candidates, there was absolutely no need to set it on Level 7 clearance. Could there be some secret that couldn't be divulged here? There is a candidate named Xia Fei who had reported to me about the disappearance. According to his account, it was an expert who was at least of Star River cultivation rank and had broken into the assessment location and kidnapped his partner. I've carefully taken his report and analysis into consideration and find it highly plausible, Ye Ziohan whispered softly. Xia Fei? Registration number 70563, the native Earth candidate, Xia Fei. Ye Jingshan asked quizzically. Ye Ziohan was even more surprised than him. Father, do you know this candidate? Ye Jingshan nodded. He did not just know this candidate, but he knew too much about him. For the sake of specially enrolling that young man, his three supervisors nearly ended up fighting with each other over him. It was as if wherever Xia Fei showed up, endless trouble would always follow. Robert is an experienced and responsible president. I believe he is capable of dealing with this matter appropriately. Don't ask any more questions and let the classified investigations team handle things, Ye Jingshan used his commanding voice to add, this matter is of great importance, so you must not mention it to anyone. Trust the union. Ye Ziohan wanted to say something else, but she held her tongue when she saw her father's stony expression. Turning off the communicator, Ye Jingshan leaned back in his chair and placed both his hands behind his head, muttering to himself, this Xia Fei is truly a lingering spirit who just refuses to leave. Far away, back on Earth. Xia Fei helplessly watched Avril quietly weep in front of him. He was not the sort that would be rendered helpless upon seeing a pretty little girl, nor was he the sort of person who would make a girl cry for fun. After a good moment of silence, Xia Fei somewhat guiltily apologized, I'm sorry. I'm not in a good mood right now. I was a bit rash before, but I should not have scolded you or made you cry. Avril wiped her tears and put on a brave front as she stubbornly blurted out, who cried? I had only tearing up because you've gotten sand in your eye from the breeze. Xia Fei chuckled as he asked. That's right. That's exactly what happened. Avril pouted her lips and stubbornly insisted. Xia Fei was speechless. He lit up a cigarette, took a few puffs before softly saying, "Okay. There is a breeze in your bedroom. You're mean." Avril's pouty face turned into laughter, as her sunny temperament returned. That was the thing about women with a cheerful personality. They were not the sort to bear a grudge and were much easier to cajole. What's the unhappy thing that happened to you? Avril tilted her head sideways, casually pulling out a pink handkerchief to wipe the tear streaks on her face. Not much, really. It's all in the past. Xia Fei was being evasive, not mentioning what happened to Xiao Yu. Avril flashed a mischievous smile. I don't know what trouble you're in right now, but I do know that you will soon run into a really huge problem. What problem? Do you know what's the second round for the Adjudicator Union's assessment? Xia Fei shook his head. How did you know I joined the Adjudicator Union's assessment? Humph. I could even find out your anonymous account, so of course, I know what you're doing right now. Your name is Xia Fei, age 17. You're currently participating in the Adjudicator Union assessment on Earth that was upgraded to the crisis grade at the last minute. Furthermore, you've managed to get past the first round, right? Avril acted like she was really smart, looking very cute as she did so. Xia Fei was dumbfounded. He simply could not make sense just what sort of godly saint this Avril was. Just how did she find so much about him? Could she even be aware of his bank account number as well? The second round for the assessment will be a Swiss system tournament, which means two people will get up on a ring and compete with each other. There are 723 candidates participating in this second round, and you're ranked the last. Meanwhile, the opponent you'll be put up against is the number 1 ranked candidate. The last candidate going up against the ranked 1 candidate, you're going to be in trouble. Ranking? What's that about? Xia Fei was all the more confused. He had never heard a word about the candidates being ranked. Didn't you know about this? You're really such an ignoramus. Every assessment, those betting companies would rank all the candidates and set different wagers for people to bet on. It's been the same for all these years. Do you know what are your odds? Nope. 1:1000. Your opponent, Chen Dong, is the most promising candidate in this entire assessment according to the betting companies. Everyone is convinced that you will lose. What did you say his name was? Xia Fei's heart seized up. Could it be the same battle maniac that he had met back in the Rain Shadows, Chen Dong? Avril adopted a sly look. Chen Dong. He's from the Lombard Empire, possessing the terrifying freeze special ability. He is 100% insane, so you better be careful. Otherwise. He. It's really him. Xia Fei took a lungful of smoke and muttered to himself. All of a sudden, Avril lowered her voice and very mysteriously said, "Oh no, it's almost time for my music lesson, I need to hurry up and get back on my bed to pretend I'm sick. Otherwise, I'll have to spend an entire boring afternoon with that loathsome old coot again." Wait a minute. Xia Fei hastily called her to stop. You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. Just how did you find me? Avril placed her slender finger on her lips and giggled. That is a secret. I'll tell you if you treat me to some ice cream. Just as she finished her sentence, the enigmatic video message abruptly came to an end, and the long list of candidate names reappeared in front of Xia Fei. After Avril's interruption, Xia Fei actually felt much better than before. The girl was like a cheerful sprite, spreading happiness wherever she went. She had a very sunny disposition as well as, which made her a very decent lady. Chen Dong. Who would have thought we'd meet so soon? Xia Fei talked to himself for a bit before he calmed down and continued his search for Xiao Yu's name in the list. Chapter 54, Crafty Approach. Unsurprisingly, the word missing appeared behind Xiao Yu's full name, bolded out in bright red color. Xia Fei's heart sank as he hesitated for a moment before clicking on her name. Almost instantly, the information regarding Xiao Yu was displayed right before his eyes. Name, Suru Yu. Gender, female. Age, 11. Place of birth, Pan-Human Alliance, Enduro Star Region, Earth Federation. Special ability, Amethyst Guard. Rank, Primary Star Base. Status, missing. There was even a picture of Xiao Yu on that information page. In the picture, the girl was riding on a giraffe's back, very excitedly waving the straw hat in her hand. Xia Fei lit another cigarette as he stared at this little girl's picture for a long time. The cigarette burnt till the end and was almost about to burn his fingers, yet he never took a puff. This photograph is pretty nice. Store it in your AI computer, so you can look at it whenever you feel like it, Phantom whimpered. At the moment, the eyes of this sensitive assassin were filled with a shiny liquid. Xia Fei shook his head and changed the page on his AI computer to the pairing table for the assessment's second round, softly saying, "There's no need to do that. I won't ever forget something that I do not wish to forget. Life goes on, no matter what, so it's best if I study the opponent whom I'll be up against in the next round." He had very quickly located his and Chen Dong's name on that pairing table, as Xia Fei clicked on Chen Dong's name for more information. Advanced Star Domain Rank, Xia Fei slowly read out the words on the display screen. He laughed in self-deprecation, "Looks like I really have bad luck." Not only is Chen Dong a powerful nature special ability user, but he had even cultivated to the Advanced Star Domain Rank. Xia Fei's ability was Speed. This was the second most common ability in the universe, while most people possessed the Strength ability. If all the various abilities across the universe were to be divided into top, middle and low grades, the Speed ability would only rank around middle grade at best. Conversely, Chen Dong's nature special ability, Freeze, had the qualifications to be considered top grade. Xia Fei was already at a disadvantage in terms of his ability, let alone the fact that Chen Dong's cultivation was 4 whole ranks higher than his own. Every rank meant the power of the user would be doubled, not to mention that this was not merely a 1-rank difference, but 4. The differences between the two were simply heaven and earth. Xia Fei wished he could beat Chen Dong, but that would simply be an impossible task. Xia Fei could use his experience, judgment and technique to make up for the difference of 1 rank, but just what could he use to make up for 4 ranks worth? His life? Xia Fei quietly stood up and suited up his Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Securing his chasing light on his arm, Xia Fei stepped out of the door. "Where are you going?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei did not turn back as his footsteps continued marching. "I'm off to cultivate and train, of course. It's as the old saying goes, even preparations made in the last minute would turn out helpful. I have no intention of losing too ugly when the time comes, after all." Phantom followed closely behind Xia Fei, his head hung low with a solemn expression as if he were deep in thought. "There's no way for you to win against a freeze ability user at the Advanced Star Domain rank. No matter how fast you are, the best you can do is escape, but there's no way for you to beat him in combat," Phantom worriedly commented. Xia Fei smiled, "I never did say I'm going to beat him in combat. I merely don't want to lose too badly." Turning at a corner, Xia Fei entered an elevator. "This is an opportunity for me to spar with an expert. I've checked the rules of this round, and candidates are allowed to admit defeat if they can't win. I'll just admit defeat if I really can't take it. I'll just end up lowering my head a little, so I won't need to sacrifice my life." "What are you being so gloomy for?" Phantom was still in deep thought, only slightly nodding to the prompt, not saying a word. "Before, I wanted to be strong because I was not satisfied being holed up in this small earth. I wanted to head out to see the mysterious alien planets while still alive, find out just what the universe out there is like, see if these so-called experts have grown 3 heads and 6 arms. After this incident, I've suddenly realized that the world beyond is a lot more complex than I had imagined. I'll need to get stronger myself. Otherwise, who's to guarantee that what happened to Xiao Yu won't happen a second time or even a third time?" Xia Fei sounded very relaxed when he said this, like he was just having a casual chat with an old friend, but Phantom could tell that Xia Fei had made a huge decision. The incident with Xiao Yu had encouraged him to speed up his own life's path. Leading an aimless life was a frightening existence, and only a person of talent would endure all sorts of pressure and keep going ahead when given a clear and defined goal in front of them. Phantom gazed at Xia Fei with quite a bit of excitement before he knitted his eyebrows and shook his head, as if he were experiencing a bitter struggle between heaven and man. The elevator stopped at the lowest level. Xia Fei walked out of the spaceship with a smile on his face as he stood on the yellow soil of Australia. The first round of assessment had already finished, so many candidates were carrying their bags and preparing to leave. All of them had a heart full of excitement and hope on arrival, yet all they were left with now was just disappointment and a body in pain. Xia Fei waved goodbye to a big and tall candidate, possessing a height that could easily qualify for a basketball player and a physique that could do weightlifting. This man was presently carrying a heavy backpack, wordless as he got ready to board a spaceship that would take him home. His left arm was heavily bandaged, and tears ran down his cheeks. His torso was bent over like he was a huge shrimp, and the big and fat head of his was drooping, almost as if he were about to kneel over to the ground. Look, this is what a loser looks like. I admit that I would have a very tough time beating that battle maniac Chen Dong, but I do not wish to leave so crestfallen. Even if I'm beaten, I'll make sure to return home with my back straight and head held high. Xia Fei's eyes glowed as he spoke, like he had fired a ray of light right at that burly man's back. That man felt an intensity build behind him, but he was not in the mood to pay any attention to it. With a sigh, he trudged along and took the escalator up to get on the spaceship. With that, Xia Fei somewhat embarrassingly used his hand to scratch the back of his head, laughing, I forgot, I'm still staying in a hotel right now. How can that even be called a home? Then, I'll just raise my head and head back to the hotel. Xia Fei cracked a joke to Phantom. Phantom was completely moved by Xia Fei's seemingly calm yet absolutely stirring speech. He gritted his teeth and very gravely said, I believe there's a way to help you, perhaps. Though winning is still improbable, you would at least not lose too badly in the fight. What method is this? Trickery? I've already thought about that. Against an opponent who possesses true strength that far outstripped my own, deception is of no use, Xia Fei remarked. Phantom shook his head as if he had already made some sort of decision. Do you know why the crafty thrust technique isn't called assassination technique, and why there's that word crafty added to it? 1. Xia Fei shrugged, how would I know? Isn't it just because it sounds cool? Phantom chuckled, it's because crafty thrust isn't just a thrust technique. There's another approach to the technique that focuses on craftiness. Xia Fei was slightly surprised, do you mean to say that I've actually only learned half of crafty thrust and that there's still another half to the technique that I've not touched yet? Phantom nodded with a measure of delight, that's right. You've only grasped thrust, and not crafty. Xia Fei's expression turned somber as the smile disappeared from his face. Why have I never heard you mention this? Then why did you impart me with just half of it? The moment Xia Fei said this, he already understood the part of the reason behind it. I got it. Every time you speak of your master, you turn into a different person. I suppose this must be your master's rules, making it impossible for you to teach the true crafty thrust to me. Phantom was a little helpless as he replied, I'm greatly indebted to my master, so how could I break the rules that he had set in place? Xia Fei was even more puzzled, since you don't plan to impart crafty thrust to me, why are you telling me about it? Are you just deliberately teasing me? Man, you're really quite unbearable if you're doing such distasteful things. I didn't say I'm not teaching you, Phantom hastily corrected him, but you need to agree to a few conditions. Xia Fei was elated, as long as I can learn the crafty approach, I'd agree to any of your conditions. Phantom assumed a very serious pose and used his hands to rub his chin for a while before saying, if there's ever a day in the future where my master is in trouble, you will need to take my place and help him, not refusing this responsibility even if it means certain death. Xia Fei nodded, gravely replying, that is only appropriate. Learning the extinct technique of your master, I could be considered an external disciple, and it only makes sense for a disciple to aid his or her master when they are in trouble. Second. If my master dies one day, you'll have to take my place to send him off, and you'll have to guard his grave for 3 years. Third. Phantom gave a wordy recitation of 13 conditions, each one all relating to his master. It could be seen that even though Phantom had failed as an assassin, his respect toward his master and his own discipleship ran deep, and could be considered a sentimental and righteous assassin. Xia Fei very readily agreed to everything Phantom had stated, and as for whether he was willing to do everything asked of him, that was something only Xia Fei and the heavens knew. Any other requests? Xia Fei asked. I'll agree to everything if there's still more. Phantom lowered his head and thought for a good long while, that should be it. If you're able to adhere to these 13 conditions, I wouldn't be considered betraying my master if I impart the full crafty thrust technique to you. After all your talking, I still have no clue about the name of your master. What is it? Xia Fei asked. That. Well, Phantom was a little hesitant. Let's leave that to another day. I'll tell you when the time is right. It was already late in the night before Xia Fei returned back to his bunk completely exhausted. Phantom's crafty approach had truly lived up to its name, it was something that would add a myriad of variations and adaptations to the act of assassination, making it that much more difficult for enemies to guard against and was absolutely unpredictable. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had been unable to demonstrate the full potential of the approach with his current strength. Variations were not a simple matter. It required him to have powerful bodily mobility to work in tandem with the approach, given how there would be a greater strain on the body as the variations in the approach increased. He made very slow progress with today's training, which was very likely due to the fact that Xia Fei's body had yet to recover back to its peak state. After 7 consecutive days of foregoing sleep, just getting several hours of sleep the night before was far from enough. That was why Xia Fei was not in any rush to succeed but was sensibly taking the time for rest. Without even taking off his suit, Xia Fei collapsed headfirst into his bed to get some sleep. The instant his body touched the bed, Xia Fei instantly felt something underneath him and he panicked. Reaching his hand out, Xia Fei felt several rings under him. Xia Fei had not just obtained 2 tokens during the first round of assessment, but he had also collected 3 other spatial rings and a spatial bracelet. Among this lot was also that emerald stone ring that Xiao Yang had handed over. Xia Fei had yet to inspect its content. Xia Fei took these items in hand as his eyes rested on the ring that he had not yet checked. I've yet to find the time to examine the contents within this ring, could there be something good inside? With that thought in mind, he placed the ring by his bedside table. Forget it. I'll wait until tomorrow before I take a look. Chapter 55, Super Intense Training. Xia Fei's physical mobility had recovered at an unimaginable speed. In just a single night, he had managed to recover about 80 to 90% of his body condition, feeling like his entire body was brimming with energy when he woke up the next day. After a quick breakfast, Xia Fei arrived at a place 200 kilometers in the west and continued his own training. There was a lone, large standing rock formation about 5 meters in height and 2 meters in diameter. Xia Fei circled around the rock as he began to run around it at a constant speed, treating it as an opponent. Suddenly, Xia Fei's figure darted to the west side of the rock as his chasing light came thrusting out. Logically speaking, the blade should stab the large rock from the west direction, yet Xia Fei had scored a hit on the north side of the rock when the tip of his blade made contact. Diversion strike. If there were a slow replay feature, people could clearly see that in the moment Xia Fei had made his attack, he had forced himself to change the form of his body, his feet pedaling agilely even as his body made an unbelievable turn. From this vigorous spin he did, his footwork changed accordingly as well. Until the final moment when his chasing light slashed at the rock, everything he had done was in a single instant. Though he had finished his move, Xia Fei ended up falling down to the ground because he had lost his balance in the assault, causing clouds of sand and soil to fly up into the air. Phantom stepped forward to the rock formation and examined the opening that Xia Fei had made. Your strength was a little uneven when you attacked, which caused a 2 cm deviation from the orientation of your blade's entry. Furthermore, the sides of this cut have been widened, which means the speed by which your blade entered was too slow. The crafty thrust technique does not require strength, but it seeks for precision. After making your move, the wound you leave behind should match up with the body of the blade itself and perfectly fit together. Insert your chasing light here and see for yourself. Xia Fei nodded and got up to his feet. He inserted his chasing light into the cut he made on the rock and jiggled it. It was very loose, like a scabbard that did not fit because it had been made a little too big. The root of the problem here is still your body. Crafty thrust would cause users to momentarily lose their balance after executing it, so you need to find your own center of balance as soon as possible through your own coordination. Though you managed to pull off your move just now, you did not manage to find your center of balance, which is why you fell and caused the cut to be so sloppy. You need to experience balancing yourself to grasp the technique. Everyone has a different center of balance, and some need to take an extra step before they could adjust themselves. Others might only need to do a light pirouette with their bodies. To quickly find a way to maintain your balance while pushing your body to the limit, you need to keep training and experience it yourself. No one can help you with this, Phantom very mildly hinted, trying to relay Xia Fei his own experience and understanding. The moves for crafty thrust were mind-boggling. The instant a variation was made, the entire body would have to be in an extreme state of contortion, sometimes even needing to twist their body in inconceivable shapes. It would require his coordination, resilience, explosive strength, and balance to all work together to successfully execute this fearsome technique. Any deviation from perfect would just ultimately result in failure. Xia Fei did not say a word, his eyes deadlocked at this immovable enemy as if he were really immersing himself in a fight to the death, not at all being negligent even though he was up against a big rock. Increase speed, variation, thrust, fall. Speed up again, another variation, another thrust, another fall. He continued to speed up, tried another variation, thrusted, but he still fell. Falling time and time again, and climbing up repeatedly. Xia Fei was like a robot, repeating the same moves without stopping. A careless attempt and Xia Fei fell and slammed on his jaw, as red blood began to flow. Xia Fei reached out to grab a handful of yellow soil and pressed it against his wound to staunch the blood. He then stood back up and plunged into his training once more, not even showing a bit of hesitation at all. A layer of skin on his palms had started bleeding as he used yellow soil to stop it from bleeding. When his elbow started to hurt from falling down so much, he used his fist to punch it a few times to numb it and stop hurting. He was crazy. This was a crazy and grueling training. From the break of dawn till sunset, Xia Fei did not stop even once to take a break. Even the time he spent eating a meal was used to contemplate over his own movements. Every 2 hours, Xia Fei would consume 12 cans of food and drink 6 bottles of mineral water to replenish his physical strength. Obtaining a huge amount of energy from the food he ate, Xia Fei kept every cell in his body topped up to sustain the high intensity of his crazy and grueling training. A figure stood a distance away, quietly keeping an eye on Xia Fei the entire time. She wore an adjudicator's uniform, with a pair of long and slender legs that seemed to have been carefully crafted and kept in perfect proportion. Watching Xia Fei falling time and time again and repeatedly getting back up, the corner of Ye Zhaohan's lips twitched slightly. Even this icy beauty could not help but be moved by seeing such stubborn and insane training. As the setting sun made its last struggle in the distant horizon before finally disappearing, darkness soon settled throughout the land. Xia Fei sheathed his chasing light and headed back to the base. The day after tomorrow would be his match with Chen Dong, and though Xia Fei wished he could train some more, his brain reminded him that he needed to conserve his physical condition for the fight. Ye Zhaohan hesitated for a moment before walking over to approach Xia Fei. She still maintained her cold and business-like countenance, but there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Have you been here for a long time?" Xia Fei asked when the two of them were within earshot of one another. The two of them kept a 5 to 6 meter distance between them as they walked parallel to each other, pacing slowly. Xia Fei couldn't run as he needed some time to recover his strength first and give his sore muscles a chance to slowly relax. "I had specifically looked into Suruyu's affair. Unfortunately, I can be of no help. I am sorry about her disappearance," Ye Zhaohan apologized in a halting manner. She was quite a stranger to the word sorry. She could hardly remember when was the last time she apologized to anyone like this. As someone who had followed along a path that was meticulously laid out for her, she had continued along like a machine, obeying the rules and hardly ever making any mistakes. "This isn't your fault anyway, so there's no need for you to apologize. Even if you feel the need to, you ought to be saying it to Xiao Yu's family." Xia Fei smiled before he continued, "Actually, you have been doing what was expected of your duty that day, and it was I who was too rash." A cool wafting breeze lurked out in the dark night, as Ye Zhaohan suddenly felt a very uneasy feeling come over her while she was together with Xia Fei. It was a very subtle sensation that left her at a loss over what to do next. "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off first." Ye Zhaohan was not used to this feeling, so she was in a hurry to leave. "Your opponent for the second round is very powerful, so it's best if you find more information on him." After saying this last line, Ye Zhaohan disappeared into the distance in a streak of mesmerizing light. "This lady's pretty interesting. Unfortunately, she's a bit too old, though she would be a good fit to be your elder sister," Phantom muttered to himself as he watched Ye Zhaohan's shrinking figure. After eating dinner and taking a cold shower, Xia Fei collapsed onto his bed and logged onto the interplanetary internet. The interplanetary internet had a set of information collection tools that was publicly available, allowing users to search for the information according to specified parameters before aggregating the result and displaying it to the user. This was an inexpensive service that was only priced at 10 star coins that Xia Fei had already ordered his AI computer to begin an automatic search. With all the information compiled, it was time to take a look at what it found. Clicking onto the compiled information on Chen Dong, thousands upon thousands of lines of information had already undergone thorough analysis by the AI, leaving just the unique information without any instance of repeated information, which freed Xia Fei from the cumbersome task of sifting through everything collected. After a close inspection, Xia Fei slowly got a clear picture of this nature special ability battle maniac. Chen Dong, 19 years old. Freeze special ability user, advanced star domain rank. He was a citizen of the Enduro Star region's Empire of Frost, one of the 7 major territories in the Enduro Star region. A level 3 civilized world, it was considered to be a very vital force in the Enduro Star region. The Chen familial clan resided in their own hereditary planet, White Night Chill. They were a clan with great strength, and most descendants served in the imperial army. They were pretty much a renowned military family that was settled in White Nightchill, so people called them the White Knight Chen clan. Chen Dong's grandfather was serving as the Secretary of Defense for the Empire of Frost, while his father was an admiral and his mother was a reputable doctor. Born in such a family, the military education he received respected might as right. He was extremely combative, and a look at his history growing up was basically just a chronicle of unending bloodshed. No matter who his opponent was, none would dare to openly challenge Chen Dong. When he was 17, he challenged a respected martial artist in the Empire of Frost only to end up with a broken left arm and 2 ribs. After recovering from these injuries 2 weeks later, Chen Dong ran back to challenge the man again. This time, the martial artist was heavy-handed when he struck, heavily injuring him outright, yet Chen Dong did not give up. Chen Dong was back on his feet and knocking on the martial artist's front door a month later, forcing the man to helplessly shut his door and refuse to come out. As such, Chen Dong remained outside his door and squatted for 7 days and nights, insisting on having a rematch. In the end, that old man had to beg Chen Dong's father to help before finally chasing the fiend off his front porch. His glorious history had an uncountable number of wins. He was like a cockroach who could not be killed. The more Chen Dong had trouble fighting someone, the more he wanted to challenge them. Furthermore, he had always been very lucky. He had been beaten down plenty of times, but he had gotten back up each time as well. Though Chen Dong would always be constantly challenging people, he did not have a record of initiating a kill, which showed that he was truly just a martial artist and not a crazy murderer. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and turned off his AI computer. He reached out to the spatial ring he had obtained from Xiao Yang that he had placed by his bedside table and played with it in his hands. The emerald stone ring looked very gorgeous and pleasing from the outside. He decided to pour everything inside out on his bed only to end up blinking a few times. Xia Fei stared blankly at the mess of items as he turned speechless. These things. Chapter 56, Luan Spirit. A whip, handcuff, rope, and an electric cucumber. Countless such things flooded Xia Fei's room, with an extra-large electric eggplant falling from his bed, incidentally hitting its switch to cause it to vibrate non-stop. The buzzing that ensued was very loud. It was a proven fact that the physique of most humans all across the universe was not too much different from the humans on Earth, so anyone seeing these items filling his room could tell that even these so-called more civilized extraterrestrials were also not exactly too healthy themselves. There was a significant minority of men living on Earth who had not seen adult videos. Hence, a normal single male like Xia Fei was obviously no exception, who suddenly had a vague sense of déjà vu when he saw these items. What's the use of bringing so many such toys instead of additional equipment or consumables for such an assessment? Xia Fei shook his head and said. Xia Fei had no love for these things, waving his hand to return all of them back into the spatial ring, only leaving the other items that looked like they would be of some use. Unbeatable Gunslinger's Universal Invincible Super Spray. Xia Fei held a bottle with a white liquid contained within as he softly read out the label. This name sounds extraordinary, but unfortunately, it is also another useless thing. With a wave of his one hand, that liquid bottle was also tossed back into the spatial ring. After a quick sorting, most of what was left was just drugs and pharmaceuticals. It seemed like Xiao Yang really valued his life aside from having some slightly strange hobbies. He had stored almost over 100 snake-eye berries, and there were even more than 200 fruits that looked very much like the fruit of a lotus. This fruit was actually called white dew and could be eaten to quickly recover someone's vigor, though it lacked the effect of detoxification and cold protection that snake-eye berries offered. The price was lower as well, only going for around 10,000 star coins for a piece. There were also 46 ebony fruit. It was a fruit that looked like a small strawberry from the outside, but its color was black instead of red, and it contained golden seeds that were around the size of sesame seeds. Ebony fruit was considered an upgrade to the snake-eye berry, and a single ebony fruit was equivalent to 10 snake-eye berries. Its pulp had an extraordinary and rapid effect when it came to improving the user's physical condition. Simultaneously, its seed could be used as a poison antidote rather effectively and could handle up to intermediate poisons. The price of the ebony fruit was as much as 800,000 star coins for one, and 46 of them meant a total value of 36.8 million. Looks like that guy actually had some pretty good stuff on him. Xia Fei was elated, transferring the ebony fruits, snake-eye berries, and white dews into his own spatial ring. All these fruits were all stored in a special crisper, preventing them from rotting or losing their juiciness. Just buying a special crisper like that would cost 50,000 star coins. There were also 32 green phoenix tail fruits specifically used to treat exterior wounds, priced at 20,000 star coins per fruit. If injured, the green phoenix tail fruit could be mashed and applied to the wound to quickly staunch bleeding, able to heal wounds without leaving behind any scars. This is great too. Xia Fei laughed as he kept the green phoenix tail fruits in the crisper and continued sifting through the remaining items. Everything else left were just personal items of Xiao Yang, such as his passport and other such things. Xia Fei took a glimpse at his passport and casually tossed it to the side. Oh! Xia Fei found a strange bottle amidst these personal items. The bottle was not big, and it was in the shape of a diamond. It was entirely transparent and had plenty of sections. Light was being refracted by these sections, which gave the bottle an ambiguously mysterious sensation. What made it even more shocking was the presence of a golden fish about the size of a thumb swimming inside. It was shiny with golden scales and had eyes that sparkled like a sapphire with a red tail that was split into two ends. Its mouth was slightly open, making it easy for everyone to clearly see a row of compactly packed and small teeth. They were extremely sharp, and despite how small this fish looked, it was most definitely a very fearsome animal if it were alive. Phantom, what is this thing? Xia Fei asked, baffled. Phantom stared at the fish for a good time, gradually getting more and more excited. This is called a Luan spirit, a very precious medicinal ingredient. It lives on a planet where the sun would never set and absorbs a huge amount of the sun's rays and heat and somehow stores all that power. Such a large Luan spirit ought to have already lived 1,000 years. A medicinal ingredient? Is this fish some sort of plant? Xia Fei was surprised. This thing clearly looked like a fish from its outer appearance. Was there actually such an odd plant in this universe? That's right. This is a plant, or to be precise, a fruit from the Luan spirit tree. A Luan spirit tree could grow over 100 meters tall, large and lush, but its fruit would only be that small Luan spirit. A Luan spirit tree would need at least 3,000 years to bear fruit, and the fruit would need another 1,000 years before it could mature to such a size. Every single Luan spirit fruit is extremely precious and hard to find. Phantom sighed. I had been worrying over finding the medicinal ingredients that you'd need to rank up, and this is perfect. Someone had actually gifted you this. We'll wait till the medicinal residue in your body have subsided before we use the Luan spirit to raise your cultivation rank. Phantom was really excited. Lucky. You're really lucky to have actually gotten hold of such a top-grade ingredient like a Luan spirit. I've already had enough of using these low and middle-grade medicinal ingredients, only raising your rank to intermediate star base after taking 3 different medicinal potions, that's far too slow. With this thing here, I guarantee the next rank up you'd experience would increase by a huge magnitude. Phantom very confidently said. If a Luan spirit is so precious, it must be worth quite a lot, hey? Xia Fei asked as he carefully held onto the Luan spirit. This one here could be worth around 800 to 1 billion. Xia Fei was delighted to hear this, caressing the bottle of Luan spirit with his fingers repeatedly. The bottle's external protective glass was warm to the touch and had high density, almost 5 to 6 kilograms in weight. It was just a plant, yet it had grown into such an unconventional form. Xia Fei was overjoyed as he began to calculate the haul he had gotten from this crisis-grade assessment so far. First, there were 4 spatial tools in total, 3 spatial rings with 1 spatial bracelet. As 1 cubic meter was the threshold for spatial rings, the price of rings that were lower than a single cubic meter would exponentially decrease with the size. A spatial ring with 1 cubic meter would be worth around 200 million, but a 0.9 cubic meter spatial ring could be bought with 80 million star coins, and a 0.8 cubic meter ring would just be 55 million star coins, becoming less valuable the smaller they get. The 3 spatial rings he had were 3 cubic meters, 1 cubic meter, and 0.5 cubic meters, respectively, while the bracelet was only a pitiful 0.3 cubic meter. A spatial ring with 3 cubic meters would be worth around 1.3 billion star coins in the market, a 1 cubic meter was 200 million, a 0.5 cubic meter was 10 million, and that 0.3 cubic meter bracelet was only worth about 1 million star coins. Just these 4 spatial tools were worth 1.511 billion star coins. Then there were also the dozens of survival and medical assortments, each set worth 1 million star coins or above, and including all the weapons and medicines, that would come up to around 1.8 billion star coins. The highest Xia Fei's bank account had was 480 million star coins, so if he could cash out all these things, Xia Fei would actually have 10 digits to his name for the first time in his life. Furthermore, it was worth noting that the golden cicada that could save his life in a critical moment and the Luan spirit that could be used for his future rank up were not included in this calculation. If they were included, Xia Fei's haul this time around would break past 3 billion star coins. Xia Fei instantly recalled the spaceship he saw in virtual reality, the Caldari Class 3 frigate, Eagle Series. That Eagle Series frigate was a real beauty, just like a soaring eagle. Wait till I've cultivated to star domain rank, then I will surely buy it. The third day of training went as usual, and after learning that he had gotten such an enormous increase in his funds, Xia Fei's enthusiasm had risen to new heights. After all, having money was like a ticket to a future, be it the high-quality medicinal ingredients he needed to increase his cultivation rank or that frigate he loved so much, either would require him to spend a lot of funds to acquire. If he wished to become strong, aside from opportunities and diligence, he would also need a steady stream of capital to back him up, and this was a truth that was applicable to everything in life. On the dawn of the fourth day, that emotionless feminine voice could be heard over the broadcast system again. The second round for this crisis grade assessment will begin soon. May participating candidates please make their way and gather at the designated location immediately. Xia Fei collected his equipment, his left hand vigorously shook the chasing light that was fixed to his arm, ensuring that it was secured, before taking a few deep breaths. He took a big step out of his bunk with a resolute expression and headed to the designated site for the second round. The 4 huge and black spaceships were lined up in a row, and an additional circular spacecraft was now opposite them, to be used explicitly for this second round of the assessment. Its exterior was entirely white in color, with a diameter of over 2 kilometers. Round portholes were arranged closely like eyes looking out in every direction. Most of the eliminated candidates had chosen to return to their own planets. Only a minority of candidates with the mentality of wanting to learn or simply wanting to watch the excitement unfold live had chosen to stay. There was hardly anyone around as the candidates made their way over. A total of 723 candidates had made it to the second round, much less than the expected 1,000 candidates, likely because some candidates had not stopped at just one token. For example, Xia Fei had 2 on him, while Chen Dong had obtained several dozens himself. Then there were the handful of unlucky candidates unable to participate in this second round of the assessment even though they had a token because they were heavily injured in the first round. A row of staff from the adjudicator union stood around the circular spacecraft, forming a human wall all around the spacecraft. These people were wearing their navy blue uniforms and looked energetic. Their numbers were much more than the number of candidates, looking like the security for this second round had increased significantly compared to the first round. Upon stepping on the escalator to board the spacecraft, Xia Fei was transported into the interior of the spacecraft. The spacecraft's interior shone with dazzling light that lit up the snowy white interiors in the large and expansive space. There were 9 square rings in the open space on the spacecraft's first level in a 3x3 setup. Furthermore, the spacecraft had a total of 3 levels, meaning a total of 27 rings would all start at the same time. Each ring's length and width was 100 meters, and the platform itself was approximately 1 meter above the ground and was made entirely of a solid triple titanium alloy. No matter what happened on the ring, it would be impossible to cause the ring to collapse or shake. Every ring also had a transparent energy shield around it. Once candidates enter, there would be no escape for anyone inside before the end of the match. Dozens of high-definition cameras were set up all around the place, allowing detailed observation from every possible angle throughout the fight. The broadcasting rights for this second round had already been sold to 6 Endorostar region TV stations. Like before, the adjudicator union would sell all the broadcasting rights to their assessment, and they had sold both the second and final round this time. However, they did not offer the rights to the first round despite it having the most people participating. This was also the first time that had happened in all these years. The adjudicator union's assessment was a grand event for the entire Endorostar region, drawing an uncountable amount of viewers to pay for access. The financial benefits for such a move were hard to calculate, as the broadcasting rights would go for outrageous amounts. This was one of the ways the adjudicator union earned profit. After all, the adjudicator union was not a charity organization, and its many adjudicators also needed to eat. How could they survive without a source of income? Xia Fei was assigned the ring number 21 on the 3rd level, and taking an elevator to arrive, Xia Fei was led by the staff right to the ring. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei scanned his surroundings and spotted a tall and muscular figure in the distance walking over with his head held high. Sure enough, he was the battle maniac, Chen Dong. The man came to Xia Fei as he rumbled out a hearty laugh and excitedly asked, "You're my opponent for this first fight." He looked like he could hardly wait to start the match, eager to brawl with Xia Fei. The name's Chen Dong, a citizen of the Empire of Frost. You better not show me any mercy when we exchange blows later. Since we're doing this fight, let's be straightforward about it. Chen Dong's voice was like a clap of thunder, his bold words buzzing in Xia Fei's ears. Xia Fei smiled in response, agreed. From the corner of his eyes, Xia Fei noticed that Ye Ziohan was also on this level. When she saw that Xia Fei had spotted her, she intentionally turned her face away, pretending to be completely unconcerned with his presence. More and more people filled the spacecraft, as the citizens across the Enduro Star region began to turn on their televisions at this time, guzzling beer as they looked forward to seeing some exciting and bloody battle. Watching the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment would require a fee of 10 star coins per hour, which was not considered cheap, but these citizens did not mind. The chance to see experts fight did not come easily, especially in a crisis grade assessment with their lives on the line, which would only draw an even higher viewership. After all, this sort of competition where blood flowed freely and death would happen anytime could not be compared to wrestling or boxing. The level of excitement and realism far outstripped all these other athletic events. Many light years away, a 13 to 14 years old little lady was nervously sitting in her room, hugging a pink stuffed bunny as she stared at the display screen unblinkingly. On this screen was Xia Fei, smoking as he exchanged words with Chen Dong. Avril saw the big and buff Chen Dong against the skinny Xia Fei and she could feel her anxiety increased. Avril had a habit of tearing things up when she felt nervous. At the moment, her two tender hands were repeatedly tearing at the rabbit plushie, almost as if she felt the rabbit's ears were not short enough. A voice could be heard from the other side of the door as a soft knock came, "Miss, it's time for your art lessons." Avril pouted and called out, "I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. I want to watch Xia Fei's fight." The old butler behind the door was slightly shocked by this, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "Xia Fei? Who is Xia Fei?" Several dozen large screens around the arena for this assessment appeared suddenly as Xiao Hailey's smiling face filled the display. The second round for the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment will begin shortly. I am the chief umpire for this assessment, Xiao Hailey. Allow me to give everyone a brief introduction of the assessment's rules. Every ring has a separate energy shield, which would only come down if a party dies or admits defeat. There's no time limit, and weapons are allowed, though thermal weapons are not included. Anyone using a thermal weapon would be instantly deemed in violation of the rules and would be disqualified. Only the final 18 candidates would enter the final round. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. He suddenly recalled the Xiao Yang name from the passport. Xiao Hailey? Xiao Yang? Could they be related to each other somehow? In the other corner, Chen Dong was impatient as he leaped high onto the ring and waved his hands at Xia Fei. "Come on now, there's no need to hear his nonsense. Let's just have a good battle up here." Xia Fei was unfazed, flicking his cigarette butt on the ground as he snuffed it out with his foot. He lifted his head and his eyes met the battle maniac, Chen Dong, as he simply answered, "Sure." Chapter 57, Speed vs. Freeze. Xia Fei answered with a nonchalant affirmation and jumped into the ring, standing right across Chen Dong with over 30 meters gap between them. Chen Dong was still dressed in tight-fitted short pants, only this time it was ocean blue in color, and the well-defined muscles on his body were visible for all to see. The scars all over his body were all very clearly visible as well. Many scars that connected or were stacked on each other, making them uncountable. With the advancement of civilization and technology, there were at least a few dozen methods that could be used to remove scars. Yet, this man did none of that, almost as if he wore these scars as a badge of honor for the battles he had fought. He wore two old-fashioned black combat jackboots that were well worn on his feet, and its soles were almost about to wear out. If this sort of combat jackboots, made with special material, could also show such a degree of wear and tear, it simply meant that they had gone through extreme levels of abuse, which in turn was a testament to just how actively Chen Dong used them. With a figure that boasted a height of 1.9 meters and weighing over 150 kilograms, Chen Dong had a face that exuded perseverance, giving off a look of wild might to anyone who first caught a glance of him. Zing! After sensing that both parties were ready for battle, the energy shield automatically activated, just like a transparent glass that encased both Xia Fei and Chen Dong within the ring. On the display screens all around them, Xiao Hailey was still enthusiastically explaining the rules. It was a great honor to be the chief umpire for the crisis grade assessment, and while he was enjoying his glory and honor, Xia Fei and Chen Dong had actually turned a deaf ear to his passionate yet official words. The two men locked their eyes on each other, as the energy within their bodies quickly accumulated in them. Xia Fei could clearly feel the temperature of his surroundings rapidly drop as the air turned piercingly cold in a matter of seconds, which meant Chen Dong had already adjusted to a state when he could attack at any time. His breath turned into white mist, as the water molecules in the air were rapidly being frozen into clear ice that was hard to see with the naked eye, slowly falling down on the ground. "Are you ready?" Chen Dong asked with his deep rumbling voice. His two arms were placed in front of his chest, adopting a posture like he was ready to fight. Xia Fei had a grim complexion as he lightly nodded. His eyes were staring right on Chen Dong as he moved his feet slowly, his steps light and nimble. "Then let us begin. Our add latest chapters at Audiobooks only." Ching! The water molecules in the air instantly condensed and quickly gathered all over Chen Dong's torso, creating a layer of transparent ice that enveloped his entire body. Simultaneously, his two arms turned into two icy blades that were approximately 2 meters in length and radiating a chilling glow. Chen Dong yelled out a loud war cry and charged right toward Xia Fei. His two icy blade arms were intersecting before his chest like a pair of scissors. Chen Dong already had a huge frame, coupled with that layer of thick ice armor. The triple titanium alloy platform they were standing on shuddered as he ran, causing dull banging sounds with every step he took. Xia Fei did not evade it but instead chose to meet Chen Dong's charge straight on at a measured speed. When the two were just 5 meters apart, Chen Dong's icy blades suddenly extended out, and in a cold gleaming flash, went straight for Xia Fei's waist. As the icy blades reached out, Xia Fei's figure suddenly ducked as his body went springing forward with full force. The icy blades flew past with Xia Fei's back just a few centimeters away from the sharp edge, nearly slicing a big portion in his back. The overly vigorous lunge that Xia Fei had done caused him to lose his balance. It looked like he was about to ram right into Chen Dong's chest with his head forward and legs behind, but Chen Dong's torso was protected by his ice armor. Crashing right into it would most likely cause his skull to crack. That was when Xia Fei's figure suddenly changed. His right leg had abruptly stretched out as he used all his strength to kick up toward the air. Whoosh! A low whistle of air could be heard as Xia Fei's body used the strength from that one kick to quickly move to the left, tunneling out from under Chen Dong's arm. At the same time, chasing light made a beautiful arc that went straight past Chen Dong's ribs. Ping! 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 3 consecutive strikes. Xia Fei had stabbed him 3 times with his blade in just a mere second, with each and every stab landing perfectly under Chen Dong's left rib cage. These 3 strikes were not only fatal to the enemy, but Xia Fei also had very cleverly used the reaction force from these 3 stabs to rebalance himself to put himself in the best position. Whoosh! Xia Fei did an inexplicable roll in the air as he landed somewhere 50 meters away from Chen Dong. It was as if the 3 consecutive stabs he had done were applied on solid steel, leaving Xia Fei's right arm numb from the shock. Xia Fei flexed his arm as a dour expression appeared on his face. Chen Dong was sent staggering backward a little abruptly. Since he couldn't find his footing, his entire body ended up crashing right onto the transparent energy shield. Bang! The energy shield absorbed the force from that crash, its shape instantly twisting for just a moment as ripples undulated, like the surface of a serene lake disrupted by a large stone getting dunked into it. After the impact of the crash had been dispersed by the energy shield, Chen Dong turned his head around and looked at Xia Fei, laughing uproariously. "Not bad. That's not bad at all. It's been said that speed ability users possess the fastest reaction across the universe, and their moves are the sharpest. Truly, their praises are well deserved." Xia Fei held a stern look, not at all happy in the least. Though those 3 consecutive stabs had landed perfectly on Chen Dong's body, all they did was leave behind 3 small scratches on his ice armor. Forget about piercing through Chen Dong's physical body, even his ice armor couldn't be fragmented by his attack. Xia Fei had already used all his strength in those 3 stabs. Besides, his chasing light was a legendary rank weapon. His failure to break through Chen Dong's defenses even with that in his hand only showed just how abnormally strong that ice armor was. How was he supposed to fight like this? Even if Xia Fei's speed and crafty technique were enough to evade Chen Dong's attack, there was no way he could break through his ice armor. The huge gap between their ranks made Chen Dong invincible from the beginning. Ye Ziohan suddenly felt her heart rate increase when she saw Chen Dong charge towards Xia Fei, very much sweating for the young man. However, when Xia Fei had dodged Chen Dong's attack and had even managed to pull off a counterattack with 3 consecutive thrusts of his own, she nearly could not help herself and wanted to cheer. She felt that she was being very strange today due to this sort of roller coaster mood swings, clueless as to where it came from. Why would I be worried over someone unrelated to me? In a place far, far away from Earth, Avril was using her sleeve to wipe away the sweat on her forehead and heaved a long sigh. That was close. She had already torn an ear off that long-eared stuffed rabbit in her hands, making it a rabbit with just one ear left. Avril threw that long floppy ear down on the floor and began to work on the rabbit's two hind legs. Miss, if you're not going to your art class, sir and madam will be very unhappy. The old butler was still camped outside Avril's room, constantly nagging her to attend her lessons. Avril was annoyed hearing him go on and on, so she covered both her ears and shook her head incessantly. I'm not going. I'm not going. I won't be going anywhere until I finish watching Xia Fei's fight. In a moment of inspiration, Avril took a set of headphones from the table and put it over her head. These headphones were great for the noise cancelling, so she couldn't hear anything else aside from the television's sound. Her world was finally quiet as she giggled mischievously before continuing to tear and work on the rabbit in her hands. In a blink of an eye, Chen Dong and Xia Fei had already exchanged blows for 4 rounds in ring number 21, and each time Chen Dong attacked, Xia Fei would use his speed and crafty technique to evade and counterattack. Chen Dong had already taken 9 stabs from Xia Fei on his body so far, yet Xia Fei remained completely uninjured. Xia Fei was feeling more and more anxious as this continued. Even though he appeared to be holding the advantage after the 4 clashes, only Xia Fei himself knew how alarmingly dangerous each instance had been. He had only managed to dodge Chen Dong's attacks by centimeters each time. It was like he was dancing on a knife's edge, his life hanging by a thread. He could end up with broken bones and rend flesh if he were to make even the tiniest mistakes. There were endless variations to the crafty approach, but it also required a huge amount of energy from the user. At the end of the day, it was an instantaneous change that would require extremely explosive force to support the body when executing these extremely difficult moves. Xia Fei might have the physical strength now, but the moment he could not maintain this level of strength and make a mistake, he would find himself injured from Chen Dong's keen icy blades. Xia Fei had yet to cause any harm to Chen Dong despite stabbing him 9 times, and if Xia Fei were to make a single mistake, it would be fatal. Your control over your body is great, far more agile than many high-ranked speed ability users I've met, and the diversity in your moves is incredible as well. Our exchanges thus far had merely been a warm-up. Now, I'm going to show you my true strength. The tip of Chen Dong's blade pointed right towards Xia Fei as he boldly proclaimed. With that said, the surrounding air's temperature dropped even further, reaching such coldness that it made everyone's heart shudder. The surface they were standing on quickly froze up, and in just a few seconds, the entire triple titanium alloy platform had a layer of ice formed over it. The layer of ice was flat as a mirror, smooth like nothing else. Anyone could slip if they were not careful. Continuing to use the highly difficult crafty approach on this slippery ice surface would be much more demanding than before. Anywhere inside this energy shield is my world. In this domain of ice, you'll have to play by my rules if you wish to challenge me. Chen Dong bellowed. Nature ability users indeed had such capabilities that allowed them to change the battle environment to suit themselves. This was the strength of being able to control nature. Fairness? It was basically impossible to seek for fairness when talking about a nature ability user. Xia Fei looked down at his feet as he silently pressed the button on the 2 sides of his combat boots. Zing! A row of dense and packed ice cleats extended out from underneath the combat boots. The boots were part of the Windshade Mark IV combat suit, and it had capabilities of legendary rank. These inconspicuous ice cleats were arranged in the most effective and scientifically proven manner, largely solving a major problem that speed ability users face when on icy surfaces. Furthermore, the length and materials used for each of the spikes were precisely calculated. Too long and it would affect the user's speed, and too short spikes meant their ability to grip the ground would be compromised. When activated, the ice cleats would even adjust their length and distribution according to the activity's intensity in which the user was involved. It was undeniable that the Windshade Mark IV combat suit was very expensive. However, there was a reason for its exorbitant price tag. This combat suit could be said to have considered everything a speed ability user would need in every possible scenario, and was thus able to do anything and everything. Chen Dong furrowed his brow, so you've also come prepared. But even if you have great equipment, it'll still be hindered by the environment I've created. I have no need to lower your speed or movement too much. All I need is a 10% decrease, and that would be enough. Indeed, Xia Fei had only barely managed to avoid Chen Dong's attacks thus far. A 10% reduction would well make it possible for him to hit Xia Fei. Moreover, I still have this. Chen Dong's two eyes gleamed as he shouted out loudly. As those words left his throat, Chen Dong's two icy bladed arms suddenly transformed. Xia Fei's eyes immediately widened as his heart seized. At this moment, the fight had been going on for 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Chapter 58, Fighting continuously for 12 hours. Chen Dong's two arms had abruptly expanded. Countless water vapors rapidly gathered, and in several seconds, his arms grew to around 6 meters long, and they now looked like a pair of large drills. The circular drills were spinning at high speeds and were full of sharp barbs. It could be imagined if that thing were to brush past Xia Fei's body, even a combat suit with sturdy defense would be grounded to shreds by it. Creating cold ice required a level of mastery, while controlling the cold required an even higher level of mastery. Chen Dong's understanding toward his freeze special ability had already reached the latter. "Come, let's fight again!" Chen Dong yelled and proceeded to dash right at Xia Fei. The two huge ice drills spinning in his hands created an ear-piercing whine. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and exerted strength to both his legs and shunted to the side. Crash! The pair of drills came into contact with the icy surface as a slew of broken ice scattered in every direction like an explosion. Before Xia Fei could steady himself, Chen Dong's arms lashed out horizontally, causing the two spinning drills to sweep past him. Xia Fei tapped the ground with both feet as his entire figure leaped upward as he evaded the cut from Chen Dong's follow-up attack. Thud! Xia Fei landed squarely back on the platform as the ice cleats on the bottom of his combat boots gripped tightly onto the icy surface. Xia Fei had only been able to duck and avoid that series of attacks just now, completely unable to mount a retaliation at all. Chen Dong's speed was simply too fast. Not only were the weapons he was wielding in both his arms much more powerful than before, but even the speed and the force behind his attacks had also been strengthened. This pair of drills that Chen Dong was wielding was already 6 meters long, and it was continually spinning like a real drill. Xia Fei needed to be further away from Chen Dong to dodge his drills, making it that much harder for him to get close enough to Chen Dong's body to dish out his counterattacks. Technically, the bigger the weapon's size, the heavier it would be, which meant the frequency of each swing would decrease. But for some unknown reason, Chen Dong seemed to be able to brandish those two large drills of his much faster than the two icy blades. Could his physique had been bolstered by his ability as well? Xia Fei kept dodging even as he continued to think about this problem, that completely defies common sense. How could a weapon that became heavier provide even more frequent swings? All of a sudden, Xia Fei discovered that the shape of Chen Dong's two ice drills had been changing the whole time. It was just that the difference was extremely minute, such that the average human would hardly be able to spot it. As Xia Fei continued to duck and weave while keeping his eye on Chen Dong's ice drills, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the ice drills were actually automatically changing along with Chen Dong's movements. It meant that Chen Dong was not actually wielding that pair of ice drills at all. Every time his arm moved forward even by 1 centimeter, the ice drills would also automatically change by a centimeter in the same direction. As long as he could control the morphing ice drills to fit his arm at all times, there was actually no need for him to use any strength to manipulate the drills. What an amazing ability! It was an ability that allowed the user to move it with their mind. Such an ability was absolutely incredible. A whole 30 minutes had passed, and Xia Fei had been evading Chen Dong's attacks without once going on the offensive himself as he was in a passive position now. Evasion also required Xia Fei to expend a lot of physical strength and keep his concentration levels at peak condition. This was especially true when choosing the right path to escape. He simply could not make even the slightest mistake. The temperature in the ring was about a dozen degrees below zero, yet Xia Fei was sweating profusely, as he was using up a lot of his physical strength. Standing in the corner of the ring, Xia Fei took out a white dew fruit from his spatial ring and popped it in his mouth, quickly munching on it. The white dew had the miraculous effect of replenishing physical condition when eaten. In such a battle, Xia Fei needed to ensure that he had enough physical strength at any given time, as even the slightest of mistakes would turn out to be problematic. Chen Dong threw an icy stare at Xia Fei. 30 minutes had already passed, and no matter how hard he had tried, he still couldn't land a hit on Xia Fei at all ever since their fight started, and he was slowly becoming somewhat annoyed by this. A dozen or more victors had already been decided in the other 26 rings. In contrast, the candidates in the ring number 21 had hardly even exchanged blows with each other beyond the handful of bouts, let alone tell which party would be victorious right now. Having won his first match, a bald man came over to the information system in the main hall to check his opponent for the next match, and the display screen showed that his next match would be whoever ended up winning the fight between Chen Dong and Xia Fei. That bald man laughed, a hand rubbing his shiny bald head as he said, "To think I would have such bad luck, actually pitting me up against that madman Chen Dong." As for Xia Fei, this man had basically disregarded him. He cracked his knuckles and made his way over and stood in front of ring number 21. "Humph, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." The bald man sat down below the ring as his eyes stared daggers at Chen Dong, the flames of battle smoldering in his irises. Chen Dong took 2 steps back, stooped, and then went hurtling straight for Xia Fei like a cannonball, his 2 ice drill arms placed right in front of him. Xia Fei hurriedly did a sidestep to dodge this charge, and just as Xia Fei's figure moved, Chen Dong's ice drills suddenly swelled. Chen Dong had increased the length of his ice drill in that instance and went piercing right towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei had not expected that Chen Dong's assault this time around would be so fierce. He struggled to twist his body, his feet desperately stomping on the icy surface. The ice cleats on his combat boots could sense the explosive force Xia Fei had applied, so the spikes extended themselves, lodging his 2 feet tightly into that ice to provide maximum support for Xia Fei. Crash! Xia Fei's entire body soared upward, the ice drills barely brushing past the solace of his shoes. It was yet another close shave. Chen Dong had clearly seen himself attack Xia Fei countless times. The barbed ice drills would always be just several centimeters away from Xia Fei's body, yet he would avoid the attacks every time with his unpredictable movements. Chen Dong was becoming more and more annoyed. He kept increasing the intensity of his assault, like a combination of a raging blizzard and ferocious hailstorm, wildly attacking, again and again. Xia Fei was nowhere near as irritated as Chen Dong, but instead, his mind was actually becoming clearer and more composed. He did not spend too much time practicing the crafty approach, so there were still many moves that he had yet to master with proficiency. After fighting for over an hour, and countless near-death experiences, Xia Fei was slowly becoming more and more dexterous with utilizing the crafty approach. Combat was the best way to hone the technique, as Xia Fei discovered that it was far more efficient for him to experience and try out new moves during actual combat than to train by himself. Swallowing another white dew to replenish his lost strength, Xia Fei's eyes began to show excitement. On the other side of the ring, Chen Dong had abruptly stopped his attack on Xia Fei as he tossed an unknown fruit into his mouth from his spatial ring. Xia Fei was stunned. It turned out that Chen Dong was also expending a lot of his energy just like himself, and he too needed to rely on ingredients for recovery. As if a shot of cardiotonic had been injected into Xia Fei's heart, his black pupils shone brightly. That's right. Perseverance is key in combat. There's no way to tell who will win or lose until the final second. Xia Fei privately made up his mind and wagged a finger to beckon Chen Dong with one hand. Come. Let's go again. Chen Dong saw the look of determination on Xia Fei and rumbled with laughter. Great. We won't stop until we have a victor. I refuse to believe that you can keep on dodging like that. The 2 figures were engaged in a fight once more. Xia Fei was like a cunning loach, ducking and evading in the blizzard, while Chen Dong was like a persistent stalker, closely following Xia Fei's every footstep. Both men exerted everything they knew, neither backing off, much less admitting defeat. Though there was no blood spilled or kills made, such a sight had similarly drawn plenty of the audience's attention. Every time Xia Fei escaped Chen Dong's ice drills, the audience would gasp and exclaim as they watched in front of their television sets. This was combat. Frenzied combat. Non-stop combat. From day to night, this battle had gone on for a full 12 hours. Xia Fei was becoming more and more adept with his crafty approach. He could now retaliate once every 3 bouts, so while Xia Fei's counterattacks still couldn't penetrate Chen Dong's defense, it nevertheless did increase his self-confidence quite a lot. As time passed, Chen Dong was slowly turning more stony-faced. Xia Fei was indeed no match for him, but he could clearly sense the youth had been steadily improving ever since their battle began. In the very beginning, all Xia Fei could do was to barely dodge Chen Dong's attacks, but now he could calmly evade Chen Dong's relentless assault and even throw out counterattacks from time to time. Such a rate of improvement could very well be described as meteorically fast. More importantly, he could feel a sort of unyielding determination from Xia Fei's eyes, a tenacity to not easily give up until the very last second. This sort of opponent was scary and needed to be taken seriously. A sense of excitement that had not surfaced in a long time got Chen Dong's blood pumping. He resolved to defeat this difficult opponent, and as long as he did not collapse to the ground, he would keep up his assault forever without fail. Chen Dong raised both of his arms outward and adopted a stance like he was about to perform a quick attack. You're an opponent worthy of respect. Tell me your name. Xia Fei's two legs were slightly bent, ready to dodge and counter at any time. He curled the corner of his lips and answered, Xia Fei. Xia Fei, Chen Dong quietly muttered the two words. That's a good name. No matter what happens, we won't be stopping until we attain an outcome from this fight. Here we go again. Enduro Star Region Television Network, a staff member wearing a headset connected to the director's office. Director, the originally 12-hour direct broadcast of the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment is up, but there's still a match going on that doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. What are we going to do now? Do we continue with the entertainment programs that we have scheduled, or do we continue with the broadcast of the match? The staff member asked. The bearded director was momentarily taken aback. How much longer do you reckon they'll go on before it ends? That staff member frowned. Director, this match started from 8 AM in the morning, and it has yet to end. Seeing how those two are fighting, I doubt they would be finishing it up any time today. Oh. The bearded director paused. The fight has been going for 12 hours already? How are the ratings? With that, he turned on his computer and called up the audience statistics chart for today. According to the chart, the ratings have been climbing ever since 9 AM in the morning, and right now, it accounts for about 15% of the audience ratings across the entire Enduro Star region. The Enduro Star region had an innumerable amount of television stations, so drawing 15% of the ratings was an amazing record. In fact, all the 6 television stations in Enduro Star region that had been awarded the permission to broadcast today had all seen a significant boost in their ratings today, especially that match between Xia Fei and Chen Dong, which had already accounted for more than 50% of the ratings for the entire assessment. By now, all the other matches had already concluded, so more than 70% of the entire Enduro Star region were watching the same match, and that was the big showdown between Xia Fei and Chen Dong, the bottom-ranked candidate taking on the top-ranked candidate. The complexion of that bearded director darkened as he berated loudly, "You fool! This accounts for 15% of our audience ratings. Entertainment programs? Tell them to entertain the ghosts. Quick, round up 100 more channels to do a live broadcast of this match. Wait a minute, make it 200. Let's try and fight to get 17% of the audience ratings. Immediately contact the advertisers and tell them that there is a hot match being broadcast throughout the Star region. They'll have to increase their payment by 100%. Otherwise, their ads won't be aired. Also, get the Special Report Task Force to promptly prepare for a special program for this 24-hour special broadcast. Send a filming crew to Earth and try to interview both parties of this match." The director was excited. He decided to do everything he could to milk this match for all it's worth and build upon this runaway success. Turning off the communicator, the bearded director continued to watch eagerly as the ratings rose. 15%. I've never once seen such crazy ratings my entire life. Many light years away, Avril's bedroom had already been ravaged, countless stuffed animals strewn all over the place that were losing their arms or their tails. Avril was seated by the bed, a stuffed monkey in her hands. She was staring avidly at Xia Fei on the display screen, and every time he escaped from death by the skin of his teeth, the monkey in her hands suffered. Soon, the monkey had been reduced into 6 parts. Avril reached her little hand toward the head of her bed, but she had unfortunately gotten nothing even after groping around for a time. Her bed full of stuffed toys had already all been torn up by her. Knitting her eyebrows, Avril dashed to the door and shouted loudly, "Bring all the toys in the playroom over here." At this time, Chen Dong and Xia Fei's fight had been going on for 12 hours and 21 minutes. Chapter 59, The Longest Battle. The sky lit up with the morning sun. So far, the battle between Xia Fei and Chen Dong had been going on for 24 hours. Before the second round of the assessment, the largest betting company in Enduro Star region evaluated and ranked all 723 candidates by their strength, in which Xia Fei was ranked last. However, the ranking was not static and would be adjusted according to the candidate's performance. In the first half an hour of this assessment round, Xia Fei's rank had jumped by 50 places, taking the 673rd spot, and after 24 hours, the betting company had already bumped him up by a full 400. He was now ranked 323. Chen Dong's odds were at 1:1.01, while Xia Fei was at 1:1000. That also meant that if Chen Dong were to win, anyone betting would get 1 star coin profit from the payout for every 100 star coins bets placed on him. But if Xia Fei were to win, a 100 star coins bet would end up with a total profit of 99,900 star coins. The disparity in strength between both parties in the match was simply too huge. Everyone believed that there was no way for Xia Fei to win against Chen Dong in this match that exerted an overwhelming pressure on the candidates. Although Chen Dong's low payout rate was a little strange, it was seen as a 100% guaranteed bet, so it still drew the attention of many careful gamblers to the match. An ant was still flesh no matter how small it was, every bit counted. 10 minutes after the opening, the betting company discovered that over 100 million star coins had been pitched behind Chen Dong, while the bets on Xia Fei winning were a measly 50 star coins. The rumor was that the 50 star coins bet was placed by an old gambler who had accidentally pressed the wrong button when casting his bet. The betting company acted quickly and immediately sealed any further bets for that particular match. Due to the stark contrast between the number of star coins behind the bets on either side, the market closed 10 minutes after the opening, which created a new record of the shortest opening bet period. 24 hours later, several veteran gamblers suddenly discovered that the bets for the match between Xia Fei and Chen Dong had reopened, and the odds for Chen Dong had been adjusted to 1:1.1 while Xia Fei's victory payout had lowered to 150. The shrewd betting company had not only real load betting for this match, but they had even added a whole new betting item for gamblers to guess when the match would end. Starting from 25 hours, they were given options all the way to 240 hours. When this information got out, the avid gamblers in Enduro Star region all rallied, and in a few short days, 4 new records were created from Xia Fei and Chen Dong's match in the gambling industry. Aside from having the shortest opening bet period, they had also gotten the records of having betting reopened after being halted, the biggest adjustment in odds, and the first time the match's duration was added as part of what could be bet on. As such, the special match in this assessment had very quickly drawn significant attention from the many gambling enthusiasts all over the Enduro Star region. In just the 3 hours after bets were reopened, the betting company announced once again that Xia Fei and Chen Dong's match had already created a 5th record. It was the record of the fastest increase in bets. In just 3 hours and 10 minutes, all 67 betting companies across the entire Star region had accumulated 16.75 billion star coins in bets, making it an average of 88.1 million star coins every minute. This far outstripped the 57.12 million star coins worth of bets per minute record the Shuttleball Star Region Championship had created years back. 72 hours later, the second largest television station in Enduro Star region, Shell Television Station, in the largest and most luxurious live broadcast room number 1. The number 1 female anchor Enya was wearing a beautiful red evening gown with her radiant smile, sitting on the hosting rostrum chair. Next to her were 3 special guests. A good evening to one and all, welcome to this special evening report here on Shell TV. We'll be focusing on the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment this time, and to be precise, it is one of the matches happening right now in the assessment. I believe everyone already knows that the match between Xia Fei and Chen Dong had been going on for 72 hours. Several minutes ago, the Adjudicator Union had announced that this tournament had already broken the record as the longest tournament the Adjudicator Union had organized. Enya flashed an elegant smile as she turned to look at the aged elderly man with silver hair. Esteemed old Lu, you're a top physiologist. Would Xia Fei and Chen Dong's 72 hours of uninterrupted fierce battle with each other cause serious damage to their health? Why are they able to last so long? Would they not tire without getting any food or sleep? The elderly man chuckled. Special ability users are still human, so of course, they would be exhausted if they do not eat or sleep. Actually, if you pay attention, the 2 men have been eating some high-grade food every half an hour throughout their fight to maintain their physical condition. Presently, they are still maintaining their physical fitness at above 90%, but according to my calculations, they would soon be reaching their first physiological limit in 8 hours if they were to continue fighting like this. When that time comes, they would have to use much more medicinal ingredients to restore their lost vitality. Furthermore, this fight is causing a lot of mental exhaustion. They would reach their second physiological limit at the 72 hours mark, where no matter how much medicinal ingredient they consumed, they would not be able to slow the decline in physical strength and energy. That is why I believe that this match would, at the most, end in 96 hours, the silver-haired elderly man earnestly analyzed. That was when the dark-skinned and well-built middle-aged man harumphed with dissatisfaction as if he were dismissive of what the old man had just said. What you're speaking is entirely theoretical. As a warrior, what I see is completely different from you, the middle-aged man soberly commented. No one should underestimate the determination a warrior possesses. Warriors are innately born to fight. Without a doubt, Xia Fei and Chen Dong are outstanding warriors, possessing a tenacity that normal humans find unimaginable. What decides the outcome of this battle or when it would end would most definitely not be their physical condition, but the details. Enya was slightly taken aback by that answer. Details? What sort of detail would bring this match to an end? Any detail? From the beginning of this match, Chen Dong has been depending on the advantage of having a higher grade special ability and cultivation rank to hold the upper hand. In contrast, Xia Fei has always been passively defending himself. In such a situation, it requires Xia Fei to never make any mistake. Even the slightest mistake caught by Chen Dong would be fatal for Xia Fei. The difference in terms of their rank is simply far too large. There was absolutely no way for Xia Fei to win against Chen Dong. The only question here was when Xia Fei would make a mistake, as even the slightest slip would instantly end the match. The dark-skinned man rumbled deeply. All those so-called physiological limits apply to a normal human, but as long as a warrior had undergone severe training, their physical condition would also be much stronger than the average human. There's no need for us to pay attention to this, as warriors do not rely only on their physical condition in combat. Instead, it was more important for them to depend on their tenacious willpower. Even if their strength has been depleted, as long as their willpower is strong enough to allow them to carry on fighting, they will break through the so-called limit. Indeed, a pale-skinned bespectacled young man laughed lightly. I agree with your assessment, though I do not think Xia Fei is guaranteed to lose. The black-skinned man wrinkled his brow and asked, do you know how frighteningly sturdy is the defense of the freeze ability? There's absolutely no way for Xia Fei to penetrate Chen Dong's defense. He has no hope of ever achieving victory. That's true if we are taking into account how the state of things are standing. But I've noticed that Xia Fei has been making steady improvements throughout this battle. From the initial one-sided mauling that put him on the passive till now when he can execute a counterattack every 2 bouts. If the match continues in this trajectory, God knows how crazy Xia Fei's standards will be, that young man mused. The black-skinned man laughed uproariously, his tone completely dismissive. Crazy standard? He's just a speed ability user at the intermediate star base rank. Even if he improves, just how much can he improve? The bespectacled young man was unfazed. Don't forget, he is the same intermediate star base ranked youth who is still in a deadlock with an advanced star domain Chen Dong after 72 hours of fighting. That's because he has been evading and not fighting. He is solely focused on evasion this entire time. The dark-skinned man was evidently hot-tempered, slapping the desk violently as he cried out. Evasion is also a skill. What about those who could not even dodge the attacks at all? The bespectacled young man adopted a 4-figure sitting position as he said this matter-of-factly. You. The dark-skinned man glared with anger, his complexion turning somewhat purple. Earth, Australia. The Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment venue. Xia Fei very deftly spun around as he slid past Chen Dong's ice drills, his body nearly coming into contact with the ground. However, Xia Fei's left hand very conveniently reached the ground and gave himself a light push. His entire body immediately rebounded back up as the chasing light in his right hand slashed at Chen Dong's leg 3 times in succession. Ching ching ching. Xia Fei clearly felt that the strength behind his 3 stabs was weaker than what he could pull off several days ago. Every time he retaliated in the last few days, his counterattack would be able to score an obvious gash on Chen Dong's frost armor. But now, all he was leaving were just some light scratches, which clearly proved that his strength was on the decline. The 2 men had very tacitly retreated to their separate sides of the ring, stopping their attacks simultaneously. Xia Fei pulled out 2 snake-eye berries from his spatial ring and shoved them in his mouth, while Chen Dong directly grabbed a large bundle of fruit that could replenish his strength and shoved it in his mouth. Though these fruits could replenish their lost energy, they could not ease the feeling of hunger lurking in their abdomens. Actually, that was not exactly a bad thing. Humans would easily feel lethargic after eating their fill, while hunger would let them maintain a sort of vigilance. Humans tend to become more tenacious with their own survival when the danger they were in was greater. Xia Fei had gone down a size after the last few days, and there were a pair of prominent black circles around his 2 eyes, yet he still persevered. With constant battle and repeatedly dancing with death, Xia Fei's understanding of the crafty approach grew every day, every hour, and every minute. Chen Dong swallowed all the fruits and intrepidly barked, satisfying. I've never tried fighting with someone for 7 consecutive days and nights before. This is such a great feeling. I do want to see just how long can you hold out under my assault. Come. Let us fight for another 7 days and nights. Chen Dong had already entered a state of extreme zeal. Maintaining and controlling his freeze ability had caused an even severe depletion of his physical condition than Xia Fei, but he was not the least bit afraid or hesitant over his decision. Xia Fei pulled out a bottle of mineral water and drank everything, loudly calling out, "Sure. You've got a deal." Without another word, the two men began a new round of outrageous combat once again. In the past 7 days, neither Xia Fei nor Chen Dong had viewed each other with animosity. Instead, they shared a feeling of fellowship toward one another. Though the two of them were of different rank, they shared the same temperament. And that was their tenacity. Neither was going to give up until the last moment. The bald man by the side of the ring was still waiting for the fight between them to come to a close, yet 7 days had passed, and things were still undecided. That bald man decided to bring along a sleeping bag and directly slept right by the ring. Hearing the two of them talk, the bald man groggily opened his eyes and looked up to the ring. He saw that Xia Fei and Chen Dong were still entangled, so he helplessly sighed as a worried frown edged across his face. "Oh heavens, when will the two of you be done? Can the two of you just call it quits? I'm begging you to, quickly decide the outcome of this match already." At the moment, Ring No 21's match between Xia Fei and Chen Dong had already been going on for 170 hours. Chapter 60, Famous from a Single Fight. Many light years away, Avril had fallen asleep on her pink bed, curled up inwardly, her pretty little face somewhat paler than usual. The door quietly opened as an old man in his 60s crept in. He was dressed in a stiff suit and wore white gloves, looking very much like a butler in service to Avril's household. There was a huge mess on the pink carpet, and countless parts of stuffed toys were littered all over the room. The display screen was still on, showing the live broadcast of Xia Fei and Chen Dong's match. This time-consuming and also record-breaking match was still going on. Xia Fei and Chen Dong were already panting heavily, as the two men's movements were visibly slower than what they were several days ago. The butler waved his hand to the door, as several prettily dressed maids tiptoed into Avril's room at his signal. These maids were evidently very well trained as they demonstrated the skillful coordination they had with each other. Some were busy picking up all the remains of torn stuffed toys, while others used a clean white cloth to wipe every corner of the room. All of them worked quietly and very orderly, not a single word uttered throughout the whole process. Soon after, the originally messy room was tidied up until it was spick and span, while all the items returned to their original positions. Next, these maids brought in brand new stuffed animals and neatly placed them all by the bedside, the cabinet, the carpet, even making sure to dress each of them in pink outfits. Anyone could foresee that no matter how exquisitely dressed these plus-highs were, as soon as Avril woke up, they would all turn into torn remains just like what they had just cleaned up. Nevertheless, the maids did what they were tasked to do and quietly removed themselves from the room, leaving just that old butler standing in front of the display screen running his fingers through that beard beneath his chin. "This match is rather interesting. Xia Fei? Should I investigate him?" the old butler softly murmured to himself. Glancing over to Avril sleeping like a kitten on her bed, the old butler gazed at her with a look of loving care. Lightly walking over, he took a pink blanket and tucked Avril in. "Miss will soon become a lady," the old butler said with a smile on his face. All of a sudden, the still dreaming Avril turned around, looking particularly naive and innocent as she balled her two fists into punches and waved them in the air a few times. "Xia Fei, quickly beat him up." The old butler could not help but laugh as he pulled the blanket over her again before silently creeping out from the room. "The missus isn't physically well, so we'll cancel the classes for this week. Inform all the teachers that there's no need for them to make the trip over," the old butler instructed the maids waiting outside. A fairly young maid with curls furrowed her brow and worriedly asked, "If sir and madam were to ask, what do we do?" The old butler was stone-faced as he very solemnly answered, "I'll talk to the sir and madam." "Okay, you guys may leave." The maids bowed their heads and departed along the magnificently decorated corridor. The old butler took a chair and moved it over to Avril's doorway before sitting down. He took out some old scrolls and began reading them with great gusto. Earth, base camp for the Adjudicator Union's crisis grade assessment. The second round for this assessment had split the candidates into 18 groups, with the candidate winning in each group qualified for the next round. Aside from Xia Fei and Chen Dong's Group 3, the other 17 groups were already done with all their matches. However, for every day that Xia Fei and Chen Dong did not end their extremely long fight, that would be another day where they could not proceed to the finals. The staff from the Adjudicator Union had begun to withdraw from the Earth, as half of the Fifth Fleet that was orbiting in space had already left. After all, less than 1,000 candidates were remaining in the assessment. It would be a huge waste of resources and manpower to continue having so many of their staff linger around Earth. Furthermore, they would be running up additional expenditure keeping all of them around every extra day. The wages for the staff on Earth were manageable, but it was a different story altogether for the Fifth Fleet, especially considering the astronomical sum incurred every day they keep patrolling. All of them were waiting, hoping that Xia Fei and Chen Dong would end their fight as soon as possible, wishing that they would not continue their endless entanglement with each other so that this assessment with their plenty of twists and turns could finally be over. However, Xia Fei and Chen Dong did not care about what these people thought. They were completely engrossed in the joy of combat, immersing themselves to the point they had forgotten themselves. All that mattered was the crazy battle they were in. Xiao Haili had both of his hands behind his back as he stood in front of a huge display screen in the assessment headquarters, his eyes transfixed on a beautiful woman on the screen. This beautiful woman was undoubtedly Ye Ziohan, the lady with a devilish figure and icy deposition. According to the plan, Ye Ziohan would have returned to Heaven Execution Training Camp with the over 2,000 cadets she had come along with. After all, they were only here to lend a hand, and things like assessments were left to the assessment department to handle. But for some unknown reason, Ye Ziohan had decided to stay. Every day she would pretend to act nonchalant and walk several rounds around the venue, sometimes sneaking into the arena deep in the night to watch Xia Fei and Chen Dong's fight. Others might not be aware of this, but Xiao Haili clearly knew in his heart that the reason why Ye Ziohan did not leave was all due to just the one person, Xia Fei. At this moment, Ye Ziohan was again at level 3, ring number 21. There were several staff members from the Adjudicator Union seated around the ring, as well as hundreds of candidates watching the fight to join in on the excitement. Every time Xia Fei escaped from Chen Dong's attack by the skin of his teeth, these people would all exclaim in unison, evidently all completely absorbed by the thrilling duel between the two men. Ye Ziohan slowed her steps and walked around the ring before walking back out the way she came in. Though she looked like she was about to leave, she was actually stealing glances at the ring from time to time, looking back thrice with every step, her thoughts apparently occupied. Xiao Haili could see all this very clearly through the monitoring screens, grinding his teeth as his expression sank. There were plenty of colleagues in the monitoring room with him. Xiao Haili would never show his deranged side to others, so he suppressed the rage he felt within him and cursed Xia Fei 10,000 times in his heart. That was when President Robert pushed open the door and walked in. "Xiao Hai, what's going on with all those reporters outside?" Xiao Haili turned around in a hurry to look at his teacher with a smile. "Ready? They are here to interview that somewhat excessive match that's procrastinating everything. Our union had only sold the live broadcast rights to 6 major television stations, but we had not sold the interview rights, which is why they are all crowding outside." Robert nodded. "Oh, that's great. Arrange for their lodgings and provisions, don't neglect them. Just tell them to wait till the match is over, and the Adjudicator Union would arrange for an important press conference." Xiao Haili furrowed his brow. "Teacher, why are we holding a press conference? Could the union have something to announce?" Robert patted Xiao Haili's shoulder and smiled. "This is a great opportunity to show the attitude the Adjudicator Union would show toward people of talent. I want to show those in the Hermit Syndicate that the Adjudicator Union is the #1 union in the universe." No one would have guessed that Xia Fei and Chen Dong would fight for 21 days. Continuing to fight over 500 consecutive hours, for such a long battle. Forget the average human, even an elite warrior would be seriously tested by it. In every corner of the Star region, everyone was discussing this shocking battle. Aside from the super long duration of the fight, everyone wanted to know just how Xia Fei and Chen Dong were able to accomplish this. The average person would feel extremely sleepy after staying up for 24 hours. A total of 21 days and nights was well beyond anyone's imagination. It would never be possible to do all this without possessing superhuman willpower and a determination of steel. After all, neither Xia Fei nor Chen Dong had any rest throughout these 500 hours, plus they had spent every moment fighting non-stop. Being in combat would not only use up plenty of their physical strength but also deplete plenty of their mental strength. Now, it was no longer a question about who would win or lose. Being able to create this unprecedented record was already a huge achievement in itself. The names of the battle maniac Chen Dong and the crazy Xia Fei spread like wildfire. To be able to do something so crazy, what else could they be aside from being insane? Xia Fei was trembling as he made his way toward Chen Dong, staggering at every step as his mind was all blank. He no longer remembered why he needed to fight. All he knew was that he needed to hold on and that he must not fall, no matter what. Chen Dong was not in any better state either. His two eyes were staring straight only at Xia Fei. He wanted to step forward and attack, but he could not lift his leg and move no matter what he did. His two legs were too heavy, as he could not make them move even after exerting all the strength he could muster. The two were like puppets right next to each other, throwing a punch out to the other, before retaliating with a slash of their own. Every action they made was unbearably slow, lacking in any aggression to speak of. Despite so, the two continued to persist, using what little strength they had to forcibly cling on. Pow! Xia Fei's chasing light struck Chen Dong's thick ice armor, weak and soft like a child's strike, completely lacking power. Pow! Chen Dong's arm very laboriously dug into Xia Fei's shoulder, causing him to wobble for a while. The staff and candidates burst into a round of applause, and a few sentimental girls secretly wiped tears from their eyes. There was already nothing worth admiring with the match itself at this point, but it was tremendously soul-stirring. To be able to keep fighting so fiercely for a total of 21 days, just what sort of feat was this? Only a few people in this universe could do that. Such a sentiment was not shared with just the people present, even the audience all throughout Enduro Star region could not help but clap and praise Xia Fei and Chen Dong. The superhuman willpower they had shown affected everyone, leaving an indelible mark in everyone's hearts and minds. Experts might have the qualifications to be respected by others, but people like Chen Dong and Xia Fei also deserved to be admired equally for what they had accomplished. Pow! 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 The two puppets kept hitting each other, the speed becoming slower and slower, while their movement became more and more sluggish. Finally, both Xia Fei and Chen Dong reached their very limit, as the two men collapsed on the ring one by one. Xia Fei struggled to get up, but his body simply refused to listen. After desperately trying to force himself up a few times, Xia Fei finally laid flat on that cold icy surface. He looked up to the sky above as a slight smile appeared on his face. A draw. The battle between the man in the first place in terms of the strength and the man in the last place had actually resulted in a draw. This was the first time in the history of the adjudicator union that a match had ended in a draw. 505 hours, 11 minutes, and 37 seconds. It was a new record. An unattainable record. That was marvelous. Truly a great match. I've truly gained plenty of insights this time around. To think it is humanly possible for someone to possess strong willpower to such a degree. The crowd that was present in the arena was ebullient. The entire Enduro Star region was also cheering. This match had let the entire Star region know of Xia Fei and Chen Dong's name. The names of the two madmen. Chapter 61, Special Enrollment. Ye Jingshan was watching the video recording of Xia Fei and Chen Dong's fight in his office, and he used a pencil to outline the inconceivable dodging motions that Xia Fei executed on a piece of paper. There was hardly anyone in this day and age who would use such a primitive tool like pencil and paper. It was much easier to use brain imaging or computer-assisted drawing than to do it by hand, but Ye Jingshan still maintained this tedious and inefficient habit of hand drawing. He was convinced that it was the act of manually drawing things that could increase his personal understanding of the moves. Ye Jingshan's hand drawing method was simple yet effective, and a combination of a few lines was all it took for him to very clearly depict the crux of Xia Fei's movement. Tapping his pencil on that quarto-sized notepad in his hand, Ye Jingshan fell into deep thought, dense wrinkles gathering on his forehead. Xia Fei's movement could be described as strange and weird, completely incomprehensible with common sense. Aside from understanding the subtlety in those moves, Ye Jingshan was still unable to comprehend how the youth had been able to move his center of gravity as he did. Rising to his feet, he imitated Xia Fei's movements in the middle of his office, experimenting it many times. Even though he was able to mimic every move made, he was unable to control his center of gravity, and the same move Xia Fei had used to evade Chen Dong's torrential assault time and again only caused him to haphazardly fall to the ground time and again. The moves could be split into form and intent, and crafty approach, which came from Phantom's discipleship, belonged to their secret Shadow Kill series. It was not something outsiders could easily grasp. Ye Jingshan had only come to understand the form of crafty approach but was ultimately unable to fathom the intent behind the moves. Actually, Ye Jingshan was not the only one who wanted to comprehend these moves of Xia Fei. The task of trying to crack these moves was already being vigorously undertaken by the entire Enduro Star region in secret. These moves Xia Fei had demonstrated possessed great practical application to actual combat, and there would be a profound impact in major organizations if any succeeded in unraveling it. Xia Fei was merely an intermediate star base speed ability user, and after learning crafty approach, he was able to fight toe-to-toe with a star domain rank Chen Dong who possessed a nature special ability. Such a level of actual combat efficacy was tempting to others, while of course Xia Fei's firm resolve also played a crucial role, and either was indispensable to each other. After experimenting with it a few more times, Ye Jingshan helplessly shook his head and got back to his seat. He flipped through his notepad again but was still unable to gain further insight. How was he supposed to know that Phantom had so daringly taught Xia Fei crafty approach, expecting him to use it so publicly? Evidently, it meant that he had absolute confidence in the secrets to crafty approach not being grasped so easily. Even Xia Fei himself would have a very tough time describing clearly why he had been able to do all the difficult moves he did. Phantom had not taught crafty approach in full to Xia Fei, only hinting from the sidelines and not once inculcating the mindset behind it. That was why Xia Fei could only be considered a practitioner of crafty approach and not one who could impart it to someone else. He was even incapable of expressing the profound mystery behind the approach, which just went to show the extent of consideration Phantom had undertaken in order to keep the secret. The communicator on his desk suddenly rang, and Ye Jingshan reached out for it and tapped on the button to answer. A display appeared, showing an old man in his 70s to him. Indubitably, this was the president of Enduro Star Region's Adjudicator Union, Robert. Chief Yat, very courteously greeted Robert. Though Ye Jingshan was no longer a deputy department chief in the headquarters, he remained as respectful toward him. Ye Jingshan furrowed his brows. President Robert, I'm merely the camp commander of Heaven Execution Training Camp, your subordinate. It's best if you drop the honorific. Just calling my name will do. Robert chuckled. It's fine if you don't want me to call you chief, but you won't call me president from here onward too, and we can just address each other using names. How does that sound? Ye Jingshan impassively nodded. Is something the matter? It's like this. I want to send 2 young men over to your boot camp for further training, and I wish to hear your opinion on this. Robert spoke, still as polite as ever. Robert was Ye Jingshan's superior, all the former needed to do was give an order to the latter regarding any decision he made, and it would be done. There was no need to consult the other, yet he put himself in a position wherein he would immediately rescind the idea if Ye Jingshan disagreed. Who are they? Do I know them? Robert rubbed his chin and gave a hint. Not only do you know these 2 young men, I'm afraid the entire Star region knows them, too. They are of course Xia Fei and Chen Dong, the pair who fought for 21 days, which ended in a draw. Oh. Ye Jingshan nodded, his finger tapping his desk lightly a few times. I've watched the match of those 2. Were it not for Xia Fei, Chen Dong would most definitely be first in that assessment. It's such a pity that he ended up getting entangled with Xia Fei and his weird moves, fighting till he fell into a coma but still unable to eke out a win against Xia Fei. So what do you think? Do you think either of them has the qualifications to join Heaven Execution Training Camp? Robert somewhat excitedly asked. They do indeed have the qualifications. Just from the dedication they've shown toward achieving victory, it's enough for them to join the training camp, though Xia Fei will be a little troublesome, stated Ye Jingshan. Oh? What problems does Xia Fei have? Robert curiously probed. Ye Jingshan told Robert about the incident in which his 3 supervisors had fought with one another to get Xia Fei specially enrolled, and he responded with uproarious laughter when Ye Jingshan concluded. To think it's because he is too popular. And here I was thinking that Xia Fei failed to make the grade some way or another. After a moment of thought, Robert asked, so how do you intend to deal with this? Getting Xia Fei to join our training camp is a must. Those strange moves he demonstrated have already gotten the attention of the whole Star region, and we mustn't let the Hermit Syndicate poach this talent. I've got a few possible solutions up my sleeves, but let me mull on it for a couple of days first to find a more appropriate way to deal with this, Ye Jingshan suggested. At the end of the day, he was still an ex-deputy department chief from the headquarters, so there was no reason he would be unable to handle such a small matter, considering he had the experience and aptitude for the role. Robert very happily mused. I feel reassured hearing you say that. I'll be holding a press conference right now, announcing Xia Fei and Chen Dong's special enrollment to the Heaven Execution Training Camp, awarding them their Apprentice Adjudicator badge. Robert terminated his call to Ye Jingshan and poured himself a cup of tea. Only he himself was aware of the great stress he had experienced after that episode with the missing candidates. Very few people were privy to its occurrence, thanks to the confidentiality policy he had imposed surrounding the matter. The classified investigation was still ongoing, though it was unfortunate that they had not discovered any trace of the culprit even now. Knock knock. A series of knocks came from the other side of his office door. Come in, somberly called Robert. The chief monitoring officer of crisis grade assessment, Robert's trusted aide Sean, came in. Shutting the door behind him, Sean quick-stepped to the front of Robert and spoke in a hushed voice. "I've just uncovered a few problems." Robert's face froze. Sean was the team leader of the Adjudicator Union's Classified Investigations team. His report must be related to the kidnapped candidates. "What problems? Have you uncovered any trail regarding the kidnapped candidates?" Robert anxiously asked. Sean shook his head. "No. I discovered that the main computer had been secretly tampered with. Xia Fei's opponent in the first round should not have been Chen Dong but rather a candidate by the name of Chong Yuaning. Someone swapped their names out." Robert was stunned. The lots for the tournament this time had automatically been computer-generated. Tampering with the computer's ballot results required at least a 4-star access clearance, and presently there were only 5 individuals who possessed 4-star access clearance to the assessment command: Robert himself, Sean, and the 3 key examiners for the assessment. Robert could eliminate himself and Sean, which left only Xiao Haili, Quiras, and Bo Xingwei. Xiao Haili was his student, while Bo Xingwei and Quiras were people whom he knew very well, or else he would not have asked Team 13 to run such an important assessment. Robert wrinkled his forehead. "Are you certain about that?" Sean nodded. "Absolutely." The tamperer was thorough, but he still left a few barely noticeable traces behind. Robert leaned back, a ghastly expression on his face. He had not once imagined that his most trusted Team 13 would be the one causing trouble. "Continue your investigation. Inform me if anything crops up." Robert's eyes were staring at the ceiling, a sheen of liquid forming. On a scenic island near the Great Barrier Reef, Eastern Australia. Xia Fei was lying on a lounge chair, basking in the sun. A round table was to his right, and bottles, which seemed to contain dark beer, were on it. These were all the secret rejuvenation potions Xia Fei had concocted following Phantom's instructions. This assessment had utterly drained Xia Fei. The 21 days of continuous battle, be it physically or mentally, had pushed him to the very extreme on either front. He would need proper, long rest to avoid permanently damaging himself. Reaching out for one of the bottles, Xia Fei uncorked it with his mouth and drank its content at one go. This beverage was highly effective in replenishing his physical energy and in regulating his body, though it was acrid in taste, similar to Chinese herbal medicine. Drinking too much of it would cause his tongue to lose his sense of taste temporarily, and the only flavor that remained was its astringency which lingered in his mouth. Both Xia Fei and Chen Dong were given exceptional admission, something no one questioned when it was announced, greatly increasing the reputation of the Adjudicator Union as a result. The tenacious display that both men had demonstrated sent shockwaves throughout the entire Enduro Star region. Everyone believed that what the Adjudicator Union had done was the correct move. Both youths were indubitably eligible to join the Heaven Execution training camp. "How long do I have to drink this for? My mouth is almost dying from this bitterness. I'm sure I can hardly stomach even the most decadent delicacy out there," complained Xia Fei as he placed the jug down. Phantom, who was lying not too far away from him on the beach, responded, "3 more days should do. You need to completely recuperate your body, or else it will cause future complications." Xia Fei picked up a bottle of mineral water and guzzled it, hoping he could rid his mouth of the taste, but the result was far from satisfactory. "We're going to a place in a few days' time," said Phantom. "Where?" "You're about to take your first steps into the cosmos, and the cosmos is different from land. You need a good pair of shoes when walking on land, durable and comfortable to wear, but the cosmos is different. Because of how vast it is, what you need is a good spacecraft, so you can fly yourself out to any place you wish. Plus, plenty of unknown danger lurks in outer space. Going without a decent spacecraft is akin to taking a rowboat out to an open sea, you'll simply be courting death," stated Phantom very matter-of-factly. Xia Fei immediately sat up from his lounge chair the moment he heard the word cosmos. He had not simply been dreaming about owning a spaceship for a few days. Even if Phantom did not mention this, Xia Fei already had plans to purchase a spaceship of his. He had been generously rewarded for his participation in the assessment this time, so he had no problem paying for his own ship. "Haha, well said. I'll log into the interplanetary internet right now and order the Eagle-class frigate. Honestly speaking, I very much adore the design of that ship." Xia Fei laughed in sheer delight as he said this. Phantom stood up from the sandy shore and faced him, unsmiling. "It's fine if you order the second ship you'll be owning pre-built, but for your very first spacecraft, you must build it with your 2 hands. A spaceship is the most reliable companion to anyone in this universe. You must understand every detail of it, as well as its performance, and there's no faster way than by building it yourself. Xia Fei was startled, the excitement he was feeling well beyond words. Are you saying that I need to build a ship to call my own with my 2 hands? That's right. Choose every part seriously. See with your own eyes as your ship gets fitted piece by piece. Chapter 62, Stepping into the Sea of Stars. That's right. Choose every component of your ship seriously. See with your 2 eyes as your spacecraft gets fitted piece by piece, said Phantom earnestly. Xia Fei leaned back in the lounge chair and pulled out a cigarette. He took several drags. Building my warship by hand, what an excellent idea. Which spaceship manufacturing company are we heading? What are we going to a spaceship manufacturing company for? Phantom casually dismissed. All spaceships have their service lifespans, and they will all be dumped on a warship graveyard once their use is exhausted. We're going to find out where Enduro Star Region's warship graveyard is and build a functional spaceship from there. Xia Fei blinked his eyes, an incredulous expression etched on his face. People will throw an entire spaceship just like that? Won't that be too much waste? Why not recycle and refit it? Phantom chuckled. Do you think it's so easy to dismantle a warship which weighs over hundreds and thousands of tons? Just the cost of dismantling a spaceship alone easily surpasses the value of the ship itself. The parts with some value still will be pulled apart to be sold separately to those small companies around the graveyard, leaving them to collect and reuse those, but the hardly valuable parts are considered scraps. Xia Fei pondered on this for a while. So that means we will only be buying second-hand goods from those warship graveyards. Phantom shook his head and solemnly explained, the most important aspect is that this motley pack of small factories can give you the chance to get hands-on experience with building your own spacecraft. You won't get such treatment if you go to the 4 major warship manufacturers. Knowledge is what's most important to you right now. If you must know, there are plenty of people who pilot spaceships their whole lives but aren't even able to assemble one after seeing them with their 2 eyes. Besides, the warship graveyards often buy from the army or purchase top-grade spaceships abandoned by prominent figures. Spaceships made from second-hand parts of such quality sources will be far more outstanding than the average newly crafted spaceship. In fact, they will even let you fashion a vessel according to your wishes so that it can look however you want it to. You'll be able to supervise the entire assembly process and guarantee that it will be top quality as well. The warship graveyard is your only choice if you wish to spend the least amount of money on the best possible spaceship. Only a true expert will opt to head over to a warship graveyard and construct space vessels for themselves. After all, even a normal Eagle-class frigate will cost you around 80 million, and if you wish to fit it completely with quality parts, expect to spend upward to 3 billion star coins. The points Phantom had raised were all very reasonable. Which would be faster, a brand new Jetta or a second-hand Jetta that had a Ferrari engine fitted inside? The answer to this was evident in itself. The greatest expenditure on a warship would not be the hull but rather its engine, electronic equipment, weaponry system, etc. If they were able to pick some good parts from a warship graveyard and fix up a spaceship, even though it would be a second-hand aircraft, its performance would no doubt be better than a newly made spaceship. Besides, he was already hugely drawn to the idea of being able to watch in person as his spaceship got fitted part by part, and since there were still several months before he was scheduled to report to Heaven Execution Training Camp, it would not be a bad idea to use this time to understand more about spaceships. I remember you saying that I need to reach Star Domain rank in terms of cultivation before I can have the qualifications to own a spaceship. I'm still quite a distance away from reaching that rank at the moment. Phantom guffawed. You should really give that member's handbook the Adjudicator Union had given you a good read. Indeed, your cultivation is slightly lacking, but you're already a cadet adjudicator now, and that's just one of the perks of being the organization's member. This was when a blue helicopter appeared in the sky with a blast of its roaring blades. Landing on the far side of the beach, 3 widely smiling men stepped off it. Wolong was the first to rush forward, hollering loudly, "Xia Fei! I heard that you'd qualified as an adjudicator. Congratulations!" Xia Fei waved his hand as he got up from the chair to greet them. "Hey, actually I didn't pass the assessment, so I have no idea what they did to especially enroll me in the camp. A special enrollment isn't bad, either. I want to be specially enrolled, yet they won't want me." Wolong reached out his large 2 arms and engulfed Xia Fei in a firm hug. The man was strong, so much so that Xia Fei felt pain in his bones just from the embrace. The 4 then lounged on the beach chairs. Wolong wanted 24 bottles of cold beer, but Xia Fei was unable to drink during his medication, so all he drank was a glass of cold water. Charlie was shyly sitting by the side, drinking his drink. Xia Fei smiled at the lad and asked, "Have you taken the gene optimization fluid I gave you?" Charlie's face suddenly turned a little despondent as he quietly nodded. "I got the mathematics special ability, not my favorite speed ability." Seeing Charlie looking so crestfallen, Xia Fei, Andre, and Wolong could not help but laugh out loud. No one can guess what sort of special ability they will get after unlocking the 7th region of their brain. Actually, getting the mathematics ability isn't bad for you. You studied finance, so having that special ability will be beneficial to your profession, said Xia Fei. Charlie sighed. But I wanted to be as fast as you. Andre smiled as he patted Charlie's head, his eyes filled with concern and care. Andre, what special ability did you get? Xia Fei asked. The old man shook his head and calmly answered, I didn't get anything. Oh, that's too bad. Xia Fei felt a little sympathy for the man. He took another bottle of medicinal concoction and drank from it. He needed to drink a bottle of it every hour, and it just so happened to be time for his hourly dose. Xia Fei's body still had some drug residue, the bit that had not been completely absorbed from the last time. Adding the large amount of body improvement medicines he had taken during his fight with Chen Dong, the drug residue count in his body was fairly high presently. As such, only by taking many small doses of medicine could he slowly recover. I've thought about it, too. What use would acquiring a special ability be at my age, anyway? This is all destiny. Andre chuckled, bearing a fairly optimistic outlook in life as he expressed his thoughts. Xia Fei pulled out papers and handed it to Andre and Wolong. I plan to establish a holding company which specializes in introducing technological advancements from other civilizations to Earth, then cooperate with the major companies in the Earth Federation by investing in technology. This talk of investment had immediately piqued Andre's interest. He promptly scanned through the business proposal, his expression growing more excited the more he read. Xia Fei, this is a great idea. Right now, the various major companies have been stressing over their inability to pioneering advanced technology here on Earth. If you collaborate with them and provide the technologies they lack, they will most definitely be happy to do so. This will be a huge boon to the Federation as a whole, sincerely opined Andre. Wolong was not the sort to involve himself in something like investments, so he could not make heads or tails of what he was reading no matter how much he did. Though I have no knowledge of investments, I do feel that your idea isn't too bad. Since you're gonna do it, I'll jump into it with you. Wolong patted his chest as he gave his word. Andre handed the document to Charlie. What are your thoughts on this? Charlie conscientiously read the document containing Xia Fei's initial idea carefully. He spoke only after he was done reading the pile and had placed it on the table. Earth is now only at the initial stage of civilization and lacks the power itself, but we do have cheap labor, and a base salary of 6,000 federal dollars a month is no more than 60 cents in star currency. Such labor costs will simply be too low. The development model you are proposing here is very similar to what the Japanese did after World War II, utilizing low-cost labor to seize control of the market, then waiting until the necessary funds have been gathered to initiate the second and even third industrial upgrade, and establishing a powerful industry in the process. This is best suited for the Earth Federation at its current stage of development. I do believe establishing such a company will not only bring in considerable profits but also greatly accelerate Earth's progress itself. Still, based on your drafted proposal, we'll need a large-scale investment to get started. How much do you intend to invest? Charlie truly lived up to his name as a finance genius, able to comprehend Xia Fei's intention just by going through the document once. 100 million star coins, softly answered Xia Fei as he lifted a finger. The three men nearly fell off their chairs from the shock they got. 100 million star coins were equivalent to $1 trillion federal dollars. Such an astronomical sum would even cause someone who was used to seeing such large figures like Andre to feel their hearts leap out of their chests. Do you really intend to invest 100 million star coins? Asked Andre, buzzing in his excitement. That's right. Xia Fei nodded. Upon recalling that Xia Fei had once spent 10 million on a flower, the three were no longer that shocked to hear him say that he would invest 100 million star coins just to set up this holding company. Andre laughed bitterly. I originally intended to use my family funds to participate in this project of yours, but it seems that this plate you've got is simply too big, and the Rothschilds presently don't have the power to do so. Xia Fei did not share this sentiment. I'll need your help in managing this company of mine, so you and Wolong will hold 10% of the stocks. Andre immediately shook his head. What sort of joke are you pulling? That's an 100 million star coin project you're talking about, 10% of that will come at about 10 million star coins. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, looking all serious. I'm not kidding. I only plan to invest, so you guys have to manage it for me. Trust me, 10% of the shares isn't overkill. Andre remained skeptical. I've got plenty of friends in the investment bank, and they are all experts with rich experience in the field. If you lack a manager, I can introduce you to some talents that I know. Xia Fei laughed. I definitely won't entrust my back to someone I don't know. That, you don't have to worry about. They are all professionals, so their character isn't in question, insisted Andre. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't see it your way. I can only trust those who have gone through a life and death experience with me. In our search for Atlantis, that dangerous expedition that we embarked on together is the only reason why I'm willing to trust you guys. No matter how much you praise those men's character before me, I'm sorry, but I won't have any confidence in their capabilities. There were two levels of consideration why Xia Fei was so adamant about Andre and Wolong being his CO shareholders. While he indeed trusted these two, it was also because he had gotten plenty of benefits from that search for Atlantis, so this was a disguised compensation for them. Andrew nodded his head slightly. If you have that much faith in me, then you can just leave this matter to us, we won't let you down. 4 days later, Xia Fei sold all the spoils he had collected during the assessment for a total of 1.864 billion star coins. Handing over 100 million star coins to Andre as the startup funds for the holding company, Xia Fei proceeded to board a flight, which brought him out into the vast sea of stars all by himself. Chapter 63, Space Travel. Enduro Star Region's warship graveyard was on a planet called Act 21, the site where all the decommissioned spaceships were scrapped and abandoned. There were no direct flights leaving Earth to Act 21, so Xia Fei had no choice but to fly to the metropolitan planet of Brolin first before taking another flight from Brolin to the warship graveyard. Because the Earth Federation had recently joined the Pan-Human Alliance, it was still considered a backward civilization. There were only 2 flights that passed through Earth. Both ships originating from the edge of the star region were bound to the premier planet, Brolin. The Federation's interstellar spaceport was built on the southern outskirts of Del Mar, Delaware in the North American continent. This was a vast area, which was largely uninhabited, possessing a suitable climate for spacecraft takeoff and landing, making it a good choice for them to build an interstellar spaceport. Xia Fei stood in the spaceport terminal, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was empty all around him, and he could very clearly make out the distant horizon. Spaceships would all land and take off vertically, so there was no need for a runway in the spaceport. All it had was a huge concrete parking apron, which took up roughly about several dozens of square kilometers. Further away, a larger and grander main terminal was currently under construction. It would cover an area of well over 2 million square meters, able to transport up to 1 million passengers a day. There were even 4 extremely large parking aprons that were being built around the terminal, allowing assault-class warships to land and take off with ease upon completion of their itineraries. It was fairly ironic. The Earth Federation would barely receive 10,000 or so interplanetary visitors a day currently, yet they had spent an astronomical amount to construct a spaceport that could handle 1 million passengers a day. Xia Fei felt that the federal government had only done so to save face, demonstrating a level of unfounded blind optimism toward the planet's future. Mr. Xia Fei, would you like a glass of champagne? A very sultry female voice could be heard from behind him. Behind him was a whole row of flight attendants all dressed in their uniforms. Because Xia Fei was the only passenger on this flight, the entire staff in this spaceport had been circling him the entire time. Xia Fei smiled awkwardly and rejected her kind offer. He was not used to this overly friendly reception, feeling as if he were being watched the whole time. After some time, he saw a small shuttle in the sky flying closer and closer. The warp engine thundered as the blue flames it spat glowed near luminescence, which made for a beautiful sight. Xia Fei picked up his backpack and made his way down the terminal to board a small shuttle under the escort of several employees. This shuttle was especially suited for picking up and dropping off passengers, so there was only space for a dozen of seats, while the larger passenger space cruiser was parked in space. Xia Fei sought a seat near a porthole and placed his backpack on his lap. There was a young steward in a blue uniform on board who seemed to be no older than 20 years old. "Welcome aboard Connection Airlines. Please show me your ticket." The young steward spoke with a smile as he approached his side. Xia Fei pulled out his ticket and handed it over. The young chap glanced at it once, then returned it to him. He pushed a button on the onboard intercom to inform the pilot that they were cleared for takeoff. Mr. Xia Fei, are you reporting to the Adjudicator Union? The young man sat beside Xia Fei and struck up a conversation with somewhat familiar ease. Xia Fei was a bit shocked. Do you know who I am? The young man laughed lightly and very politely replied, but of course. Practically everyone in the Star region has seen your fight with Chen Dong. Truth be told, I found it somewhat hard to believe when I saw your name appear on the passengers list. Xia Fei mulled over this for a moment. Are my looks easily recognizable? The staff looked at the plain clothes that he was wearing and shook his head. I never imagined that you would be someone so low-key. Xia Fei's mind was somewhat put at ease. Not being easily recognizable was a good thing, he did not enjoy being gawked at by people everywhere he went. Soon, the small shuttle left Earth's atmosphere and entered space. A huge space cruiser loomed in the distance, parked beyond Earth's orbit. It was over a dozen of kilometers long, shining brightly from the lights of the many portholes on the side. That spaceship is huge. How many passengers can it carry? Xia Fei was taking in the sight of the massive spaceship. That's a mid-size, long-range spaceship, Dragonfly, with a maximum capacity of 176,100 passengers and 8,322 staff, as well as 25 small shuttles which are used to ferry passengers. There are 162 restaurants, 37 nightclubs, 14 casinos, as well as a pool, a gym, and all sorts of amenities on it. I dare to guarantee that you will fall in love with that luxury liner. The steward gave Xia Fei an introduction of the space cruiser as if he had recited it by heart. A bay door opened near the tail end of Dragonfly, and the small shuttle automatically guided itself to dock inside, landing on the parking apron within the passenger ship. The bay door closed, and the sound of rushing air was heard. It was evident that this bay they were in was being rapidly filled with air. Several minutes passed, and a green light from within the shuttle lit up, indicating that the berth had been filled with air and people could now breathe freely. The flight employees opened the doors and led Xia Fei off the shuttle, going down a long and narrow corridor before they reached an elevator. After some time, Xia Fei appeared on the 17th floor of the spaceship's residential section. The steward helped open the door for him. This is your cabin. If there's anything you require, feel free to utilize the communicator inside to contact a crew member. We'll be reaching Brolin in 47 hours, in the meantime, take care and rest well. Xia Fei nodded and entered his cabin. The cabin only covered an area of roughly 20 square meters. It was a Spartanly decorated room that just had a bed, a desk, a chair, and a simple rectangular porthole looking out into space. Xia Fei tossed his backpack onto the bed and moved the chair over to the porthole. Lighting a cigarette, he smoked the stick as he gazed out into the starry sky outside. Space travel was not cheap. Just a 47-hour ride had cost him 92,000 star coins. Xia Fei booked a Type A cabin overlooking the space. Aside from providing him with a beautiful view of the endless space beyond, there was hardly any difference from a 60,000 cabin that did not provide a view. Though it was more expensive, Xia Fei felt that it was well worth the price. It would be too much of a waste if he traveled through space and did not take in the beauty of it. The universe sure is marvelous. Xia Fei gazed at the starry void beyond the porthole as he muttered this to himself. Everyone says that when they first get into space. Wait till you stay in space long enough, then you'll realize that there's hardly any fun looking at this cold and gloomy space. You'll even get nauseated from the sight after staring at it so long, refuted Phantom. Xia Fei smiled and ignored Phantom. He sat by the porthole all alone as he soaked in the mystifying allure of the universe yonder. His journey from Blue Sea Star the last time had been very short, and he had not been able to see the scenery at all while riding that cramped and shabby spaceship with very small portholes. Besides, a trip with him apprehended and imprisoned required a completely different set of emotions. This should be considered as Xia Fei's first time traveling into outer space. The warp engine propelled the massive space cruiser, moving slowly and inelegantly in the vacuum of space. The warp engine in spacecraft comprised two components, the propulsion engine and the warp drive. The propulsion engine enabled spaceships to propel themselves forward in space, but it was unable to make them travel past light speed. Attempting to travel to faraway planets would require the warp drive technology. The warp drive technology essentially created a man-made wormhole in space, linking up two distant points through that wormhole. A spaceship would only need to enter a wormhole to reach the destination and would not need to spend a long time traveling in space. It was like drawing a circle on each end of a paper, There might be 20 centimeters of difference between the two, but the paper could be folded, such that the distance would no longer be 20 centimeters and would merely be paper thin, instead. The idea behind this theory was also called space folding, and the warp drive was designed in accordance with this very logic. Currently, the furthest wormhole created through the warp drive was 50,000 light-years, calculated by taking the time a spaceship, which could continuously fly at near light speed, would need to traverse the said distance. For such a long period of space travel, by the time a spaceship arrived at its destination, the grandson's grandson's grandson of the original crew would have already died of old age. The discovery of the warp drive changed all that, and a trip which would have taken 50,000 years was drastically reduced to mere 10 minutes. Traveling across millions of light-years had all been made simple, and with the distance between the stars figuratively made closer, a universal society was able to be established. It was just that each jump a warp drive made required spaceships to expend colossal energy, so several minutes or even hours of downtime were needed to recover the energy used for it. Meanwhile, the duration of this recovery depended on the size of the spaceship, as well as the grade of the reactor powering it. Normally, a single jump would need around an hour to recharge. Just as Xia Fei was mulling on this, Dragonfly entered a wormhole and initiated the jump. The instant it went into the wormhole, the starry sky around disappeared without a trace, as countless blazing meteors appeared all around. These streaking meteors had variegated trails. Xia Fei watched through the porthole as they disappeared just as quickly as they appeared, making it seem as if a large meteor shower was raining down in front of him, a gorgeous spectacle which dazzled him. Such a scene lasted for 10 whole minutes, and when the spaceship exited the other side of the wormhole, he found himself in a completely different galaxy altogether. A flaming red nebula could be seen, and the starry sky was surrounded by this indescribable nebula, its redness basking the entirety of the spaceship to a nearly boiling degree. Xia Fei's 2 eyes sparkled as he stood up from his chair. He then planted both his hands firmly on the porthole and stuck his nose to the icy cold surface of that reinforced glass. How beautiful! This stretch of red nebula is simply too beautiful. Xia Fei felt that his vocabulary was far too inadequate as he struggled to find the right words to describe what he was seeing right now, which was nothing short of a shocking miracle to him. Phantom pursed his lips, completely unperturbed. What's so nice about a red nebula? You're just making a fuss over nothing. From Earth to Brolin and the connecting flight from Brolin to Act 21, Xia Fei had scarcely gotten a wink. He had maintained a heightened state of excitement throughout, sitting by the porthole as he admired each and every magical scene that passed through. Dear passengers, please be advised that we'll be arriving at Planet Act 21 in 30 minutes. May all those headed to this planet immediately make their way to the landing shuttle, announced the ship's emotionless broadcast system. Xia Fei looked at the black planet outside his porthole and could not help furrowing his brows. How did this planet end up looking like that? Chapter 64, Sunny. Planet Act 21 was shrouded in a thick, black fog. Only after the landing shuttle had made it through these Stygian clouds did Xia Fei finally get a good look at the entirety of the warship graveyard. The surface of the planet was littered with an uncountable number of spaceships, which came in all sizes. Spaceships of different shapes and colors were all piled up and lay in heaps across the ground. Some had already rusted and decayed until they were barely identifiable as ships, and there were even some that had plants growing on them, looking completely run down. The landing shuttle whizzed past the wreckage of a warship which was over 100 kilometers long, its hull broken into 2 halves right down the middle. The size of it spoke of the spacecraft's past glory when it was still in use. Even though these spaceships had long since turned into nothing more than useless rusty metals, Xia Fei was still taken aback by the wide variety of space vessel styles that could be found here. This was a rare sight to behold no matter what planet it was. The landing shuttle slowed as it descended on an open clearing, letting Xia Fei, as well as several other passengers, disembark. Right across was the spaceport terminal. The inhabitants clearly knew how to reuse and recycle, for this place was actually an old warship which had been repurposed as a terminal, and the landing apron was the flight deck of a large warship. Xia Fei carried his backpack and followed the crowd toward the terminal. There was no one taking care of the spaceport, and everything was in disuse. From start to finish, he did not catch sight of any uniformed staff. A stretch of rusted fence surrounded the spaceport, though portions of it had already fallen, allowing anyone to enter and exit the place as they pleased. There was a dirt road leading out of the spaceport, and a hovercar came zipping by on this road, creating a grey, dusty trail behind it which remained in place for a long time. Why isn't there even a taxi around at all? Xia Fei put his backpack down and lit a cigarette, standing beside the road and having nothing to do aside from hoping that a cab would appear. The others who had disembarked from the shuttle with Xia Fei all climbed aboard 2 hovercars and swiftly departed, leaving just him all alone at the roadside. Xia Fei carried his backpack again and prepared to make the trek to the city. He was a speed ability user, so he was undaunted by such a distance. It was just that he was unfamiliar with this place, so he had no idea which direction he should be heading toward. That was when a ramshackle, yellow hovercar did an emergency brake right in front of him. The cloudy dust enveloped Xia Fei entirely. Finding it difficult to breathe inside it, he covered his mouth and coughed several times. A dark-skinned man in his 20s whistled, then hailed for him to get in. This man was scrawny, and considering the shade of his skin, Xia Fei had nearly missed that there was someone in the driver's seat. The man flashed a bright smile which showed a pair of yellowing teeth. "Hop in. You're lucky that I happened to be passing by the spaceport, or else you'll likely spend the night out here in the wilderness today." Xia Fei considered his offer before hopping into the passenger seat with his backpack. The hovercar let out an ear-piercing rumble and soon speeded down the road. This hovercar did not look too different from the ones found on Earth, except that it had a jet-powered engine installed in the trunk and storage placed in the hood. It had 4 extensions around the frame, with each having a thick circular disc, which served as this vehicle's magnetic levitation device. "Are you here to buy a spaceship?" asked the dark-skinned man. Xia Fei nodded. "How did you know? Isn't it obvious? Why else would anyone come to such a place if not to buy a spaceship?" answered the chap matter-of-factly. "There are 3 kinds of people who go to a warship graveyard to buy spaceships. First are those poor blokes who can't afford new spacecraft, so they end up coming here. There's basically no way to earn anything from such people. Second are those who know those warship graveyards are where they can buy spacecraft parts with the best performance at the lowest price possible. Such people have a vast knowledge of spaceships, so there's no way to earn much from them, either. Third are those black men. Of course, I'm not talking about their skin color but how they can't risk legitimacy. Such people are unable to purchase what they need through official channels, so they opt to come here, instead. There's profit to be made doing business with this type, but one must be careful not to risk their lives in the process." "Which sort are you?" Xia Fei chuckled. "Care to guess?" The man looked at his attire. "You don't like spaceship savvy judging from your young age. It's even less likely for you to be a young master, so I guess you're someone with not enough money but needs to get a ship." Xia Fei laughed and did not say a word. "Have you found a place to stay?" asked the man. He shook his head. "Nope. Do you have anywhere good to recommend?" "Bro, today must be your lucky day bumping into me. It just so happens that I know a small, decent inn that isn't too pricey, though there are no girls there." The man threw Xia Fei a shifty glance as he spoke. Far in the distance, Xia Fei could finally see the outline of a city. Actually, calling it a city was a bit of an exaggeration. In terms of size, this city was more like a large town. Several uneven dirt roads ran through it, and both sides of the road were spaceships after spaceships, which had been discarded onto this planet. The people in this town all stayed in these abandoned spaceships. A quick scan of both sides of the road and Xia Fei saw names like Pan Universal Shipping Company and Galaxy Modification Private Limited. These shop fronts were all in various states of disrepair and dilapidation, though their names sounded rather impressive. One such company, which went by the name of Pinnacle Spaceship Assembly, had a bench placed in front where a brawny, scarred man sat. This person immediately stood up and waved enthusiastically when he saw the old hovercar driving by. Xia Fei could not make out what this person was shouting, but it must have been something to make the dark-skinned man stop his ride. However, the man merely waved his hand and continued driving along. "Don't say I didn't warn you, but the shops you see in the city are all out to fleece you foreigners who know nothing about spaceflight. It's best if you stay far away from them. The real proper factories will all be located far away from the city," sincerely said this dark-skinned fellow. He did not sound to be lying, so Xia Fei could not help but view him in a different light. Though he had a face, which looked like he was up to no good, he was not actually a bad person. It was quite a headache hearing the man speak, however, for he had been talking non-stop throughout their journey spanning over an hour. The hovercar came to a stop on a deserted street. The man pointed to the left side and said, "This is the place. Tell my mom that I will be out sending a few night clients today, so don't wait up for me to have dinner." Xia Fei alighted from the hovercar and walked toward the direction the man pointed out. He saw a warship, which had been converted into an inn, up ahead, and there was a wooden sign hanging from the entrance, just like Home Inn. The glass door was polished until he could see his reflection, and the floor looked as if it had been polished by someone too, with not a bit of dust or dirt on it. Finding such a clean place of lodging in this place was truly quite a difficult task. The dark-skinned man started his hovercar again and was about to leave when Xia Fei hurriedly asked, "What's your name? I haven't paid you yet." "The name's Sunny, and just hand over the money to my mom." The man waved and sped off. Xia Fei made his way toward the inn even as he patted the dirt and grime from himself. The white t-shirt he was wearing had almost turned black by then. Knocking on the glass door, he saw a dark-skinned woman in her 50s walking over, her filled-out figure twisting as she came and greeted him with an affable smile. "Sunny sent me, your son said that he'll be sending some night clients, so he's going to be back late," reported Xia Fei. The woman very warmly brought Xia Fei into the establishment, using a duster made of cloth strips to tackle his dusty self. "This place here is just too dirty. Come on in and take a shower." Sunny's mother led him to a room on the second floor. The entire inn was silent. There did not seem to be any other customers aside from Xia Fei, which clearly showed that this inn did not enjoy very good business. The room was very small, providing just a single-size bed and a metal cabinet. There was even an unknown green plant placed on top of the table. Xia Fei was already content with such conditions. He was not particularly picky when it came to his food and lodging, all he needed was just a bed to sleep in and a warm meal to eat. After taking a shower, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. He was sitting on the head of his bed, smoking, when he heard knocking at the door. Opening up, he saw Sunny's mother standing outside with a laundry basket. "Hand your dirty clothes over, I'll wash them for you." Xia Fei quickly shook his head. "There's no need. I'll wash them myself." Without saying another word, Sunny's mother pushed him aside, entered the room, and placed the clothes he had tossed to the ground into the basket. Even his undergarments were not spared. Men ought to do important things. Leave things like washing clothes to the womenfolk. Not giving him any chance to get a word in, Sunny's mother turned and left. She reminded him even as she walked off, "Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. We're eating bacon and potatoes tonight." Xia Fei helplessly watched her leave, feeling grateful for this warm-hearted aunt. Sunny's household looked to be fairly trustworthy. At 7 p.m. sharp, Xia Fei made his way downstairs and saw that a bowl of golden yellow potatoes had been placed on the dining table. The steam coming from this dish looked particularly inviting, especially next to a plate with fatty yet lean streaks of bacon. After the bumpy ride from the spaceport to his destination, Xia Fei had long since worked up quite the appetite, and seeing that there was no one around, he picked up a whole potato with the intention of shoving it right into his mouth. No stealing a bite. Xia Fei had no idea where Sunny's mother had yelled from, but the potato in his hand had already entered his mouth by then, and it happened to get lodged in his throat. Xia Fei's face went red as he choked on his food. He kept patting his chest before finally managing to spit out that potato. That was when Xia Fei realized that there was a young child of around 10 years of age standing beside him, staring at this strange foreigner with uncertainty. Why swallow it whole instead of biting it? The youngster wondered. Ahem, Xia Fei was rendered speechless and could feel his cheeks flushing warmly. During dinner, he learned that the youngster was Sunny's brother, Nemo. Xia Fei had wolfed down his meal, patting his stomach in satisfaction as he pulled out a cigarette from his dimensional ring and began to smoke. "You may look thin, but you've actually got such a big appetite. It's good to eat plenty, boys ought to eat and sleep more so that they will have the strength to do the heavy lifting." Sunny's mother was full of praise for Xia Fei's appetite. The sound of a hovercar coming to a halt could be heard from outside, and hearing the almost train-like commotion it created, it was apparent that Sunny was back. The man stepped into the dining room, sat himself down without another word, and started eating with much gusto. By the looks of things, he was not feeling very happy. "Didn't you say that you'd be driving some night clients?" asked his mother. Sunny inhaled a large piece of bacon as he answered, "Those people went back on their word and hired Fatty Luo's car, instead." "Oh, that's good, too. It's best if you avoid doing business with such night clients. None of those people are dependable, who knows? You might just end up losing your life in the process," remarked his mother. Xia Fei abruptly understood that the night clients that they had been referring to were actually criminals and bandits who avoided seeing the light of day. Thinking about this a bit more, Xia Fei suddenly spoke. "Sunny, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" Chapter 65, A Naval-Issued Warship. Early the next morning, Xia Fei got out of his bed on time and did some simple tidying before he headed downstairs for breakfast. Planet Act 21 was about twice Earth's landmass, so it took 36 hours for a full day's revolution. With thousands of spaceship assembly factories scattered all across this planet, finding a spaceship capable of exceptional performance on a planet of this size would not be an easy task, and he would have to spend plenty of time and effort searching. Sunny's mother had baked some fresh bread and some onion and egg soup. Seeing Xia Fei coming downstairs, she kindly ladled a bowl for him as well as a whole basket of little round bread rolls. Eat as much as you want if you are able to. You and my son will be setting off for a long drive, and I've prepared plenty for you two to eat, so you can bring it along with you for the trip, said Sunny's mother even as she brought out 2 plates of snacks similar to seasoned pickles. Xia Fei ate his fill, asking thereafter, "Is Sunny not up yet?" She chuckled. "My son already finished his breakfast and left. You'll be going to many places today, and that hover car of his is too worn down to get you to your final destination. As such, he went out to rent a shuttle." Xia Fei nodded. Last night, he offered a job of ferrying him to the various major spaceship assembly factories here to Sunny, and the latter readily agreed. Sunny's whole family was of good character and trustworthy. Besides, it was always better to have a guide rather than randomly making his way around in a foreign land like here. After finishing his breakfast, Xia Fei brewed and drank 2 more cups of tea with the leaves he had brought with him. This was when he heard a huge racket coming from the backyard. Xia Fei looked through a nearby window and saw Sunny driving a small shuttle which vertically landed. This was a small shuttle of no more than 6 meters in width. It was somewhat shaped like a bullet, though it had a stubby wing on each side, and could fit 4 passengers at most. Sunny parked the shuttle and pulled out wiping cloth to clean the fuselage adoringly. Xia Fei made his way over while holding his cup of tea. "How much did you spend renting this shuttle?" Sunny was very conscientiously wiping the fuselage as he answered, "I'm very familiar with the guy who rents out shuttles, so I got a discounted price of 3,000 star coins a day." "Oh," Xia Fei nodded. "And how much will it cost if you buy it?" "This little guy will need 300,000 star coins, look at just how pretty it is." Sunny stopped wiping its body and stood to the side to admire the shiny red shuttle. "All right, let's head out." He tossed the cloth to the side. Xia Fei nodded and got on board the shuttle. That was when Sunny's mother came out from the abode holding a basket. "Son, there's food inside for the both of you. The sausage and ale are for old Porter, so don't forget to bring Xia Fei over to his factory to look. He will always have some strange but good spaceships on hand." She handed the basket over to her son along with this instruction. Sunny took the basket and placed it in the back seat. Though Uncle Porter's spaceships are really good, his stuff is also the most expensive. Besides, it's not like you don't know about that weird rule of his. His mother was unfazed by this. "Porter's factory is the best on this planet. Since you've already agreed to help Xia Fei, you ought to bring him to the best factory to look. Remember not to bring him to those shabby and indecorous places." Sunny helplessly waved his hand. "Got it, Mom, I'm not a child anymore." The sky of the warship graveyard was shrouded in constant dark grey fog, appearing to be gloomy and overcast even if it was daytime. The red shuttle very quickly lifted off the ground and appeared like a long streak of fire that shot through the clouds. "What sort of spacecraft do you plan to buy?" "An Eagle class," answered Xia Fei without a moment of thought. He had seen that model while he was using the interplanetary internet and fell in love with it. The Eagle-class frigate is a pretty top-grade spaceship out of all the frigates. There are a few in stock here in this warship graveyard, but it probably won't be easy finding the best, and it will be priced astronomically as well, said Sunny. Xia Fei thought about this. Just how many assembly factories are there on this planet? So many. Just those that I know numbered up to several thousands. It's going to take us a whole month at least if you wish to visit each of them. Xia Fei nodded. Then, let us first head to the very good ones. What I need is a space vessel with exceptional performance, able to fly far and fast out in the cosmos. Not only must it be of quality, more importantly, it needs to possess outstanding assembly skills. Sunny nodded, chuckling. Understood, boss. The shuttle was able to achieve a speed of 4000 m/s, so they quickly arrived at that first factory. Sunny slowed down his speed and circled around the factory. Xia Fei saw over hundreds of spaceships in different shapes and sizes all neatly parked at the compound. All these had already been polished and waxed by the workers so that they looked as good as new. There were several workers on the ground wearing tattered work clothes, busy with the tools in their hands as they worked on a mid-size spaceship. Look, there's an Eagle class here. Xia Fei looked over to where Sunny was pointing and spotted an Eagle class frigate, which seemed almost new, lying quietly on the ground, likened to a steel eagle that was about to spread its wings. This was actually the first time Xia Fei had lain eyes on an Eagle class frigate in person, though he had this feeling that there was something off about it, as if its newness was overdone. This gave him a sense of distrust. This won't do. It's a refurbished model, so while its exterior looks new, its interior has actually already corroded to a problematic degree. This will likely give you headaches not long after you take it out, heavily commented Phantom. Xia Fei nodded to Sunny. All right, on to the next one. The latter was shocked. Boss, are you actually an expert? You're able to ascertain that it won't do just by glancing at it from this distance. It's a refurbished model, so while it looks pretty on the outside, I'm certain that it's terrible on the inside. Xia Fei repeated what Phantom had just told him. Sunny was very surprised, flashing an approving thumb at him. Great eye, boss. This factory is indeed one that deals with refurbished spaceships. That portly, middle-aged fellow over there is this factory's big boss, and his skills are dreadful, only able to do superficial bodywork. He'll just make do with whatever he can get away with when it comes to internal circuitry or key components of the engine. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Since you know all these, why did you bring me here? Sunny revealed a cheeky smile. I'm only testing your judgment. If I really wanted to bring you to this factory, I would have already landed and not just hover above the place. The second factory had 3 Eagle-class frigates, and the size of the place was much larger than the first factory, but the spaceships were all average, not at all meeting Xia Fei's requirements. From morning until afternoon, not one space vessel had caught Xia Fei's eyes. This next factory we're heading to can be considered as the top assembly plant here in the warship graveyard. It's the one my mother mentioned, Old Porter's factory, but he's a bit of an oddball and all his prices are on the high end. Sunny emphasized these last 2 words. Xia Fei did not mind. I'm not concerned with spending money as long as I'm able to buy a good spaceship. Old Porter's factory was located in a very remote area, requiring a full 30 minutes of flight before they could reach it. Several dozens of spaceships were arranged around the not too large clearing, each of them covered with canvas sheets so as to avoid corrosion from the elements. This was a factory standing amid the endless sea of disused spaceships, and the canvas-covered spacecrafts were all very conspicuous against such a backdrop. Sunny guided the shuttle and landed on an empty spot right in the heart of the factory. He took the basket from the back seat and walked toward the only workshop with Xia Fei. An Incursus-class frigate made by Gaia Corps was inside. The captain of this spaceship had designed it to look like a black beetle, and there was a long cannon to its side. Several of the factory workers were busy repairing it, displaying a very conscientious attitude toward their work. Xia Fei was very satisfied with the factory equipment and the attitude of the workers, immediately giving them an 8/10 score deep down. Where's Uncle Porter? Sunny appeared to be very familiar with the busy workers, warmly greeting them as he came over. A dark-skinned man in work overalls came crawling out from underneath the spaceship, pointing toward the glass room on the left side of the factory floor. Master's discussing matters with some of the people Old K brought over. Why are you here? Xia Fei looked where the man had pointed and saw several burly men standing inside the glass room. They all looked prim and proper with their shirts buttoned all the way up despite the hot weather. They were standing right across a dark-skinned old man wearing blue overalls. The person was over 6'5" with wide shoulders. His weathered face was stern and did not betray any emotions. There was a black eye patch covering his left orb, which made him look like a pirate from those movies. Old K? When did Old Porter begin working with such people? Sunny wondered. The worker wrinkled his forehead. I don't know, either. Old K has been bringing people to visit Master several times recently, and each time they will depart unhappily. It's as if they wish to buy something from the Master, but he refuses to sell it to them. Sunny called Xia Fei over to his side. This guy is an off-worlder called Xia Fei. He wishes to buy an Eagle-class frigate. Xia Fei, this is Uncle Porter's apprentice, Boateng, Sunny introduced. Xia Fei courteously shook Boateng's hand as Sunny continued. Don't let his youth fool you, he is actually an expert when it comes to spaceships. I brought him to Port Legion's refurbishing factory, and he could tell at a glance while seated in the shuttle that something fishy was going on with those spaceships. Boateng barked out an honest laugh. Is that so? An expert at? There happens to be an Eagle-class frigate in the northwest corner which we've just fixed with all the original parts, spending 2 months' worth of time to repair it. You guys head over and take a look. No clue whether my master will sell it to you or not, though, frankly admitted Boateng. Sunny patted Boateng on his back and handed him the basket he brought. I know all about those damn rules Uncle Porter has. Help me put in a few good words to your master later. Boateng nodded as he received the basket from him. Just as the duo was leaving the workshop, they heard an excited cry coming from Boateng behind them. These are sausages. Sunny turned around and laughed. That's for your master. Boateng blinked at Sunny as he shoved a portion of the sausage into his mouth with his oil-stained hands. The other youths in the workshop also dropped their work and surrounded Boateng the moment they heard him shout sausages. What did Boateng mean? That his master will decide if he wants to sell it to me, quizzically asked Xia Fei as they walked away. Uncle Porter is really strange in that he will only sell something he feels is suitable for the spaceship. If not for that quirk of his, he'd have been rich given his skills by now. There's no way he'd still be stuck in this small factory like today, Sunny explained. Is that how he does business? Xia Fei shook his head. He felt that it was somewhat perplexing for a businessman not to have money at the forefront of his concerns. Uncle Porter originally had 4 disciples, but now, only Boateng is left. The other 3 felt that there's no money to be made under his tutelage, so they left for other factories, shared Sunny bitterly. The 2 arrived at the northwest corner of the factory and, sure enough, saw an outline of an Eagle-class frigate sitting there coolly. It was easily distinguishable even with the canvas draped over it. Both men proceeded to pull off the canvas to reveal the frigate beneath. The spaceship looked 80% new in terms of outer appearance, and the heavy smell of fuel was still permeating its surroundings. The surface of the spacecraft exuded a dull luster, giving a sense of reliability to anyone who set eyes on it. Yes, this spaceship is good. Repairing it to such a degree must have taken quite a lot of skills, and the hydraulics system has even been upgraded. Is that ceiling door modified as well? Phantom circled around the spaceship as he kept inspecting it, becoming more and more taken aback the more he looked. Not only had the spaceship been repaired, but it had even been modified in all the critical components. Though the spaceship was not new, it actually boasted a performance that was better than some of the newer spaceships. The person who modified this spaceship is a true expert. Amazing. Marvelous skills. Phantom was flabbergasted. Xia Fei, I know why that Porter fella is unwilling to sell his spaceship so casually to anyone. Why is that? Because he spends so much effort and care on each spaceship that it's become not just a spaceship but also a work of art. No one without extraordinary skills will be able to modify a spaceship to such a degree, and what's more important is the degree of knowledge he possesses when it comes to spaceships, knowing just how much he can modify in order to make a spaceship perfect. Phantom was uncharacteristically heaping praises after praises to the wizened factory owner. Even Xia Fei felt that the spaceship was really good, making up his mind to buy it at all cost. There was another spaceship further in the corner which looked very similar to an Eagle class from its profile. Xia Fei curiously made his way over. Guess what sort of spaceship is this? Sunny scratched his head. Strange. This spaceship looks like an Eagle class as well, yet Boateng clearly said that they only have one, and he isn't the sort to lie. Xia Fei chuckled and pulled off the canvas sheet on the spaceship. We'll know once we lay our eyes on it. With the canvas sheet pulled off, what appeared before Xia Fei's eyes was an indescribable warship, which bore a strong resemblance to an Eagle-class frigate, that gave off a completely different feel. If he tried to describe this feeling, he would use the word valiant. Indeed, anyone would feel a sense of spirited dauntlessness the moment they laid eyes on this spacecraft. The hull of the Eagle-class frigate consisted of several large sections that were welded together, but this spaceship's hull was sculpted entirely out of a large triple titanium alloy plate. It was a whole. This isn't a space vessel meant for civilian use but a naval-issued warship, instead. Phantom exclaimed. It's a hookbill frigate, the naval issue for the Eagle class. Where did he get this from? Such a spacecraft will never be available for outside sales. Chapter 66, It is a Hero. There were 4 main warship construction firms, Gaia, Amar, Calderi, and Mittal. Their total warship output accounted for almost 60% of the Pan-Human Alliance spaceships. Most territories would not make their own warships and would, instead, directly purchase them from the 4 firms, doing just some small-scale modifications to these purchases thereafter. After all, the design and cost control of warships for the Big Four were the best in the business, and buying the finished products would be much cheaper than building them from scratch. However, there were also territories that would buy a few special models from the Big Four for safety reasons or to fulfill certain specialized tasks. This naval issue hookbill frigate was one such special model, not cutting cost by utilizing a complete triple titanium plate as its hull, along with extensive improvements to its structure, armor, shields, and internal electronic systems. Compared to the usual Eagle class, this hookbill frigate had a 30% increased performance rating in terms of attack, defense, and mobility. In other words, this naval issue hookbill frigate represented the technological pinnacle of frigates manufactured in this era and was considered the king of all frigates. Xia Fei could not resist walking over to that spaceship and touching that cold exterior with his hand. This spaceship was smaller than the standard Eagle-class frigate, appearing to be a lot more rugged, which only added to its aggressive look. That was when a commotion broke out from somewhere behind him. Xia Fei looked in the direction of the workshop and saw old Porter seemingly arguing with a short, old coot. The stocky man, in a short-sleeved green shirt and a pair of sunglasses, looked to be in his 60s with that patch of white hair left on his head. Xia Fei was positioned quite far from them, so he could not make out what they were saying. After a while, that short, old coot led his underlings out of the factory, and Uncle Porter immediately made his way to where Sunny and Xia Fei were standing. Xia Fei, this naval issue, Eagle-class frigate is a rare find. If you're able to, you must buy it, excitedly reminded Phantom. Xia Fei nodded. I understand. Porter was still a short distance away when, without warning, he burst into a raucous laughter. Though he was showing a happy countenance as he made his way over, Xia Fei realized that there was a shade of uneasiness and worry behind his smile. Sunny, is your mother doing well? Loudly asked Porter. My mom's doing fine. She specifically asked me to bring some sausages and ale to you, though I think Boateng and the others have already finished stealing bites off of them by now. Sunny returned his smile with one of his own. Porter turned around in the direction of the workshop and yelled, Don't finish the sausages, save some for me. Sunny and Porter were now standing in front of Xia Fei, as Porter pointed toward that standard Eagle-class frigate and spoke with that same smile. So? Do you still like that Eagle-class frigate? Xia Fei nodded, walking over to the front of the spacecraft and saying, This isn't a spaceship. Porter immediately furrowed his brow, the look on his face turning somewhat unpleasant. Sunny was anxiously trying to signal and make eye contact with Xia Fei, afraid that he would say something inappropriate. Xia Fei ignored him, merely smiling as he continued, After its hydraulics system was completely overhauled, it's more durable than the original, while the rubber strips on the door seal were changed to a more lasting and dense soft metal. Not to mention the choice to swap out the original 4-layer, reinforced glass for the premium 6-layer glass. Xia Fei observed Porter's expression as he spoke. Sure enough, as Xia Fei pointed out each modification to the spaceship, Porter's face began to show a smile of sheer delight. As for the internal mechanism and the electronics of this warship, I can venture a guess without even taking a look inside it must have improved upon the weaknesses of the Eagle-class frigate. Such a spaceship will be far better than a brand new, Eagle-class frigate. This is no longer a spaceship but rather a work of art by a maestro, declared Xia Fei firmly, making a point to flatter Porter with some choice words. Porter's 2 eyes sparkled as he chuckled. What maestro? It's not exactly a work of art, but I did indeed make all those modifications as you've just described. The Eagle-class frigate's attack power is more than satisfactory, but its defense system is somewhat lacking. Even using inferior material for something as important as the door seal, I simply did some modifications in accordance to what I envisioned as necessary. The Big Four only know how to reduce their manufacturing cost, yet a spaceship doesn't only require sufficient firepower. I'm not sure if you know, but a warship will run into plenty of unexpected problems in space, and it's never a good idea to compromise on a spaceship's safety capabilities just so they can cut costs. Xia Fei feigned surprise. So this warship is actually from this great maestro? I won't lie, I've already fallen in love with it the moment I saw it. I'm sure you've spent a great deal of time and effort repairing this spaceship, haven't you? Old Porter scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. We did spend a great deal of effort on it, but it's truly worth it. A true maintenance mechanic will never ignore any details of a spaceship. Sunny pursed his lips from the sidelines. Never did he expect Xia Fei could turn into a flatterer within a blink, so much so that even he felt somewhat embarrassed just by hearing it. Actually, Xia Fei's real intention was not that modified Eagle-class frigate. He had merely been laying the foundation for him to get the foot in the door. What he really had his eyes on was still that naval-issue hookbill frigate. Xia Fei's expression suddenly turned serious. Maestro Porter, aside from that Eagle-class frigate, I also discovered a hero in your factory. A hero? Sunny and Porter were baffled as both wondered about this remark. Xia Fei walked over to the naval-issue hookbill frigate, looking all serious, and lightly stroked its hull. It's this. This is a true hero, proclaimed Xia Fei with panache. A rare Eagle-class frigate that was custom-made for the Navy. An outer hull intricately fashioned out from an unaltered plate of alloy, reinforced shields, armor and structure, an electronics system boasting superior precision. Xia Fei rubbed the spaceship as he rattled on about its many advantages. Porter nodded his head repeatedly. I could never guess that, despite you looking to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age, you would actually be such a connoisseur. Truly, that is the Eagle-class frigate custom-made for the Navy. Back then, the Sutton Empire Navy specially commissioned 18 of these frigates for their elite guard squadron for them to perform special tasks. It has a smaller frame, which allows it to make even more agile turns and achieve more top-notch speeds. Unfortunately, no matter how good this spaceship is, it's still just a frigate in the end, so how could you call it a hero? Asked Porter, feeling nonplussed. Xia Fei quickly stepped forward and pointed to the cramped row of 5 pointed stars on its fuselage. Every star signifies an enemy craft it has brought down, and this spaceship took down a total of 39 enemy spaceships. With such an impressive feat, how could it not be considered a hero? Porter was stunned, appearing to be somewhat excited, but he did not say a word. Xia Fei shook his head in regret and sighed. It's such a pity. Such a spaceship ought to be out in the boundless stars or wreaking havoc out on a battlefield, not here in your factory. Porter made his way to the warship and ran his fingers through the stars carved on the metallic hull, muttering to himself, ought to be out on a battlefield. He looked on the left and right side of the warship before deeply sighing. Indeed, a top-grade frigate like this is hard to come by, but it's just too bad its internal parts have all been ruined and can no longer take flight anymore. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed, it is a real pity. Why don't you repair it? I do believe that, given your skills, you can restore this naval-issue hookbill frigate back to its past glory. Porter's eyes momentarily flashed but very soon dimmed. It's not that simple. This is a top-tier, custom-made frigate. All its components are pretty much built to order, and it's very hard to find replacement parts. Xia Fei smiled. Maestro Porter, how will you know if you don't give it a shot? Porter patted the fuselage twice fitfully. Come, let's share a drink or two in my office. The three men headed in the direction of the workshop, and Xia Fei could not resist giving that hookbill frigate a few more glances. Could it really not be repaired? Do you really want that spaceship? Suddenly asked Porter. But of course. Only a fool would not like such a top-notch frigate, Xia Fei spoke frankly, not at all disguising the love he had for the spaceship. Porter took the sausages that Sunny had brought over and cut pieces of them onto a plate before retrieving some glasses to pour out 3 portions of ale. The 3 men shared a meal at a small round table and consumed the sausages with ale in hand. The ale contained a high alcoholic content, and Xia Fei could feel it burning as it washed down his gullet. He was not used to such a stiff drink, so he could only take a mouthful at a time. Porter took a vintage tablet from a nearby desk, pulling out an image of Xia Fei and Chen Dong's fight, and handed it to Xia Fei. Are you this Xia Fei? Asked Porter as he took a big swig of his ale. Xia Fei chuckled politely and returned the tablet to the old man. How did you find out? Porter tossed the tablet back onto the desk and answered, your eyes glowed when you began talking about that naval issue, Eagle-class frigate, and that's when I knew for sure that you're actually that fella who had that big fight with Chen Dong for 21 days straight. Both of you shared that same look of determination. Sunny was fighting a cold war inside him, nearly losing his grip on the ale in his hand as he sputtered, you're that Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled and nodded, not denying the fact. Do you know that my mom loves you to death? She said that you're the most cunning and resolute young man she has ever laid her eyes on. She'll definitely beat me to death if she ever finds out I'm earning your money, cried Sunny very solemnly. Cunning. That doesn't seem to be a positive assessment. Xia Fei could not help but laugh. Relax, as long you don't tell your mother about me, and I keep mum about it either, she won't ever find out. Porter poured another glass for himself and finished it at one go. If you want, you can take that hookbill off my hands, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to repair it, Porter slowly said, the tone in his voice hiding a hint of sadness. Xia Fei was delighted hearing this, asking, "Uncle Porter, are you really willing to sell that spaceship to me?" Porter sighed. "That spaceship was left to me by my best friend. I was originally unwilling to part with it, but I gave your words some thought. Truly, that spaceship should not be left in my small factory but should continue soaring through space, instead. Though that spaceship is from a bygone era, its armor and structure are still as good as new. In fact, it is even sturdier than the new ones. As long as you are able to repair it, it can still be considered as a top-grade frigate in this universe," proudly proclaimed Porter. Xia Fei nodded vigorously. "I definitely believe that. Just what components does it still lack?" Porter saw that steely determination in Xia Fei's eyes and broke out into a smile. He took that vintage tablet from the desk and handed it to Xia Fei once more. "Take a look for yourself." Xia Fei stared at the screen for a moment before taking a sharp intake of breath. "Oh, my God!" Chapter 67, The Black Market. This Navy issue, Eagle-class frigate encountered an electromagnetic storm back then, ultimately causing severe damage to its circuits. 30% of its mechanical components were ruined, and the 4 crew aboard it then lost their lives, one of whom was that best friend I mentioned. Porter took another large swig of the strong ale as he recalled that painful memory. Xia Fei nodded and set the tablet down. It was no wonder why the repair list had been so extensive. The spaceship had been subjected to an electromagnetic storm. Thinking about it in another sense, the fact that the outer hull of the frigate remained completely intact after experiencing such a deadly storm, while only 30% of its mechanical components ended up ruined, it was a clear testament of the Hookbill's durability. "I wish to begin repairing this spaceship tomorrow." Xia Fei eyed Porter, his voice resolute when he stated this. "You've already decided? Do you know how much money you'll end up spending?" Xia Fei flashed a mild smile. "This is a top-grade frigate, its worth isn't something that can be measured in money." Old Porter rubbed his moist eyes and slapped the table heavily. "Okay. As long as I can speed through the stars again, I can give it another shot." Porter stood up and made his way to the window, yelling to the mechanics who were still in the middle of their work, "Boateng, temporarily halt your repairs on that Incursus. Get everyone to take a rest, we'll be starting on an important job tomorrow." Boateng put down the tools in his hands and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Master, we're 10% away from completion of our work on it. It'll take 3 more days at most. Why don't we finish this up first before we get started on a new job?" Porter laughed uproariously. "What are you asking so many questions for? I'm giving you guys the day off to rest. We'll be starting promptly tomorrow morning." Boateng shook his head and returned to the workers' dormitory with the others. Porter returned to his seat and told Xia Fei, "What are your thoughts on repairing the spaceship?" Xia Fei and Phantom had a quiet conversation before he answered, "I plan to abandon the comfort of the spaceship and focus on increasing its overall performance. Fit in the best warp drive as well as a high-capacity reactor. Its radar and fire control system must be changed to the most advanced components possible, too. If that's your intention, then the crew capacity of this spaceship will be greatly reduced. We'll only be able to keep 2 crew cabins at most, which totals to 4 people, and there won't be much space to hold cargo, either," Porter commented. Refurbishing the spaceship with a larger and more powerful equipment would mean that they had to eat into the cargo and living spaces of it. The Hookbill originally had 5 crew cabins, each accommodating up to 2 people. Adding the captain's quarters, it was a spaceship that could hold 11 individuals. If they were to go along with Xia Fei's line of thought and focus entirely on improving the spaceship's performance, the frigate would only be able to hold a crew of 5, living and working on the spaceship, at most, and the cargo space available would also be reduced by more than half. Xia Fei chuckled. "It's not like I'm going to be participating in smuggling operations, so what use do I have for more crew or cargo space, anyway?" Regarding the modification of the spacecraft, it was important to first ascertain the direction they were leaning toward. There was plenty of equipment that they could fit into the spaceship, and each of them possessed different capabilities, but a spaceship had limited space, so it was impossible to fit everything together, which was why they needed to first pick out the suitable equipment in accordance with the spaceship's purpose. After several hours of discussion, Xia Fei and Porter finally nailed down the final blueprint for the spaceship's modification, creating a most balanced and efficient framework. It was already late into the night by the time their discussion ended, and Xia Fei decided to stay for the night so that he could begin working with old Porter early the next morning. Walking Sunny to his shuttle, Xia Fei asked, "What's your bank account number?" Sunny told him the details he needed, and Xia Fei nodded. "I'll transfer 1,000,000 star coins into your account, so you can buy this shuttle." I'll be needing you to ferry me around everywhere during this time, and renting it out the whole time just isn't cost effective. Also, buy something good to eat and some good beer over. Buy the best and don't be afraid to splurge. According to my hometown rules, it is necessary to treat the workers with a round of drinks to commemorate their start of work. Sunny was stunned for quite some time as he blurted out in disbelief, "1,000,000 star coins. Heavens, that's a lot." Xia Fei patted him on the back. "Too much?" "Not at all. Had it not been for you, how would I have been able to buy such an incredible warship? Just take that for now, and don't hesitate to tell me if it isn't enough." Sunny nodded vigorously and flew away on the shuttle. Old Porter had arranged for Xia Fei to stay in the cabin of an Atron-class frigate, which was also at the latter's request, for he wanted to acclimatize himself to living in an actual warship beforehand. The inside of this frigate was not too spacious, and Xia Fei returned to his cabin after roaming around it a few times. There was a porthole in his cabin, and he could see the lights from the workshop still lit up through it. A single robust figure was pacing back and forth constantly with an old-fashioned phone in hand. There was no need to guess. This person was definitely Old Porter. Even though they had already decided the direction of the spaceship's modifications, they still needed to purchase all the components necessary, so he was due for a busy night ahead. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and lay down on that hard single bed. He took out the VR glasses from his spatial ring and logged onto the interplanetary internet. After transferring 1,000,000 star coins to Sunny's account, Xia Fei moved to turn off the device. This was when a window popped up for the accept or decline buttons of a video call request. On the window was a loop of a pink bunny with large, floppy ears gnawing on a carrot repeatedly, occasionally belching. Xia Fei chuckled and knew that the video call request must be from that peculiar Avril, so he accepted it. Avril appeared on the screen with eyes that cried for sleep. Dressed in pink pajamas, her head of hair cascaded messily past her shoulders. Covering her mouth as she yawned, Avril did her best to perk up. "Why are you only logging in this late? It's almost about to be morning." "It's going to be morning soon on your planet, but over where I am, it just turned night not too long ago. Why will you be notified when I log into the interplanetary internet?" Xia Fei asked as he laughed. Ever since he impulsively caused Avril to cry the last time, Xia Fei had felt somewhat apologetic to the little lady, so he no longer did all he could to hide from her like before. As long as she wished to chat, Xia Fei would not reject the offer, and he also changed back to his original account, with his anonymous account no longer being safe. Humph. But of course. Don't you even know who this lady is? I made some individualized settings, so I will be informed the moment you log in. Avril pouted as she responded to his question. Xia Fei thought about it for a moment. Even if you did do that, there's no need for you to climb out of bed just to speak to me, was there? Unless, of course, you've got something you wish to talk about. Avril walked over to her nightstand and drank a glass of water, complaining somewhat resentfully, "It's been several days since you last had a chat with me. I wanted to ask if you've bought a spaceship yet. I heard that places like the warship graveyard are filled with bad people, so you have to be careful. Actually, there are good and bad people anywhere in the universe. I happened to bump into some really nice people over here and even managed to get my hands on a naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate." Xia Fei very excitedly told her. Avril was still a girl at the end of the day, so she did not have that same level of passion for things like warships and spacecrafts. She walked over to somewhere to the right of her computer. Her fingers could be heard flying across a keyboard for a while as if she were looking up information about it. After some time, Avril turned to Xia Fei and said, "That spaceship isn't too bad, but it, unfortunately, can only hold 11 people at most. That's too small. Anyway, since you've bought yourself a spaceship, when do you plan to report to Heaven Execution Training Camp?" Xia Fei chuckled. "The spaceship's already damaged, so I'm in the process of repairing it, so I'll need 3 more months before I can leave this place." Avril pulled a funny face on him. "Just what kind of restoration company did you find? Why would they need 3 whole months just to repair a frigate?" Xia Fei gravely replied, "The restoration company I'm working with is definitely the best of the best, it's just that the spaceship is a Navy issue, so plenty of the components we need would not be easy to come by, and we'll have to make it ourselves. Besides, I plan to do a very thorough modification of the spaceship as well. After all, this is my very first warship." Avril did not seem bothered as she nonchalantly asked, "What components do you lack?" "So many things. Basically, Everything except the hull of the frigate would be replaced. Oh, Avril shook her head and sighed. If it's so troublesome, why not just directly buy a new one? This is a naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate. It isn't something you can buy on the market. It's simple, Avril suddenly changed what she wanted to say mid-sentence. I feel that you should be able to buy it. Xia Fei shook his head slightly. You can't. Besides, I intend to use this opportunity to learn spaceship maintenance properly. It'll be the training of sorts, which can be very helpful to my future. Xia Fei was being very serious. Avril propped her chin in her palms as she beamed at him. Hee. You're like a completely different person when you're being serious. I think you look much cooler this way and a little like my dad. Xia Fei spread his arms as he mischievously smiled. Come, give daddy a hug. Avril's head suddenly lowered, her expression turning slightly disturbed. You. Why do you look like a pervert when you're not being serious? Before dawn broke the next day, the mechanics had all anxiously begun their work. That naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate was brought into the workshop, and Boateng led 8 other workers to begin inspecting every component of it, tearing out all the damaged parts they came across. This was the first step in modifying a spaceship, inspection and clean-up. Xia Fei asked for a pair of universal modification pliers from Boateng, rolled up his sleeves, and joined them all in their work, his attitude completely serious. The universal modification pliers were about 0.5 meters, weighing over 10 kilograms. It was shaped like a large pipe wrench, with a densely packed mechanical structure on its top half. This tool was very advanced, pretty much able to dismantle any mechanical structure when used without needing to be replaced frequently. Xia Fei began learning from the most basic skills of dismantling screws, lying underneath the fuselage as he tried to remove the pneumatic steering gears which were more awkward to disassemble. After a while, he finally managed to remove the pneumatic valve. Sticking the universal modification pliers into his waist belt, he walked over to Boateng and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he asked, "What else needs disassembling?" That was when a thick and rumbling voice called, "Next, you'll bring along your bank card and follow me." Xia Fei turned around to find old Porter with his 2 arms folded in front of him, laughing as he looked at Xia Fei. "Het! Uncle Porter, you're up." Xia Fei approached the older man and greeted him. His eyes were bloodshot, evidently a sign that he did not get enough sleep last night just so he could plan out the modification of the spaceship. Porter's pair of calloused hands clapped Xia Fei's back. "You really do have the look of someone intent on picking up spaceship maintenance. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you all that I know later, but for now, I need you to join me on a trip to the black market." Black market? That's right. A place that sells contrabands. I contacted several old friends of mine last night, and guess what? I've gotten my hands on both the control and anti-control modules. I'm going to bring you over there right now to take a gander. Porter barked out a bellyful of laughter. "Prepare your bank card, those things don't come cheap." Xia Fei could feel his heart seizing. Why was it that it sounded like something Phantom often said? Chapter 68, Procurement and Shadow. The Act Galaxy, which was positioned on the outskirts of Enduro Star region, could be considered as part of the lawless zone. As such, the existence here of many illegal transactions of all kinds was not much of a surprise. Apparently, even the notorious Paradis pirates often did their resupplying here in this galaxy. Porter piloted a small frigate with Xia Fei and drove toward Act 19, which was also the location of the black market. Act 19 was a planet mostly covered in deserts. There were few water sources here, and the climate was harsh. It was not suitable for human inhabitation, but that did not stop some shrewd outlaws in stationing themselves there. The spaceship circled around a part of a certain desert as Porter rhythmically keyed in a few words on the intercom, as if he was transmitting Morse codes. In no time, one of the sand dunes in the desert began to shift gradually, and a circular sky entrance opened up after a while. Porter directed the spaceship to vertically land on the parking apron as the circular sky entrance slowly closed above them. Xia Fei and Porter alighted from their frigate and saw 2 muscular, strapping men standing right below the landing apron. Weapons were slung across their shoulders as both beamed at them. "Old Porter, you're back." The 2 men had a face-splitting grin as they greeted him. "Yup." Porter nodded at them, stuffing some money into their hands from his pocket. "Help me look after this spacecraft. I'll be sure to buy you guys some drinks once I get back." With that, Porter led Xia Fei along a narrow and gloomy corridor which brought them deeper into the facility. This is a well-known black market to procure for every sort of stuff, be it psychedelic drugs, weapons, or even women. This place here is the liveliest location out of dozens galaxies nearby. Porter introduced the place to Xia Fei. Why is it I feel like I'm inside a spaceship? Asked Xia Fei as he observed his surroundings. You're not wrong. This was originally an abandoned warship, and it was at first used by someone as a storage facility that ultimately came to be of this scale after many years of development. Not only did the entire spaceship end up being utilized, they had even dug many more tunnels on the planet, and this is one of the entrances. There are many other entrances like the one we just entered all over the planet's surface. They traveled along the narrow, winding corridor for quite some time before it suddenly opened up to another wide space. This area was like a huge farmer's plaza market that was well lit, of which both sides had rows of stores. Hundreds and thousands of men and women were gathered around this plaza, each one looking shifty and reprehensible, a majority of them staring at a stranger like Xia Fei with great vigilance. Porter seemed awfully familiar to everything here and could be seen constantly greeting people left and right. Xia Fei noticed that not one of the stores around the plaza had any name to them, nor was there even any goods on display, much less what they were actually selling. Porter and Xia Fei stepped into one of these tiny stores, and it was filled with empty beer bottles. Walking inside the place was like wading through a river of beer bottles. There was only a single rack in the store, and it was still filled with beer. Behind the rack was a long couch, a scrawny, middle-aged fellow was presently fast asleep on it. Without saying another word, Porter kicked the man down the couch. Who's there? The skinny man leaped to his feet, startled by the rude awakening. He pulled out a sharp knife from his waist and thundered, bleary-eyed, who's the douchebag courting death? His breath reeked of alcohol when he spoke, the stench was so heavy that Xia Fei had a hard time breathing. When the scrawny man finally made out Porter's face, he pulled out an ingratiating smile as that knife in his hand magically disappeared into thin air. Oh, it's Brother Porter, come on in and have a seat. The middle-aged man very politely vacated the couch and invited both to sit on it. He eyeballed Xia Fei several times before smiling at Porter again. And who might this be? Enough with your nonsense, where's the thing I ordered? Imperiously demanded Porter. In the warehouse, in the warehouse. All packed up for you. The middle-aged man wringed his hand. He jogged over to the back wall and pushed a button. Xia Fei could hear the sound of a motor starting, then the wall parted in the middle, revealing an elevator inside. Porter and Xia Fei followed the middle-aged man down aboard the elevator, arriving at a warehouse with a floor size of about 1,000 square meters. There were all sorts of wooden crates of various sizes in this warehouse. The man brought Porter and Xia Fei before a certain pile of goods, pointed to about 3 1-cubic crates, and said, Brother Porter, these are what you wanted. Porter nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged man called for 2 able-bodied men to pry open the 3 crates using their crowbars. Inside were 3 very intricate equipment. The 3 pieces of equipment were a warp disruptor, a traction control module, and a warp stabilizer respectively. When 2 warships engaged in combat, if either spaceship ended up at a disadvantage, they could utilize their emergency warp drive and escape far from the battlefield at the last minute. A warp disruptor could interrupt such maneuver by transmitting a high-frequency interference, preventing the warp drive from being engaged. The enemy would, thus, be unable to run away even if they wished to do so, leaving them with the only option of staying there and facing their destruction. A traction control module allowed a spaceship to unleash a traction beam, and enemy spaceships ensnared would see a 90% decrease in speed at the very least. A traction control module was essential when going up against spaceships capable of achieving high speeds. Such spaceships would have near light-speed propulsion power, able to rely on its superb mobility to evade attacks and retaliate against their targets easily. Just like an annoying fly buzzing around, even if they were unable to defeat their targets, they could most definitely leave them annoyed to death. A traction control module meant a spaceship would have the ability to catch such buzzing flies before delivering a fly-swatting attack, which could put an end to the annoyance. Furthermore, a traction control module still had great practical value as it was able to secure suspended objects floating in space and drag it nearer to the spaceship for salvaging. There were an innumerable amount of treasures, be it an ancient spacecraft wreckage or a chunk of highly valuable ore, floating in the cosmos. With a traction control module, a spaceship would be able to pull those spaceships or minerals near it, even able to contain those in the cargo hold and claim such for itself. If a traction control module was used in conjunction with the warp disruptor, enemy spaceships would be completely ensnared and unable to escape, leaving them in a situation where they would be on the back foot and have to take the beating. It was a truly diabolical method of warfare. The warp stabilizer worked exactly the opposite of a warp disruptor. It protected a spaceship from high-frequency disturbances and shortwave invasions of the enemy, allowing the spaceship to safely make a jump upon bumping into danger. The two shared a relationship like spear and shield. A disruptor was like an offensive spear, while the stabilizer was a defensive shield. Engaging against an enemy with a spear and shield, a spaceship could prevent the enemy from attacking using similar means. A civilian spaceship would rarely have these three abnormal, electronic weaponry fitted, first, because of how pricey these components were, and, second, because there were very few manufacturers out there capable of producing them, making it difficult to obtain a steady supply of such items. Porter inspected the three electronic components. There don't seem to be any problems. Send these to my spaceship, number 1022 landing pad. The middle-aged man hastily nodded, hurrying the two strong men to transport the three crates to the mentioned spaceship, all the while instructing them to be careful. Brother Porter, see if I've got the final sum right on this bill. These things are all valuable, boasting high liquidity. The middle-aged man cautiously gesticulated. Porter nodded, then faced Xia Fei. It comes up to 30 million. Transfer that sum to him. The man was startled. Brother Porter, it's 12 million apiece. The total should amount to 36 million star coins. Porter coldly snorted, completely unfazed. Humph. Everyone knows that you got hold of those goods through Old K. It's just that I didn't wish to have dealings with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't even cost me 20 million if I went to see him myself about these components. You shouldn't be too greedy. Xia Fei could see the middle-aged man's eyes spinning before he helplessly agreed. Since you've put it that way, then I'll absorb the losses of this transaction this time. I wouldn't agree to this if you were someone else. Xia Fei transferred the 30 million to the middle-aged man's account and returned to the plaza with Porter. The two of them proceeded to an open-air bar and ordered 2 bottles of beer, sitting at a table and slowly imbibing their drinks. Uncle Porter, those items aren't really expensive. I did a cursory search on the interplanetary internet last night, and the same equipment is officially sold at about 15 million star coins each. We've essentially saved a whole 15 million star coins by buying those 3 components back there. Xia Fei was laughing as he told Porter this. Porter laughed aloud as well. This wouldn't be called the black market if the goods weren't cheap. These things are either stolen or illegally seized, why would they not be cheap? But those aren't the reason why we're here today. We're waiting here for someone who'll be bringing along something you can't guess even in a million years. Boy, you just wait to fork out the money. I can't wait to see your pained expression later, mysteriously remarked Porter. Xia Fei sipped his beer. As long as it's good stuff, I'll be very willing to pay. The two chatted for a while until a youngster with bushy brows paced anxiously over, his face showing his frustration and exasperation. This youngster sat down right beside Porter, grabbed a bottle from the table, twisted the cap off, and downed it at one go. Porter's eyebrows knitted together but did not say a word. An uneasy atmosphere began to take hold. Bang! That youngster let go of the bottle and said in a huff, Old K came looking for me and took away the item you wanted. Porter slammed the table with his hand and expressed his concern to the lad. Are you all right? The youngster shook his head, his expression bitter. I'm fine, he told me to pass along a message. What is it? The graveyard is still mine. The youngster looked elsewhere on purpose as he spoke about this. It was as if he was feeling somewhat guilty for failing to bring over the item that Porter requested. Porter patted the youngster's shoulder and gravely remarked, Xiao Tian, we can always find the item again. It's more important that you're fine. This youngster by the name of Xiao Tian was quite touched and flashed him a forceful smile. Master, even though I failed to make a good showing as your apprentice, you should know how I'm like. I'll always be able to hold something back. Old K only made off with the engine, and he didn't find the neutron cannons or the missile launchers. Weapons system needed an ample power source and spaceship capacity. The Navy-issue Eagle-class frigate had a total of 4 power source ports, which could install weapons, and Xia Fei had decided to fit his hook bill with 2 of both the small neutron cannons and small missile launchers. A neutron cannon was presently one of the strongest cannons available on the market. It did not have a quick rate of fire, shooting roughly 120 shots per minute, but it had an exceptionally high penetrative strength, able to puncture an enemy spacecraft's thick armor, and its power consumption was much lower than that of thermal weapons. A frigate could not fit a huge power source, so it was important to strictly control power consumption. The advantages of a missile system were evident in this: it could actively track the more agile enemies with decent firepower. More importantly, a missile system would not need to tap into the power source as its power was dependent on its inbuilt jet system. Neutron cannon and missiles complemented each other. Not only did they provide a high damage output, they could also handle all sorts of enemies. Saving so much power meant they could devote all the resources toward strengthening the spaceship's maneuverability and defense capabilities. Plus, top-grade electronic equipment often had a heavy power consumption. Master, I suspect that old K has your phones tapped, and that's how he learned of what you are looking for this time. I have a military-grade encrypted phone with me, it's best if you use that next time. With that, Xiao Tian shoved a satellite phone, which was about the size of a matchbox, into Porter's hands. Both pairs of neutron cannons and missile launchers cost Xia Fei a total of 24 million star coins. Xia Fei made the transfer, and Xiao Tian nodded to the two of them before striding off like a gust of wind. Taking several drags of his lit cigarette, Xia Fei could not help but ask, "Xiao Tian is your apprentice?" "Yes, he's the youngest among my apprentices and also the most talented. He's in urgent need of money for his younger sister's eye treatment, so he left my factory to become an arms dealer. I only learned of this after the fact. To think I even gave him a severe scolding that day. Recalling it now, I truly regret doing so. That twerp's too stubborn. If he had only told me about it earlier, I could have helped him raise funds, even if I had to break pots and sell scraps, but he had entirely kept me in the dark about it." Old Porter said that while rubbing his temples, the wrinkles on his face became more pronounced as a result. Xia Fei wanted to say a few words of consolation, but he had no idea how to go about it. "Who's old K?" asked Xia Fei, instead. Porter took out a Hungtishan cigarette from Xia Fei's cigarette case and lit it up like him. Cough cough. Just what in the world is this thing? Why is it so hard to smoke? Porter coughed twice as his face contorted bitterly, tears forming in his eyes. Xia Fei smiled and did not comment. None of the extraterrestrials Xia Fei had come across smoked, tobacco seemed to be unique to Earth. Porter took a swig of his beer and said, "Old K was a pirate in his prime, washing his hands off the business once he gained on in years. Instead of robbing others, he started to assemble spaceships. Recently, he's been hoping to buy something from me, which I refused to sell to him. As such, we aren't too happy with each other. Actually, I'm fine, though it's a real pity about that Black Mamba engine I ordered for you." Xia Fei was momentarily stunned as he urgently asked, "What engine did you say it was?" "Black Mamba engine, the 130 model." Porter sighed. Chapter 69, Rising Pressure. The engine was a core component of a spaceship, akin to a human's heart. Without a healthy heart, there was no way a body could sustain high-intensity work. All the components which were going to be used in the restoration of the naval-issued Eagle-class frigate must be of the highest standards, so the engine of course was no different. The Black Mamba 130 engine was built by one of the top components manufacturers in the Alliance, Dark Sky Serpent Corporation. The standard frigate engine could generate a propulsion force of around 100 standard units, while a Black Mamba 130 engine could generate up to 130 standard units of propulsion force through an optimized mechanical structure and power system, a 30% increase compared to the standard frigate engine. Given how science had developed to its current point, plenty of technology out there was already pushed to their extremes, so even just improving performance by a teeny bit would be extremely expensive. Though a Black Mamba 130 engine's performance was only 30% higher than the conventional engine, the technical difficulty to achieve this was well beyond what an ordinary human could imagine. Apparently, in order to improve engine performance, Dark Sky Serpent Corporation had done tens of thousands of modifications to a standard engine, spending over 100 years just to produce a top-grade engine. Precisely due to the complexity of such top-grade equipment in terms of the creation process that it had a very low production rate. Rarely could anyone buy it on the market, and when one or two Black Mamba 130 engines appeared for sale, the price would invariably be many times higher than the standard models. There was a conventional praxis among the top manufacturers to provide service for the privileged class in the universe with their products first before making them available for purchase to the average galactic citizens. Xia Fei was very clear what it meant to miss this chance of acquiring such a top-grade engine. He was silent for a good while before smiling. "Uncle Porter, you shouldn't be too disappointed. We can find a solution for this matter with the engine. Considering how vast the universe is, I refuse to believe that we won't be able to get our hands on another top-grade engine." Porter nodded, and the two made their way back the way they had come. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy on their journey back. Xia Fei was thinking about the matter with old K this whole time. He did not know that person, nor did he wish to know the other, but that stranger had unwittingly interfered with the assembly plan of his newly purchased spaceship, and Xia Fei was not at all happy about it. The other components Porter had ordered continued to be delivered to the factory through various interstellar courier companies. They did not have enough parts to assemble the spaceship completely, so they had to utilize a studio designed by the factory to create 3D models of what they lacked and send those to high-precision automated fabricators for parts processing. While they could produce parts that they lacked through this method, it was not particularly efficient, for plenty of time was needed to redesign every component, which kind of slowed their refurbishing progress. Lena, a distant niece of Porter's, who was in her 20s, was the one overseeing the design studio. This girl, with a pair of sharp eyebrows, had a meticulous work attitude. Old Porter practically spent 24/7 a day in the studio with her to create all the parts needed. Meanwhile, Xia Fei, with a pair of universal modification pliers in hand, worked with Boateng and the rest on servicing the spaceship. A month passed, and Xia Fei turned from a newbie who knew nothing about warships into a passable spaceship mechanic. He spent 15 hours of his day with the factory workers, he even ate or occasionally shared a drink or two with them. No matter how tiring and strenuous the work was, Xia Fei had never once complained. When the others would retire once night fell, Xia Fei, on the other hand, would persevere for another 6 hours in honing his skills. He would sometimes satisfy Avril's curiosity by chatting with her about the progress of the spaceship building while also hearing her complaints about her music teacher or art tutor. He spent each day hectically and fulfillingly. Soon, with Boateng being the first, the workers in the factory all began to take a shine to Xia Fei. They often gave him some of the local snacks, and he likewise shared his tea leaves and cigarettes to them. A majority of them really liked the tea leaves, but practically everyone would shake their heads at the mention of cigarettes. They simply could not understand why anyone would willingly subject themselves to choking on it, and seeing how Xia Fei would always light a stick and take a drag whenever they took a break, all started referring jokingly to this act as Xia Fei spending money to suffer. Xia Fei could only smile in response, completely unperturbed by their wisecracks. He could not deny that old Porter had successfully trained all these workers into becoming elite mechanics. Each had their area of expertise, be repairing electronic systems or doing maintenance on the air filtration system. Slowly, Xia Fei had another task on top of his day-to-day maintenance work, and that was to learn the skills all these different people possessed. As his knowledge toward spaceships maintenance and repairs increased, Xia Fei began to try posing his questions, even implementing some of the ideas that he came up with himself. Maintenance work was slow and tedious, but because he had been improving at breakneck speeds, especially when it came to some of his more random concepts and thoughts, even old Porter had nothing but praise for him. The recent few days began to see the supply of parts and components struggling to keep up with their spaceship refurbishment. At times, they would only work an hour and rest the next, becoming busy for short stints whenever new parts came, resting again after they finished installing what they had until new parts were produced. Xia Fei did not say a word as he saw old Porter becoming more and more flustered. He did not even ask about the matter regarding the production of components and parts because he already knew that Porter was already doing his best to restore the spaceship to an optimal state. No matter how difficult it was to design those parts, they could ultimately be produced, so it was without a doubt just an issue of their progression speed. Instead, what Xia Fei had his eye on was a more practical and important problem: engine. During this time, Xia Fei would often log into the interplanetary internet and searched for a suitable engine. He had even willingly spent 10 million star coins to increase the grade of his account just so he could tap into the nearby 3-star regions. Unfortunately, there were hardly any top-grade engines on the market, and even if they were in stock, some so-called VIP or big shot would always have priority acquiring them, and Xia Fei simply did not have the chance to make the purchase. At times, he would even come across top-grade engines that were unsuitable for the spaceship. At the start when designing the spaceship, Xia Fei had already made the decision that he would raise every aspect of its performance to the peak, and if he failed to find a suitable engine, it would be like a sprinter losing a leg. It would severely hamper the frigate's overall performance. For a whole month, Old K did not come and trouble Porter, though there would often be some fighter jets inexplicably flying super low nearby, creating so much noise and air turbulence when they passed by that the entire factory would shake on its foundation. There was even an instance when the gust created caused a warship in the factory to be blown down, and the workers had to waste plenty of effort just to realign it. There were also some brawny men who would poke their heads out and keep watch of the compound. Xia Fei caught some of these men several times during his late-night training sessions, but he resisted the urge to strike at them. Although everyone continued to joke around and work like usual, almost all of them knew that a hurricane was about to descend, and they could feel the pressure being put on them. Early in the morning on this day, Xia Fei clambered out of bed as per usual, did a simple washing of his face, and carried his universal modification plier into the workshop, ready to start the day's work. This was when he saw Boateng sitting on the ground by himself by the workshop entrance, looking helpless. Xia Fei smiled as he approached the guy, asking, "What happened? Did you quarrel with your wife again?" Boateng shook his head vigorously. Everyone didn't arrive for work today. Were it any other day, they would already be starting work. Xia Fei was slightly shocked and looked at his microcomputer watch for the time. He had chatted with Avril until late last night, which was why he had gotten up at the usual time that he was supposed to start work. Old Porter's workers all observed punctuality. They would all turn up at work 15 minutes before they were expected at the very least, so if this were as per usual, all should have started to get busy with their respective tasks by now. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat beside Boateng and looked up at the overcast sky. "Does Uncle Porter know?" Boateng quietly nodded, not saying a word. Xia Fei looked around and noticed that there seemed to be a lone figure far in the northwest corner of the factory, using the equipment in his hands to observe what was going on in the workshop. Humph! Xia Fei's nostrils coldly flared up, then he got up and slapped Boateng across his back. "Someone's watching us. Let's get to work like usual, or else someone might think that we're afraid of them." Boateng abruptly got to his feet, a grave expression etched on his face. "You're right. The more they wish to make a joke out of us, the more we should persist." Quietly picking up their tools, Xia Fei and Boateng began their work for the day. The work, which would usually take 9 men to accomplish, was only being done by 2 today. Anyone could just imagine how much pressure Xia Fei and Boateng were under right now, but neither felt pressured. Instead, they worked harder than before, sweating heavily as they pushed themselves more. Old Porter came by twice from the design studio, and seeing both sweating profusely as they worked without break, he could only sigh heavily and shake his head before heading back with weighted footsteps. By noon, Xia Fei and Boateng were sitting on the ground with their lunchboxes in hand, wolfing down their meals ravenously. There was no need to mention just how tired they were after doing such high-intensity work the entire morning, but there was a limit to the strength 2 men possessed, and even if they had painstakingly pushed themselves past their endurance, they only managed to finish half of what they could usually get done by lunch. In the sky, a yellow shuttle hurriedly landed on the factory compound. Schneider, who was in charge of the electronic circuitry, stepped off the shuttle in a panic, half jogging and half running as he made his way to the workshop. "Uncle Porter?" anxiously inquired Schneider. Boateng mercilessly gave Schneider a hard look and continued to eat his lunch, as if he were resentful of him. Schneider lowered his head miserably, embarrassment written all over his face. Xia Fei smiled, put his lunchbox aside, and walked to Schneider. "He's in the design studio as per usual. Have you eaten lunch yet?" That was when Schneider looked past Xia Fei and shouted, "Uncle Porter!" Xia Fei turned and saw Old Porter standing behind him. I, Schneider stammered for a long time, unable to find the words he wanted to say, looking so dejected that he appeared to be on the verge of tears. Old Porter took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Schneider, patting the latter lightly with his wrinkled hand as if he were consoling a child. "This is all your salary plus a bonus. None of you should have any trouble finding work given the skills you guys have. You all hardly earned much following me all these years, so I'm giving you guys 3 months' worth of pay. Take this as my way of compensating you all," melancholically said Old Porter. No, I'm not here for our wages. I just feel that, after working under you for so many years, I ought to say goodbye at least, or else I'll never be able to forgive myself," said Schneider as he began to cry like an aggrieved child. Old Porter shoved that envelope with the wages into Schneider's hand, turning around to head back into the design studio. Schneider crumbled to the ground, slapping himself with his 2 hands. His face, thus, very quickly swelled up. Xia Fei wanted to stop the man but could not bring himself to do so. What Schneider needed now was to vent, or else he would surely be suffering deep inside. "Uncle Porter, we seriously can't bear it anymore. Their methods," Schneider's voice cracked. "I'm sorry. I'm the bastard. I'm not worthy." Old Porter swiftly strode over to stop him, his voice trembling as he spoke. I know about everything. There's no need for you to blame yourself. Just go. After Schneider slapped himself repeatedly, blood flowed from his mouth when he finally stood up and left with a broken spirit. Boateng saw that yellow shuttle disappearing into the sky and spat to the ground. I hope you enjoy working for old KS factory. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and frowned. Boateng, why didn't you leave? Boateng gritted his teeth and answered with vehemence, I won't leave master. All of a sudden, an old-fashioned phone rang in Boateng's pocket. He pulled the device out and gave it a cursory glance before getting up. I'm going to take this call. He brought the phone to a corner of the factory floor, and after a moment of consideration, Xia Fei used his breath control technique and quietly followed him. He heard a woman's voice on the other end of the call, most likely Boateng's wife. At the moment she was sounding hysterical, yelling frantically at Boateng through the phone. Boateng stood still like a wooden dummy, letting his wife cry and screech at him as he remained motionless, not saying a word in return. This dumb man was presently enduring an insurmountable pressure. Xia Fei did not know why, but what Boateng said next deeply touched him. Then, let's get a divorce. Send the paperwork to the workshop, and I'll sign it. Boateng spoke in a hoarse voice. No matter what happens, I'm not going to leave my master's side. With that, Boateng hung up. He agonizingly grabbed his hair with both hands and let out a low moan. After a long while, Boateng stood up, tidied himself, took several deep breaths, and made his way back to the workshop with red eyes. It was already very clear what had just happened by then. That person called Old K had been exerting constant pressure on the factory mechanics in order to get hold of what Porter had. None of them said a word about this the entire time and, instead, silently tolerated it as much as they could. When this pressure became greater and greater until they could no longer bear with it, some chose to yield, while those who remained resolute like an unmovable boulder ended up sacrificing something to a certain degree. What had originally been a fairly boisterous factory was reduced to an empty shell, leaving just Boateng, old Porter, the cripple Songson who cooked their food, Lena in the design studio, and Xia Fei himself. There was also that old hound, Inert Star, guarding the gate. Inert Star was so old it was unable to move any more from its position, it had even already shed half the hair on its body. It spent its entire day lying on the ground, basking in the sun, neither eating nor drinking. It would not be long before the animal left its mortal coil. Xia Fei leaned on a warship and smoked several sticks as he pondered on several issues at once. Finally, he flicked his final cigarette butt to the ground and pushed the communication button on his microcomputer watch. Sonny, I have some things I need you to do. Xia Fei spoke in an icy tone. Chapter 70, Master and Apprentice plus Old Dog. After ending the call, Xia Fei returned to the workshop. He worked like what he did that morning. His face barely betrayed any bit of emotion, showing an expression that was as calm as ever. Xia Fei was certain that old KS men were nearby, watching each move in the factory, so even if he had even the slightest emotion, he knew that he must not show it here. The universal modification pliers danced in his hands. Boateng and Xia Fei continued to work hard in the workshop, while old Porter and Lena remained in the design studio, the fabrication of parts progressing as per normal. None of them even slowed their pace of work. When working with the team of 9, Xia Fei never felt that repairing spaceships was a tiring task. In fact, they would even have time to sit together to brag and bluster, bantering, and killing time as they talked about their partners. Now that it was just Boateng and him, he finally felt that repairing spaceships was actually a very strenuous job. His arms were beginning to numb, while he could feel his 2 legs becoming heavy like lead. He brushed his spatial ring lightly and took out 2 white dew, handing Boateng one as he ate the other. Boateng was an honest man, almost to the point of denseness. He received the white dew from him and swallowed it without even asking any question. He was delighted when he felt his body recovering strength, flashing a thumbs up at Xia Fei as he continued to bury himself in their work. Ever since that grueling fight with Chen Dong, Xia Fei would always bring along a good amount of snake-eye berries and white dew with him wherever he went. Had he not had these items in his possession during the assessment, there was no way Xia Fei would have been able to last for 21 days. Another shuttle appeared in the sky, and it landed on a clearing in the factory compound. A tall and plump dark-skinned man exited it. This person was essentially a younger version of old Porter, looking to be in his 40s. He was over 6'5" and had a rather conspicuous distended belly as well. He even had a slight limp when he walked, but unlike old Porter, he did not have just one eye. Xia Fei stopped his work, poured out 2 glasses of water, and walked toward Boateng. Nudging Boateng with his elbow, he gestured with his chin in the direction of that large man walking over and asked about the identity of their visitor. "He is master's oldest apprentice, Murray," whispered Boateng. Xia Fei had already heard about old Porter actually having 4 apprentices, but 3 of them had ultimately chosen to leave for different reasons. Just what was Murray doing here at this time? Murray waddled to where Xia Fei and Boateng were with his giant beer belly, his 2 hands rubbing against his hands constantly out of seeming nervousness. Slam! Boateng placed his glass heavily on a steel plate and, with a cold snort, buried his head into his work again, completely ignoring Murray's existence. Murray balked at his unfriendly actions, sweating non-stop as he stood there like a statue. Many times, he tried to open his mouth but always ended up closing it without saying a word. In the end, Xia Fei smiled and approached Murray himself, stretching his left hand. "I'm new here. You can call me Xia Fei." Xia Fei had no clue about the uncomfortable past these fellow apprentices shared, but seeing this portly man in the factory during its most troubled time clearly showed that this fella still deeply valued the bond between master and apprentices. There was no reason to be overly unkind to the man, so he took the initiative to greet the other. The new arrival's expression revealed a great degree of gratitude, softly saying, "I'm Murray, here too." Xia Fei laughed and patted his beer belly. "Amazing! You're almost about to catch up to Uncle Porter. He's in the design studio by the way." Murray hesitated for several minutes before he picked up a pair of universal modification pliers from the ground and joined them in the restoration of the spaceship. The difference between a skilled mechanic and that of a novice was immediately apparent. Though Murray had only joined in the repairs of this warship just the one time, he had very quickly found work that he could contribute to. In the eyes of a veteran, there would always be no end to the work that they could do on a spaceship. They would be able to very quickly adapt to the task even when taking over someone's work halfway, while a novice would find themselves fumbling about on what they should be doing. Xia Fei worked even as he observed Murray's actions. His movements were very proficient yet brusque, considered to be the sort that accomplished heavy-duty work. What would have taken anyone half a day to tighten a long-shafted safety screw, Murray only needed a short time to accomplish. Boateng and Murray were completely different from each other. The latter was the kind that worked slowly, doing everything unhurriedly no matter what the task was, just like a Tai Chi expert, calm and elegant, while the former was like Tong Bei Fist, quick and efficient. A good mechanic could work the job of 2 men, and with Murray's aid, Xia Fei and Boateng had a much easier time doing their respective roles. It was unknown when old Porter had appeared in the workshop, his eyes staring at Murray while he was hard at work as a reflective sheen visibly accumulated. Murray noticed old Porter's presence and quickly stopped his work and stiffened, hiding the universal modification pliers in his hands behind his back. "Aye," Murray was tongue-tied for the longest time before he finally managed to finish his sentence. "I've sent my wife and child back to her mother's." Old Porter was slightly taken aback by this. He eventually slightly nodded, then turned to go back inside the design studio. Boateng set his tool aside, sighed, and asked Murray, "How's your wife?" The expression on Murray's face went through a series of changes at once. He was abuzz with excitement, glee, and guilt as he nodded deeply. "Yes, we're expecting another child soon." Boateng gave a friendly chuckle before resuming his work. Murray used his sleeves to wipe his eyes and went back to take on this fight beside Boateng. It was apparent that Murray had first made arrangements for his family's safety when he heard about the troubles at old Porter's factory before resolutely making his return to his master's side in order to help out. This was probably what the saying "seeing truth in adversity" meant. What Xia Fei found even more unexpected was that, about an hour later, another shuttle landed on the compound, and a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap emerged from it, a parted pencil mustache hung on his philtrum. This man was old Porter's 3rd apprentice, Collins. Like Murray, he had also taken off his shirt and immediately dove into the work nervously. The efficiency of the 4 men working together was evidently much greater than 2. Besides, Murray and Collins were great examples of what it meant to be good mechanics. Seeing the 2 men enjoying themselves greatly as they got their hands dirty, slowly but surely, they were able to make good progress with the repairs until they were almost on par with the parts currently being fabricated. Before dusk arrived, a frigate landed on the factory company, and a young man with thick eyebrows walked into the workshop, looking to be in his 20s. This was the same person Xia Fei had met before in the black market, Xiao Tian, the youngest out of all old Porter's apprentices. Xiao Tian was no longer in the line of spaceship maintenance and repair, but he still had the work overalls from when he had been working there, starched and clean. Wearing it, Xiao Tian joined the other apprentices and very quickly got involved with the work. In just a day, when a crisis happened at old Porter's factory, all 4 of his apprentices found their way back here. No matter what their reasons were for leaving back then, the fact remained that, though they had not been around for a long time, their hearts stayed. Xia Fei and Boateng were sitting on the ground, a glass of water in their hands. Of course, Xia Fei also had his lit cigarette as he watched Murray, Xiaotian and Collins work. A rare smile, coupled with an excited look, appeared on Boateng's face. Even the old dog, Inert Star, which was only inches away from death, had miraculously found vigor as it ambled to the workshop from its den, lying on the ground immobile as the animal stared at the 4 comrades with its murky eyes seemingly shining in comprehension. Many years back, Inert Star had also watched the 4 men work every day, and now that it was at death's door, being able to witness such a scene from the past should also be something worth being happy over. The old cripple, Song San, who oversaw cooking, happily brought out a pot of black beverage. Xia Fei had once drunk this before, and it was a type of cooling sweet broth that the locals made, a sweet and sour taste similar to sour plum soup from Earth. He first gave Inert Star a small bowl, placing it right in front of the dog. The animal had not been eating or drinking anything these past few days, but it was different today. Using its tongue to lap on that bowl of sweet broth, everyone could see it recover quite a bit of vitality. "Come, everyone, have some sweet broth," called Song San with a face-splitting grin. Murray and Xiaotian were both smiling as they greeted the old cook, who happily did the same, and they kept talking about the past. The 4 apprentices worked together flawlessly, actually managing to finish the day's work a short while after sundown. If Xia Fei and Boateng had kept working with just the 2 of them, it was very likely that they would have been unable to catch up even if they continued with it deep into the night. Old Porter strolled out from the design studio and gazed at these familiar faces, smiling. "Don't go just yet. Let's all share a round or 2 tonight." The 4 men nodded repeatedly. That was when Inert Star suddenly stood up and dashed toward the north of the factory, barking all the way. It was regrettable that it was no longer as lively as before, so it sounded more like a low whine than a bark. Everyone was puzzled as they stared at Inert Star, unclear on what had aggravated it. All of a sudden, boom! A huge explosion came from the north like a raging blaze shot to the sky. A spaceship, which had been parked due north, suddenly exploded. The sound that came as a result of the explosion shattered several glasses in the workshop. Quite a few spaceships on the compound had been knocked over due to the force of the blast. Everyone hurried over and grabbed fire extinguishers to put out the fire. Fortunately, the fire was not too large, and it was very quickly extinguished, though the strong burnt smell lingered all around them. Xiaotian threw the fire extinguisher in his hands to the ground and ground his teeth while he made a run for his spaceship. "This must be old KS doing. He's too much. I'll go and screw him back." Collins could not stand it, either. Rolling up his sleeves, he followed Xiaotian while yelling, "I'm coming with you. Worst case scenario, we'll put our lives on the line and fight it out with them." "Stop right there," boomed Porter at the top of his lungs, his face emotionless. Xiaotian and Collins froze in place when they heard him, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "It's been so long since we last saw one another. Let's just talk about all this tomorrow morning," said Porter after a short pause. Xia Fei was not really listening attentively to what they were saying, for he had noticed that Inert Star was lying on the ground, unmoving. He quickly approached the old dog and touched its snout. It was cold to the touch, and no longer releasing faint puffs of breath. Shrapnel from the explosion had pierced its heart, and in the end, this pitiful old hound had died as a result of its loyalty, not getting the peaceful death it deserved. Giving that almost hairless head of Inert Star a pat, Xia Fei quietly said, "You're already out of strength, so why did you still run over so quickly?" Everyone crowded around its body, silent. Even the introverted Murray quietly wiped away his tears. Outside the workshop, everyone dug out a grave at where Inert Star usually stayed before, burying it in that spot. Burying their canine companion, the surrounding atmosphere was stately and solemn. After the ceremony was over, old Porter patted Xia Fei's shoulder. "Let's go, head back to my office." Xia Fei looked exhausted, rubbing his shoulder. "Uncle Porter, I'm a little tired today. I think I'll turn in a little earlier." Porter nodded. "That's good, too. You did a lot of work today, and you've already done well just by holding down the fort." Returning to his spaceship, Xia Fei took a shower and changed into his Windshade Mark IV combat suit. He then secured the chasing light tightly on his left arm. There were still 2 hours left until Xia Fei's meet-up scheduled with Sunny. He folded his hands behind his head as he lay in bed, looking up at the ceiling as he muttered to himself, "Old K, why would you not even spare an old hound which was nearing its death?" Chapter 71, Infiltration. Under the cover of night, a shuttle activated its stealth function and quietly landed on a hill 100 meters or so away from Old Porter's factory. Sunny opened the sealed cabin and glided down the shuttle. He did not turn on any of the lights throughout his journey here as per Xia Fei's instructions and landed amid this blanket of darkness by relying on the vehicle's automated navigation system. Xia Fei made his way over without making a sound from a spaceship wreckage and spoke in a hushed voice. "Sunny, I'm over here." Sunny shuddered and held his hand to his chest. "Boss, how are you not making any sound when you move? You've given me quite the fright." Xia Fei made his way to the shuttle and boarded it. "Let's leave this place before we continue our conversation." The shuttle silently took off slowly from this spot. Sunny only turned off the stealth function after they got far from Old Porter's factory. The shuttle's engine let out a series of sputters before speeding off into the night sky. "Where are we going?" asked Sunny, somewhat puzzled. He did not know why Xia Fei had asked to be picked up this late at night, and he also had no idea where they were heading to. "Do you know where Old K resides?" asked Xia Fei instead. Sunny's wrists shook, and the shuttle abruptly lurched in the air for a bit. "Old K was once a pirate. He's done stuff which involved murder and smuggling. Though he's since retired from that life, he still has plenty of his underlings at his beck and call. He's the most powerful person here in the entire warship graveyard. Just what are you planning to do?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't care about what he's done before, or what he's dealing with right now. I only wish to know where he's staying." The entire population across the warship graveyard knew about Old Porter's situation, and Sunny was no exception. He could vaguely guess what Xia Fei was intending to do, but he did not dare to confirm it. After about half an hour of flight, Sunny activated the stealth function once more and continued to flit across the sky for another 20 minutes before finally landing on the deck of an abandoned warship. "This is as far as I can send you. Old K's abode is 150 kilometers due south. His entire residence is lit by searchlights, so you can easily spot it," said Sunny. Xia Fei observed their surroundings and pointed to a valley in the west. "Head over there and wait for me. If I'm not back at daybreak, fly your shuttle back home." Sunny did not dare to ask questions and just nodded his head. "Okay, I'll go wait for your return on that spot." Xia Fei smiled, patted him on the back, and jumped off the shuttle. He kept his body low as he headed south at a speed of 150 mph. Soon, a well-lit mansion appeared ahead. In this barren warship graveyard, such a massive structure was undoubtedly unique, with it being entirely made out of white stone blocks and encompassing a land area of 20,000 square meters. A 16-foot wall surrounded the property. There were towers, built at a measured distance from one another and manned by armed personnel, along this wall. Dozens of big spotlights not only shone upon the snowy white interior of this palatial abode, they also swept the perimeter of the wall on a set path. Xia Fei calculated on his mind and figured out that he only had a 9.3-second gap for the next scanning process of these spotlights. Though the time frame was very limited, it was more than enough for someone like Xia Fei who had the speed ability. Xia Fei pulled on the full face mask of the Windshade Mark IV, which left just his mouth and two eyes exposed. Using the many old and disused warships around the area as cover, Xia Fei began to make his way over the mansion swiftly. There was no cover around the area in front of the wall, so Xia Fei hid behind a small warship and began to count down the seconds inwardly. A beam of light swung past just before him, and he darted past when a gap in the scanning lights happened. In the blink of an eye, he found himself right by the wall. Pressing a button on his waist, hair-thin Barb suddenly extended out his gloves and boots. Like a gecko, Xia Fei deftly climbed the top of the wall and did a quick scan of the inner area. He saw a large garden teeming with verdant greenery. Several security personnel were lazily patrolling along a path not too far from him, whistling as they made their rounds. Xia Fei went over the wall and silently got himself in the garden. His one hand held the ground for support as he began to search for an entrance to the mansion. The pristine mansion had 3 floors, and the square building had clear and defined corners, with a watchtower constructed on each of these 4 corners. Xia Fei could make out the presence of a guard on night shift inside. There were glass doors in the north and south wings of this building. The underground garage entrance was in the east, while an empty clearing was to the west, which had an MR execution class frigate parked on it. Pressing a very small button on his full face mask, a thin, red eyepiece appeared on his left eye. This was the Windshade Mark IV combat suit scanning gadget, which also provided the user with a night vision. The gadget immediately began doing its job and soon projected a faint beam onto Xia Fei's retinas, which gave an analysis of the situation. The front, back, and garage doors all had security devices installed, and Xia Fei could very clearly make out a colorful scanning beam moving at high speeds from these entrances. Anyone would be discovered the moment they passed through those. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, lay in the underbrush and waited patiently. Time passed. Xia Fei had been in the garden for over an hour when he suddenly spotted a black hover car driving in from the main gate, looking as if it were about to enter the garage. Xia Fei placed both his hands to the ground as the muscles in his legs tensed up. He kept his crouching position, which was almost lying prone to the ground, like a cheetah ready to run off. The hover car very slowly moved past the courtyard as it went along the programmed path. When the vehicle neared the garden, Xia Fei promptly gathered strength in both his legs, then let his body fly out like a bullet, all along maintaining a low altitude. Whiz! Keeping his body streamlined, he cut through air like a thin blade as his nose maintained barely a 1 centimeter distance from the ground. Xia Fei quickly and soundlessly tucked himself to the undercarriage of the hover car, which was sliding across the ground like a flying saucer. Slap! He spread his fingers and palms wide and utilized the barbs on his gloves to lightly grab onto the chassis of the hover car, spreading his 2 legs symmetrically for stability. The sides of his combat boots also had similar barbs, allowing Xia Fei to plaster himself on this vehicle's body. Only microseconds passed as he performed all these actions, and the 2 people inside the hover car remained unaware of what had just transpired. The hover car came to a halt right at the garage entrance, and the blonde driver poked his head out to wave at the surveillance camera. The garage door slowly opened, while the security devices were temporarily disabled. The car drove into the garage and parked beside the other luxury shuttles. The vehicle would abruptly fall in place once the hover system was turned off, so if Xia Fei failed to separate himself in time, the shuttle's several tons of weight would likely crush him into a meaty paste. Xia Fei softly pulled both his hands away as his body did an implausible twist before crawling away from the vehicle without creating a noise, which also happened to be the driver's blind spot. With quiet footsteps, Xia Fei managed to hide behind the back of another vehicle. The blonde-haired driver turned off the engine and hopped out of the hover car to open the back seat door. "Mr. Qin, please follow me. Old K is waiting for you on the 3rd floor at this moment." A man in his 40s stepped out from the back seat. This person, with a portly figure, was wearing a pressed suit. His nose was red from alcohol and his pair of beady eyes were glimmering slyly. The blonde man led Mr. Qin up the stairs, and when the sound of their footsteps faded, Xia Fei studied his surroundings with great wariness, only standing up after he had confirmed that there were no intruder detection devices installed in this place. The defense outside of Old K's abode was near flawless, yet there was hardly any camera of the ilk inside. Most likely the man disliked being watched while in his home, so the internal security of this mansion was rather lax. Xia Fei went upstairs, sticking his body to the wall with his ears pricked for any movement. The 1st floor was the lounge and dining room, and the lights here were dim. There was hardly anyone around, so Xia Fei was able to proceed onto the 2nd floor smoothly. Xia Fei was still leaning closely against the wall. He pulled out a small mirror from his spatial ring and used it to reflect and observe what was happening in the corridor. He spotted the blonde man idly chatting with an armed guard by the stairwell. "Aside from Old K and Qin Sansui, who's the other guy there?" "I could sense a vague yet frigid aura coming from him when I walked near that caused all my hair to stand up," curiously asked the bodyguard. The blonde man lightly chuckled before he mimed a gun with his fingers and aimed it at the bodyguard's head. "That's on a need-to-know basis. Don't ask too many questions, or you'll have to take care of your head." "You're right. The less I know, the better it is for me." The blonde man wondered aloud, Porter's factory should soon be on its last leg, shouldn't it? "Yup. Old K has been putting the screws in them over these few days. Porter's workers were all taken care of yesterday, then we sent someone to plant a bomb today. The way I see it, Porter won't be able to hold out much longer. Actually, we should have done this from the start. By sending our men to grab that old bastard who doesn't know any better, this matter would have been done and dusted by now. Why even go through all the trouble? Say, is Old K having some doubts or something?" The blonde man laughed and pointed at the bodyguard's head again. "Old Wu, why can't you fix this gossiping habit of yours?" Old Wu smiled foolishly as he slapped his head heavily. "Ah, damn! I'm really asking for it with this mouth of mine." Xia Fei quietly kept his mirror. The stairs to the third floor happened to be blocked off by the presence of the two men. How was he going to get up there? His eyes shone when he discovered a dumbwaiter diagonally across him. There was always a dedicated chef in huge households, and the dumbwaiter would be used to send the food up the stairs once they were done. An idea came to him almost instantly the moment he saw it. There was only a short distance of 10 meters to the dumbwaiter opposite him, so it would only take Xia Fei 0.025 seconds to reach the dumbwaiter if he used his top speed. Furthermore, the dumbwaiter was positioned such that it was on the blind spot of the two guards. Xia Fei took a deep breath and searched for the opportune moment, zipping past and diving into that open dumbwaiter. It was a small and narrow dumbwaiter, barely enough to fit in a person. Using two hands to prop himself against its walls, Xia Fei quickly climbed up the shaft to the third floor. Using his fingers to pry open a crack, he took a peek around. The third floor was not partitioned into separate rooms, like what Xia Fei had seen on the first and second floors, but was an entire chamber itself, instead. In this brightly lit room, he saw two men sitting on the sofa, having a discussion. Xia Fei was angled somewhere behind them, so all he could see was their backs. The one in the middle of the sofa should be Old K, as this person only had a sparse tuft of white hair at the center of his head, while that middle-aged man on his right went by the name of Qin Sansui. "Do you understand what I've just told you?" asked Old K. Qin Sansui nodded his head repeatedly. "I thought you had called me over in the dead of night for something important. You could have just told me this matter over the phone. Rest assured, from tomorrow onward, there'll no longer be any courier company that can deliver a parcel to Porter's factory. The director for the Galaxy Spaceship Authority is my brother-in-law, so as long as I give him a call, I can guarantee that old Porter can no longer register even one spaceship." Xia Fei furrowed his brows. It looked as if they were planning to isolate old Porter completely, limiting him from both inside and out just to force him into submitting. Old K handed Qin Sansui a thick envelope, and the man was beyond delighted, thanking the former profusely before leaving. The moment Qin Sansui departed, a man in a black windbreaker stepped out from behind a secret door. This person seemed to be in his 30s and had a very prominent hooked nose as well as eyes that exhibited a quiet ferocity. "This is your plan?" That hooked-nosed fella chuckled mirthlessly. Old K sighed. "Mountain Hawk, you don't understand what Porter is like. There's no use doing things the hard way toward such people. You can only slowly drive his kind to desperation so that he will take the initiative to hand that item over, or else he can simply be more resilient in the face of adversity, potentially choosing to go for a mutual destruction instead, and that's a least ideal result, for the cons outweigh the pros." The man called Mountain Hawk sat beside Old K and spoke in a placid tone. "Perhaps what you said makes sense, but my patience is running thin. I can only wait for 3 more days. If you're still unable to get me that overclocking chip within these 3 days, I'll just have to get myself involved in its acquisition." Old K held a liquor glass in hand and took a sip as he arched his lips. "At the end of the day, the warship graveyard is also my territory, there's no need for you to interfere." Old K showed an old pirate's true colors with that veiled threat, countering Mountain Hawk without a hint of regard for the man. Mountain Hawk was momentarily stunned before he chuckled. "Don't be angered, Old K. Let's carry on with your plan." "Yes." Old K nodded his head lightly. "I'll naturally help you get hold of what you want, but what about what I want?" Mountain Hawk pulled out an exquisitely stitched leather pouch and placed it softly on the table, saying mysteriously, "I have it here." Chapter 72, Hermit. Old K stood by the window, watching that man named Mountain Hawk depart on board his spaceship before he returned to the sofa and took that brown leather pouch in hand. He loosened the drawstrings and looked at the content for some time. Xia Fei was positioned behind the old man, so he was unable to make out what was inside the pouch. Standing up and hesitating for a while, Old K walked toward an oil painting in the room. It was a painting of a half-naked woman with ample bosoms and tempting snow-white skin. He pressed a button cleverly concealed in its picture frame, and the painting suddenly popped open to reveal a hidden safe behind. Only after placing his right hand on the palm print identification and a red beam, which had shot out, scanning his irises, did the safe open for him. "With such strict security systems in place, I wonder if it's something very valuable," Xia Fei muttered to himself. Old K then headed to the bathroom after closing the safe. It did not take long for the sound of running water to be heard from inside. Xia Fei did not delay. Immediately opening the doors to the dumbwaiter, he shifted to the side of the bathroom and plastered his body as close as possible to the wall. The bathroom door was opaque, so Xia Fei could clearly see a figure lying in the bathtub inside, face tilted up with a hot towel covering his face. Xia Fei smiled. He lightly pulled the door open and walked in, placing his chasing light under Old K's neck while using his left hand to remove the towel covering his face. Unexpectedly, Old K's face was very composed, his squinting eyes not revealing a hint of nervousness in the slightest. Xia Fei could not help but respect his calmness. The old coot truly lived up to his name as a notorious ex-pirate for him not to show any reaction despite his circumstance. He glanced at Xia Fei and asked, "Did Mountain Hawk send you here?" Xia Fei shook his head lightly. "Nope. It was Inert Star that sent me here." Inert Star? Old K was baffled, his forehead forming distinct ridges. He tried to recall who that was yet could simply not. He sighed in the end. "Sorry, I've offended too many people in my life. It's impossible for me to remember all of them." "Indeed, you won't be able to remember, for Inert Star is just a dog," spat Xia Fei icily. Old K's eyes exuded a sharp glint that drastically contrasted his age. "You're killing me because of a dog?" His tone was one of skepticism and indignation with his voice betraying a slight tremor. "This is ridiculous. I've lived for 70 years and been in every sort of situation, yet I'm actually about to die because of a dog. I simply refuse to believe it." Xia Fei very carefully appreciated the expression on Old K's face. "You don't have to believe it, but I'm truly out to kill you now because of a dog named Inert Star." Old K heard Xia Fei's words and felt that he did not appear to be lying. His wrinkled face went red, then white, before finally settling to green. A notorious pirate ended up dying because of a dog. Such an ending did not settle well with the prideful Old K. "There's something very precious in my safe. Will it be enough to exchange for my life?" asked Old K in a voice that betrayed his age. "Your life isn't worth anything, just $1 at most." Xia Fei beamed. "The thing is that Inert Star's life was very precious." Old K gritted his teeth, lifting his left hand to show a large spatial ring. "And if we add this in?" A spatial ring needed a spatial stone inlaid as a medium to connect to the second-dimensional space, and usually, the larger it was meant the purer the rock, which in turn meant it had a stronger link to the second-dimensional space. After all, anyone who would attempt to access the second-dimensional space needed a spatial stone to create the passage and make the connection. If the passage was unstable, it could very well spell the loss, damage, or doom for an item in the middle transit. Old K's spatial ring was evidently far larger than the average spatial rings, its green luster was more exquisite and pure with no trace of other colors. "This ring has over 20 cubic square meters of space. I do believe that you know just how expensive this is." Old K elaborated this with some forlorn desperation. The price of a spatial ring would usually increase exponentially with every increase in size. A ring with 20 cubic square meters of space would be worth 40, and considering that there would be a 75% premium for rings over 10 cubic square meters, that essentially meant that just the ring alone was worth over 70 billion star coins. Such a large sum was pretty much enough to buy the whole of Australia, yet Xia Fei remained as expressionless as ever, though he had already been quite surprised upon learning the ring's massive storage space. "All right. I promise not to kill you off too painfully," said Xia Fei very readily. That was when Old K finally understood that there was no escaping this predicament. He shut his eyes and tried to pretend to be calm, but that heaving chest betrayed his fear in the face of death. Shing! Chasing light created a lone flash of cyan, which was aimed right at Old K's neck, slicing off his arteries and windpipe in one motion. Fresh blood flowed from the wound and into the bathtub, dyeing this clear bath water red. Old K shuddered for but a moment before breathing his last. Xia Fei had just retrieved the spatial ring from the old man's hand when he heard a voice coming from downstairs. "Old K? Old K?" The control tower said that Mountain Hawk is turning back. "Do you wish to see him?" Xia Fei furrowed his brows, kept the ring, and quickly walked out of the bathroom, choosing to hide behind a row of bookcases. The man downstairs shouted twice, and when he did not get a reply, he gingerly pushed the door open and entered. The blonde man from before was standing to the front with the short-haired bodyguard right behind him. Xia Fei wiped his chasing light onto his clothes from behind the bookcase, cleaning off the blood as his muscles tensed, quickly thinking up a plan of escape. The two men hesitantly made their way to the bathroom, the blonde man then reached out to push open its door. Ah! The moment he discovered Old K's dead body, he froze momentarily before screaming, "Quick, call the cops! There's an assassin on the loose!" That was when something strange suddenly happened. Xia Fei saw that short-haired man behind unexpectedly reaching out to grab hold of the blonde man's neck and, with the strength of just that one hand, he crushed the other's neck. The blonde man's neck was crushed just like that. This kill had been executed rather neatly and efficiently. That blonde man's head drooped to the side, like a roast chicken which had its neck snapped off. Crash! The short-haired man tossed the corpse into Old K's bathroom and very calmly pulled out a communicator as if nothing had happened. Old K's in the middle of his bath right now. Let Mountain Hawk's warship land first and wait downstairs, ordered the short-haired man. The situation had developed in a manner Xia Fei could not have foreseen. He knitted his brows. Just what is going on here? The short-haired man turned around and swept the room with his cold gaze. I know that you haven't left yet. Do you wish to come out of your volition, or do you wish for me to drag you out? Just as he posed that question, a powerful force filled the entire room as if searching for Xia Fei's position. He knows I'm here. Xia Fei was utterly shocked. All of a sudden, that short-haired man charged towards Xia Fei's hiding place, quick as a bolt of lightning. Holding his hands as if they were eagle claws, he went straight for Xia Fei's face. It was like Xia Fei was drunk, his entire body collapsed, and in that instant when he lost his balance, his body astonishingly twisted toward his right. The short-haired man's arm brushed past Xia Fei's scalp. Failing to grab hold of him, he turned and lifted his leg to deliver a kick on Xia Fei's abdomen. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind could be heard, a clear indication of his outrageous strength. Xia Fei did not react any slower. Abruptly placing his right hand in front of his body, he aimed his chasing light for the ankle. He intended to borrow the strength from that powerful kick to break his opponent's leg. Hey! Exclaimed that short-haired man, bending his knees so that his leg flashed to the side. He barely avoided Xia Fei's blade. Xia Fei's heart throbbed in surprise. To be capable of making such a swift response on the fly as he had just done, this short-haired man was very possibly much more skilled than he was. Xia Fei's legs did not stop as he backed toward the window. There were several dozens of guards stationed outside the window. Jumping through it to escape would immediately put him in a dangerous situation, and he had no intention of doing so unless it was his last resort. However, it seemed that staying in this room with this short-haired man was even more dangerous, and Xia Fei could simply not find a chance to escape through that dumbwaiter. The short-haired man could tell the decision Xia Fei had made with a glance, and he did not seem willing to see him break the window to escape. He took 2 steps backward and called in his deep voice, "This is monastic's business. Anyone not involved can scram." Xia Fei froze. Monastic? Is he someone from the monastic order? Monastics and adjudicators were members hailing from 2 of the strongest fighter organizations in the Pan-Human Alliance, but unlike the adjudicators, monastics were rather low-key. Few of them would take the initiative to appear in public. The 2 organizations had a competitive relationship, and while they appeared to be united and peaceful on the surface, they were actually actively fighting each other from behind the scenes. If this man was truly a monastic, why would he choose to appear here? Without relaxing one bit, Xia Fei got into a defensive stance. He maintained his vigilance toward this short-haired man. When the short-haired man saw that Xia Fei refused to believe what he had said, he pulled out a silver shield-shaped badge from his spatial ring and waved it before his eyes. A scimitar and a short bow were carved on the shield, with some wiggly lines right at the bottom. It was indeed the badge that a monastic would have, and from the number of wiggly lines, Xia Fei could tell that he was of a decent tier, probably a mid-rank. "Who are you? Friend or foe?" the short-haired man asked in a grave voice. Xia Fei considered it for a while before brushing his spatial ring and taking out his cadet adjudicator badge. The short-haired man inspected it for some time, almost laughing as he asked, "An apprentice adjudicator? Did your adjudicator union actually send you on a mission?" Xia Fei did not give any indication of agreement or otherwise, keeping his eyes trained on the short-haired man. That was when the roar of a warp engine could be heard above. Following this, Mountain Hawk's executioner-class frigate descended on the landing apron. The short-haired man somewhat anxiously glanced outside the window, then somberly said, "I don't care what your adjudicator union is up to. All I want to know is one thing, did Mountain Hawk hand a brown pouch to Old K?" Chapter 73, The 18 Stars of Nocturnal Disaster. This short-haired monastic had a higher level of cultivation than Xia Fei, and at the moment, he was also in the most advantageous spot of this room. Xia Fei would have to face his attack head-on first if he wished to escape through the dumbwaiter or the stairs. If he decided to risk it all and jumped out the window, he would likely end up trapped by the hundreds of guards manning this place. There might even be control or speed ability users among the personnel, so the danger he would be in could be no lesser than facing this short-haired monastic. Without realizing it, Xia Fei had actually been forced into such a quandary, caught between a rock and hard place. Suddenly, a slightly strange smile could be seen on his face. His finger furtively tapped his spatial ring and took something out. There was a massive change in the expression of the monastic. Placing his 2 hands before his chest, he asked in his deep voice, "What's that you're holding there?" Xia Fei flipped his palm over and let the short-haired man see what was in his hand. "A golden cicada," croaked the short-haired man. He was, of course, familiar with a golden cicada's prowess. A numbing sensation came over him as something buzzed in his ears. He had never thought that this Xia Fei would have such an unthinkable powerful killing machine. Using an ancient robot to kill a monastic will only bring you endless trouble. "I think you ought to think this through," nervously said the short-haired man. Xia Fei walked over to the sofa as if he were taking a stroll in the garden. Sitting down, he pulled out a box of Hungtian and lighter from his spatial ring, then lit the stick. "You don't have to be nervous. This golden cicada is only for precautionary purposes. I don't intend to use this expensive thing on you. You must have spent many years working as an undercover agent by Old K's side, right?" Xia Fei puffed a smoke circle as he leisurely spoke. The short-haired man's forehead creased. A minute before, he had been wondering how he should kill Xia Fei. Now, he suddenly felt powerless. It was clear that a Xia Fei with a golden cicada was a lot more frightening than an apprentice adjudicator Xia Fei. The tables had turned, and now, it was his turn to ponder on how he should deal with this situation. 2 years and 4 months, replied the short-haired man heavily. Not bad. A mid-rank monastic would actually work as an erstwhile pirate's bodyguard for more than 2 years, all along pretending to be a fool. I believe Old K has got something you want to get at all costs, am I right? The short-haired man nodded, silent, not at all denying this. Xia Fei scanned the room with his eyes as he talked. He recalled how Mountain Hawk had stepped out from a secret room behind the bookcase. If he was able to find the mechanism to open that door, he would have another layer of assurance. "Were it not for my unexpected appearance, I'm afraid you'd be working undercover until you got hold of what you wanted, then you'd move on to your next target. Unfortunately, my presence disrupted your plan. With Old K dead, your only option is to make your move now, otherwise, you'd waste the over 2 years of your time here. That's why you killed that blonde bodyguard on the spot and why you're trying to kill me now, it's all so you could ultimately take that thing with you," analyzed Xia Fei even as he walked over to the bookcase, taking out a book and pretending to flip through it. The short-haired man was still quiet. Xia Fei's analysis was completely in line with his thoughts, so now all he could do was maintain the status quo. Xia Fei's existence was a huge threat to him. If he had the chance, he would most definitely not hesitate to kill Xia Fei, but he had a lot of misgivings if he could accomplish that with the golden cicada in the other's hand. "That's also why you're actually the one feeling the most anxious now and not me." Xia Fei threw an icy gaze at the monastic. "You don't want others to discover your intention, so you don't dare create too much of a disturbance. Besides, I won't lose my life that easily." Xia Fei purposely squeezed that golden cicada egg in his hand twice. "I have no idea why Mountain Hawk's coming back, but I think you should deal with that fellow first, let's discuss the matter between us after." The short-haired man was grinding his teeth as he made his way out of the door. "Remember, you might not be able to kill me, but I could definitely kill you," remarked Xia Fei very sinisterly, "unless you're willing to stake your life on this. I dare guarantee that you'll lose if you attempt to take that risk, though." The short-haired man was stunned for a good while before he pushed open the door and took the stairs down with a grim expression. The door closed, and Xia Fei immediately began to search through the bookcase, hoping to find the mechanism. At this time, Phantom appeared before Xia Fei from out of nowhere. "You're in too much risk doing things this way. You should have killed that man then. His killing intent is so thick. He'll most definitely not let you go, and all you're doing now is temporarily postponing your death." Xia Fei sighed. "Do you think I don't wish to kill him? Activating the golden cicada will take some time, and I can't kill him with my present cultivation. What if he decides to duke it out with me to the death?" Though amazingly powerful, he still needed 30 seconds to activate the golden cicada. If he were to show any attempt to take that short-haired monastic's life, the latter would most definitely do everything to take Xia Fei down. There were great risks in doing that, and it was not the best choice at the moment. He certainly knows about the golden cicada's activation time. If I'm not mistaken, that man is unwilling to leave without obtaining what he wants, which is why we are in this delicate stalemate, with neither side wishing to make the first move, surmised Xia Fei. Phantom nodded his head repeatedly. With regard to Xia Fei and the short-haired man's stalemate, it was evidently better than both sides suffering heavy losses as a result of fighting. After all, neither man was a fool, they would not choose to face each other head-on unless as a last resort. Actually, it's me who made a mistake earlier, and that guy only discovered where I was hiding because of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come rushing with his hands aiming for my face but would have gone straight for my throat, instead. There are several spots in this massive room where someone can hide, he must have chosen a random spot, then made him move, resulting in me being deceived by his actions and my breath control to fail. Xia Fei shook his head, apparently very dissatisfied with his miscalculation. Phantom chuckled. Breath control won't conceal just your body but the space around you, too, otherwise, there's no way you could have been discovered earlier. You can't be blamed for this, either. Even I nearly lost my consciousness when he came charging toward you. Your decision-making and analytical ability over a situation are already pretty decent judging from how you reacted so quickly then. There was a thick, leather-bound old tome on the bookcase. The top half of it was smooth, an apparent result of being used often. Xia Fei curiously reached out and pulled it lightly. All of a sudden, that row of bookcase parted in the middle to reveal a silver-colored, cylindrical elevator, which went to some unknown place. Xia Fei thought about it and pulled the book again, and the bookcase swiftly melded into one again. That was when the room's door opened, and the monastic returned with someone in tow. This person was of course Mountain Hawk, who was now heavily and meticulously bound in countless thread-thin wires, every strand akin to fishing wires. A rag was firmly stuffed into his mouth. Throwing Mountain Hawk onto the sofa, the short-haired man turned to face Xia Fei. We don't have much time, let's begin our discussion. Xia Fei nodded. Let's. I only need just one thing, and everything else is yours, including that large spatial ring of old K. We can leave immediately once we're done dividing things between us and agree not to report this matter to our respective headquarters. Your thoughts? Not reporting to the headquarters. Looks like the monastic headquarters has no idea that he's hiding here in Old KS. If that's the case, I don't have to worry about the monastic order finding out if I kill him. Xia Fei mulled on this. Thinking up to that, Xia Fei smiled. All right, let's do as you suggested. Phantom furrowed his brows. Hey, for this person to forego a 20 cubic meter spatial ring and only want that one thing, it clearly means that what he wants is way more valuable. Xia Fei consciously spoke with Phantom. I know that. The fact that he's been lying in wait here for over 2 years, just so he could get his hands on that thing shows how much he desires it. If I openly fight over it with him, who knows if he just chooses to duke it out with me. It's best if we first look at this thing and decide if it's worth the risk. No matter how great an item is, I still need to be alive to use it. It's not worth it if I only end up losing my life just for that thing. Xia Fei had decided to avoid clashing with the monastic as much as possible, choosing instead to focus on safely extricating himself. However, if this item was worth more past a certain threshold, Xia Fei would see fit to risk his life for it. The short-haired man walked into the bathroom and quickly returned to the room with Old K's head in hand, leaving a trail of blood the whole way. You've already taken Old K's ring? Asked the man. Xia Fei nodded slightly. Inside is the collection he accrued over the decades. I believe that you'll like what you find. Though he adopted a tone of nonchalance, Xia Fei still felt that there was something off about it, but he was momentarily unable to pinpoint what it was. The man used Old K's eyes and hand to open the safe, very carefully pulling out an exquisite metal case and a brown leather pouch from within. Putting the two items on the table, the short-haired man proceeded to loosen the pouch and took out a black sphere. The sphere was around the size of a billiard ball, it was crystal clear and would shine when placed under the light. The room was suddenly filled with this eerie and gloomy sensation, making Xia Fei feel utterly discomfort. The 18 stars of nocturnal disaster, cried Phantom, his expression changing drastically. Xia Fei's forehead wrinkled heavily, unsure why Phantom would be so agitated upon seeing the item. This is an ominous object. Even the golden cicada is ineffective against it. There's no time to explain, get ready to run, screamed Phantom in distress. Xia Fei was taken aback. For this sphere to make Phantom this nervous clearly meant that it was something truly abnormal. He immediately gathered all his thoughts in preparation for dealing with the worst-case scenario. The short-haired man palmed the black sphere as two flames ignited in his eyes. His expression turned manic as he reached out to open the metal box, and inside was a set of 18 blood-red beads. These blood-red beads were slightly smaller than the black sphere, and upon closer inspection, it was as if the liquid inside the beads was constantly flowing blood, a sight that could make anyone shudder. The short-haired man paused for a moment as if he was very confused. He gingerly picked up one blood-red bead and placed it with that black sphere. All of a sudden, it was as if Mountain Hawk, who was tied up like a dumpling, had gone mad, struggling recklessly and wanting to escape. The thin wires bit into his skin and cut into his veins, but he did not seem to care. His eyes were filled with despair. "Quick, quick, quick," urged Phantom frantically. "Escape, right now! Now!" Xia Fei did not hesitate and triggered the mechanism on the bookcase, revealing the elevator inside when it parted. Xia Fei darted right in and reached out to push the close button. He swept a final gaze at the bead and sphere from the corner of his eyes, and all he saw was that red bead glowing bit by bit until its blinding glare resembled a miniature sun, while that short-haired monastic looked to be even more confused. This escape elevator was designed for emergency use, so it would be lightning quick when it came to either speed or operation. Only a second had passed from the moment he opened the door to the elevator, and he turned around to shut it. After all, the top priority would be a quick escape in case of an emergency. Kaboom! A loud explosion could be heard, followed by the entire floor blowing apart. The elevator shook violently before it began its unrestrained dive. Xia Fei reckoned that the steel cable holding the elevator had snapped as a result of the explosion just then, which was why they were on a free fall now. The smart elevator detected danger, and a large amount of foam shot out from a corner, which covered Xia Fei completely. The white foam did not dissipate after this, instead, it morphed at a fast speed into something with great elasticity, making Xia Fei feel as if he was wrapped in a thick layer of cotton. Boom! Some 30 seconds after, the elevator came to a forceful crash to the ground. This cylindrical elevator was made of rigid metallic alloy, so it was abnormally sturdy. It did not cave in or even show dents after suffering such a heavy impact, remaining to be in good shape. Xia Fei, who was wrapped in that elastic foam, did not suffer any injury, though the foam also cut off airflow to him, making him have difficulty breathing. This foam is specifically designed to ensure the passenger's safety, so you don't have to worry. They will melt in a few more seconds, and you'll be able to breathe again, reassured Phantom. Indeed, 3 seconds later, the foam melted into liquid and slowly slid down his legs. The elevator was in free fall for over 30 seconds, so Xia Fei had no clue how many meters deep underground he was now. What had just occurred was a close shave. Had it not been for the advanced protection system of the elevator, Xia Fei might have been heavily injured or even died. The interior of the elevator, which had lost its energy supply, turned pitch black. Xia Fei turned on the light function on his microcomputer. "Phantom, do you know why there's been an explosion just then?" asked Xia Fei after heaving a sigh of relief. Phantom was smiling happily. "That's already the smallest explosion that can occur when the parent body 18 stars of nocturnal disaster comes into contact with the descendant 18 stars of blood grievance. I'm afraid that the mansion is no longer in existence." Boom! Just as Phantom said those words, another big explosion occurred, and they could feel the elevator rocking intensely. For him to feel the force of the explosion despite already being far from the site was a clear indication of just how powerful that blast had been. Xia Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He used his chasing light to pry open the elevator doors and exited into his destination. He realized that he was now in a large warehouse, with numerous ceiling lights illuminating the place. After a quick sweep of the area, Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 74, Collapse. This warehouse appeared to cover a land area of about tens of thousands of square meters. Army green boxes of varying sizes were neatly stacked all around him, and there were even 2 small shuttles and a small transport spaceship here. A medium particle accelerator. Xia Fei walked over to one of the boxes and read what was written on it. "These are all weapons and arms. Phantom, we're rich." Phantom swept a glance around with indifference. "What rich? All this stuff around us, it's still nothing compared to that ring you've got in your hand." Speaking of the ring, Xia Fei suddenly remembered what the short-haired monastic had said. He reached his hand into the ring to check, and his expression immediately turned into one of disgust. "What? What's inside the ring?" curiously asked Phantom. Xia Fei sighed and emptied everything out from the ring. "See for yourself." Right before Phantom's eyes, a pile of shiny items appeared, and he could not help but raise his eyebrows and sighed. Everything in front of his eyes was nothing but human feet. Women's feet. Every foot had been neatly cut from their calf and was preserved using a crystal wrap to ensure none would rot or deteriorate. Phantom was speechless. So old K turns out to be a pervert. Who knows how many women that man ruined to assemble his collection. Xia Fei only felt a wave of revulsion wash over him as he turned his body away, no longer looking at the feet of these pitiful women. What made Xia Fei even angrier was the fact that there was actually nothing valuable in the ring. Another huge explosion could be heard from the surface above, and the lights in the warehouse first dimmed and started flickering. Dust and dirt were also shaken loose from the ceiling as a result, slowly falling onto this place. Several seconds later, the lights steadied. Xia Fei looked up at the ceiling and saw that this warehouse was a fairly resilient concrete structure, even a big explosion might not damage its foundations. Phantom, what were those beads and the black sphere? Why would it cause such powerful explosions? Asked Xia Fei. That was the 18 stars of nocturnal disaster and the 18 stars of blood grievance. Phantom exhaled a sigh full of lamentations. In the planets beyond the Pan-Human Alliance, there are still plenty of strange life forms. These two weapons were invented by the species called demon. Xia Fei sat down on a box, lit a cigarette, and listened raptly to Phantom. It's said that the creation of the 18 stars of nocturnal disaster requires a suitable family, one that has 9 sons and 9 daughters, no more, no less. After a complex process, on a particular night, these 18 children will have to murder their parents with their hands, and each knife used must be stabbed in a particular position at a specific moment. I don't know how this method works myself, but I do know that the first 8 stabs won't kill the parents, and it must be the final knife, right into the heart, that should end the lives of the parents. If they die before the 9th stab, it means that the creation process fails, and those people will be thrown into a volcano as sacrifices to the gods. By the time these children kill their parents, their eyes will have turned black, and that's when they need to gouge their left eyes, hand them over to the priest. No one else can interfere, and these children must all be willing in order for this to work. The priest will also retrieve the left eye of the father and right eye of the mother, merging them to form one parent orb, while the 18 eyes from the children will be protection orbs. The person holding the parent orb needs to use their mind to control the 18 protection orbs. Overall, it's a sort of Shinnik weapon. The destructive power of such a weapon is extremely potent. The Alliance has long since banned its use, and even more scary is the fact that anyone using such a weapon will be shrouded in abysmal luck, either ending up dead or losing their minds, becoming no better than a walking corpse. Xia Fei could only feel his scalp go numb as a creeping tingle made its way up to his back. To think that there would actually be such an evil weapon. He truly had no idea why that monastic would risk everything just to get hold of it. Without even realizing, the burning ashes of his cigarette touched his finger, and Xia Fei hurriedly threw the butt to the ground and extinguished it with a stomp. Boom! That was when another huge detonation rumbled, and the lights in this ammunition warehouse went out for several seconds before lighting up again. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. This demon race is far too vicious. To have the children kill their parents just to obtain a weapon, it's truly shocking to hear. That's actually nothing. Given how vast this universe is, there are plenty of things that are far more shocking. Phantom shrugged nonchalantly. Wait till you explore the universe, you'll be accustomed to such things then. The madness and gloom of the universe far surpass what you can imagine. What do people from the demon race look like? Asked Xia Fei. It's said that they are tall and big with green skin. They enjoy puncturing as many holes as they can on their ears and nose, hanging all sorts of trinkets and adornments on them. A very backward culture. The demon race is only a very small life form in this universe, already on the verge of extinction. There are plenty of small undiscovered species like it in the universe, so there's nothing too weird about it. For that species to do such messed up things, it will be a wonder if they aren't on the path of extinction. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Anyway, why would there be such an explosion when the red beads touched the black sphere? The red beads are called 18 stars of blood grievance. I have no idea how they are made, all I know is that those things are evil. Both are hostile against each other and must not be placed together. To think that monastic actually wanted to use the parent orb of the 18 stars of nocturnal disaster to control the protection orbs from the 18 stars of blood grievance. Talk about courting death. The explosions on the surface were still ongoing, and 6 explosions had occurred thus far, with each blast sounding frighteningly powerful. Xia Fei was feeling slightly worried, uncertain if the continuous explosions would affect the ammunition underground. Xia Fei got up and began to search for valuable ammunition. Since the 20 cubic meter spatial ring was now emptied, taking what he could find here was better than leaving without anything. There was a special silver box in the middle of the warehouse that drew Xia Fei's attention. All the other boxes were army green, and this was the only one that was shiny silver, prominently placed in the center to boot. The square box was intricately made, and the silver melted metal shone ever so slightly. Every corner of it had been carefully polished, and there was even a coated lock attached to it. Stepping closer to examine the box, all he saw was a huge black mamba snake spray painted on the box itself, and there was a row of words, Dark Sky Serpent Corporation, Model 130 Warp Engine. Xia Fei was ecstatic. This was precisely the Black Mamba 130 engine that Old K had confiscated from Xiao Tian. He had never thought that that man would actually put it here. This was a top-grade engine, which was highly sought after. It possessed the most advanced technology among warp engines and was extremely precious. The warship restoration had already been 50% complete, and the engine was the biggest headache Xia Fei presently had. With this engine in hand, all that would be left was its installation. Xia Fei could almost see that new spaceship, the naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate that had been fully assembled to the highest specifications, ready for flight. The most sturdy defense and the strongest firepower, as well as the fastest speed. It would definitely be a top-tier frigate in the entire universe. The size of this box was almost 20 cubic meters, perfectly fitting his new spatial ring. Xia Fei took it out and wore it on his hand. He then lightly tapped the box with his finger to take it into storage. Great! The Black Mamba engine is back in our hands, excitedly said Xia Fei. Since this warehouse functioned as a semi-hangar, it must mean that there was an entrance for these transport vessels to enter. The explosions on the surface were becoming stronger, and it was time to consider how he was going to get out of here. This ammunition could remain here first, returning to transport everything away if the opportunity arose. Considering how many arms were being stored here, Xia Fei was certain that he could earn quite a bit by selling them off. The wall to the left had a metal box, and Xia Fei strolled over to open it. Inside were buttons with a label each. Xia Fei pushed the one labeled Open Tunnel. The sounds of gears grinding were heard, and the wall in front of him opened, revealing a straight tunnel right before his eyes. This tunnel was very wide, enough to accommodate 2 transport vessels flying side by side. Boom! Another loud blast was heard from the surface, and the lights in the warehouse went out again, but this time, they did not turn back on, most likely because the electrical circuit had been ruined by the explosion. Xia Fei suddenly sensed that something was falling from above him, so he hastily turned while turning on the light function on his microcomputer. Crash! A piece of debris, about the size of a soccer ball, came falling on where Xia Fei was standing mere moments ago, creating a bowl-sized hole on the ground. Xia Fei looked up and saw the warehouse's concrete structure beginning to crack. Several distinct fissures appeared on the ceiling, and it was extending and widening by the second. Not good. The force from the explosions is too severe. I'm afraid that this warehouse won't be able to withstand the continuous explosions for much longer, yelled Xia Fei. Phantom lowered his head and thought about it for a few seconds. These explosions might very well be caused by those stars of blood grievance. The stars of nocturnal disaster are of a higher grade than the blood grievance, so if that nocturnal disaster parent orb were to explode as well, it would be a disaster. Xia Fei disregarded the potentially valuable ammunition in this warehouse and began running toward the exit. Escaping with his life was far more important at such a critical juncture. Don't move, suddenly shouted Phantom. If the nocturnal disaster parent orb explodes, your speed alone won't be enough to outrun it. Then, what should I do? Xia Fei became anxious. The shuttle. Phantom pointed to the 2 small shuttles. That transport vessel's top speed is 15 times yours, and it has the robust hull made from triple titanium alloy. Take the shuttle to escape from this place. Xia Fei was glum. What kind of joke are you trying to pull? I have no idea how to fly that thing. Phantom laughed. I can teach you. You'll get the hang of it in no time. It's really easy. As the warehouse was collapsing while they spoke, there was hardly any time for hesitation. Xia Fei dashed toward the blue shuttle's cockpit. Another explosion rang out at this time. The concrete structure was no longer able to withstand such powerful blows and began crumbling, and countless concrete pieces began falling around them like hail. Don't panic. Push the start button first, then pull up the speed control handle to the max, instructed Phantom. Xia Fei pushed the button in a hurry, and the engine revved alive with a blue flame shooting out from this transport vessel's tail end. Next, he pulled the speed control upward, causing the engine to roar into life and that blue flame to shoot out well over a dozen meters. The entire fuselage was shaking uncontrollably. This was already the maximum horsepower the shuttle could achieve, but it remained stationary. "What's going on?" urgently asked Xia Fei. Phantom stroked his chin to think. "Strange. Why isn't it moving?" Xia Fei was not amused. This was evidently not the right time for jokes. Had he been running, he might have had a chance to make it out of the tunnel. "Oh, that's right." Phantom slapped his forehead heavily. "Quickly push that gravity button. Shuttles have gravitational devices to keep them on the ground and disable accidental movement. How could I have forgotten about that?" Xia Fei did not have the time to grumble at Phantom. He promptly pushed the gravitational control, and like a bullet, the shuttle whizzed away. He was finally shooting right out of that place. The strong resistance pressed Xia Fei tightly to his seat, making it impossible for him to move. The engine was already pushed to max speed by him, and now that there was no gravitational pull to tether it in place, the shuttle was like a wild galloping horse, instantly attaining peak speed. Xia Fei's hands grabbed onto the steering stick, sweat accumulating in them. All of a sudden, two explosions erupted one after another. The tunnel was also starting to collapse. The situation had gotten really complex. There were large chunks of concrete falling in front of the shuttle, needing him to steer to avoid them. Everything behind him kept collapsing, like a humongous snake that was rushing to catch up with the shuttle. The shuttle would instantly be reduced into a scrap if it got caught in this. The situation was immensely dire. Xia Fei kept trying to steer the shuttle away from the obstacles. Fortunately, his reaction was several times faster than the average human, so he was often able to dodge the falling chunks of debris and large slabs. The path ahead began to turn up. Xia Fei pulled his hand and the spaceship began rushing forward at a 45-degree angle. Whoosh! The shuttle went flying out from an opening in a hill while swaying and shaking wildly. The moment the spaceship left the tunnel, the entrance caved in and completely collapsed, even the entire hill shaking. Xia Fei let out a long sigh as he felt his body slumping into the chair behind him. That was when an explosion even louder than any before sounded. The sound was heaven shaking and rang out of the place. The tremendous sound wave that was created almost shattered people's eardrums. Then, a raging conflagration ensued that shot to the sky. This huge sea of flames swept outward like a tidal wave, engulfing the small shuttle completely. Chapter 75, Overclocking Chip. The explosion that came from the 18 stars of nocturnal disaster was catastrophic. Fiery red flames shot up to the sky as everything within a radius of 50 kilometers was enveloped in a tremendous sea of fire. The shuttle could only fly within the atmosphere, so its fuselage was not equipped with any heat resistance. The scorching temperature penetrated the shuttle's hull and could be felt inside the cockpit, rolling waves of heat so powerful that any humans would very well be cooked by it. Whoosh! The shuttle finally escaped the grasp of the intense heat and burst right out of the inferno. Xia Fei had the protection of his Windshade Mark IV, so he was unharmed by the heat. After making a turn in the sky, Xia Fei proceeded toward the valley where he had arranged to meet Sunny. Looking at the sky, it looked like a huge crater had been made from where old K's mansion had once stood. Over 10 kilometers wide and about 2 kilometers deep, the flames were unabated, while thick smoke belched unceasingly. It was almost as if the place had been struck by a meteor. What a waste! All that ammunition was buried underground. We could have made a killing if we managed to sell that stuff off. Xia Fei sighed. Phantom rolled his eyes at him. You're really a money grubber. Being able to survive that was already enough. Sunny drove the shuttle and landed somewhere 100 kilometers away from where old Porter's factory was situated. It was already dawn, and heavy clouds blanketed the land with rain. The skies of the warship graveyard were completely shrouded in black fog, so even the rain was black. The air was cool and damp. Xia Fei leaped off from the vehicle and told Sunny, head home. Only you and I know what happened last night, so don't mention anything to anyone. Sunny nodded his head with severity. Don't worry, boss. My lips are sealed. Xia Fei smiled and made a high-speed dash for old Porter's factory. Old K's men, who had originally been watching Porter's factory day and night, were all gone by now, most likely because they learned of what had happened to their leader and departed from this place. The massive explosion had wiped any trace, so there was no way for anyone to discover Xia Fei's relation to the incident. It was figuratively and literally a clean-cut execution. The most important outcome was Xia Fei's return with that Black Mamba 130 engine. With this top-grade engine, it would not be long until the naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate could be completed. In no time, Xia Fei would be able to pilot this top-tier frigate through the cosmos. Xia Fei returned to his room and had a shower. Changing into his work overalls, he got to the factory to begin the day's work. There were still 20 minutes until work began, yet old Porter's 4 apprentices had already started working. All were looking very happy as they laughed and chatted with one another. "What's the happy occasion?" asked Xia Fei as he approached. Xiao Tian put down his universal modification pliers and excitedly said, "Did you know? Old K's home suddenly blew up before daybreak today. Apparently, several hundred kilometers of the land around have turned into ruins, and most likely, not even ashes of that guy remain." Xia Fei pretended to be surprised. "Are you serious? That's indeed good news. It's not merely good news, it's great news. Old K had been a criminal throughout his life, and this was a fitting end for him. I heard the people in the city celebrating early in the morning, and the bars are filled with people. Everyone's in high spirits," Boateng happily chimed in. Xia Fei smiled, wielding the tool in his hand to join everyone with the work, not saying a word about what happened last night. It was as if nothing had happened. Several days later, Xia Fei announced that he had managed to procure a Black Mamba 130 engine. Every part of the engine had its own serial number. Xia Fei lasered off the engines so that none would realize that this was the same one old K had taken from Xiao Tian. Everyone was thrilled to hear this news, though all of them chalked it up to Xia Fei's luck, and none was aware that behind this so-called luck was an unimaginable, death-defying experience. The workers, who had previously left the factory, returned one after another at Old Porter's request. These people were initially forced off from working with Old Porter by Old K's threat, and none of them had been willing to do so. Thus, Old Porter accepted them all back regardless of what had transpired, and they were all deeply grateful. Xia Fei was now very busy with work. Aside from learning about spacecraft repairs and maintenance, he had another course to study, aeropiloting. His timetable was filled to the brim, and every day, he would fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The progress of the spaceship restoration increased over time, and Xia Fei became more and more skilled in piloting and repairing spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and on this day, all the workers arrived early at the workshop, but none of them started working. Instead, they surrounded that naval-issued, Eagle-class frigate, admiring the fruits of their labor. A short while, Xia Fei walked into the workshop with a big smile. Old Porter personally handed him a pair of universal modification pliers and a long shaft safety screw. The spaceship is left with this final screw before it can be considered complete. Normally, I will be the one fitting in the last screw, but this time, I think it will be more appropriate for you to be the one to do the honors, said Old Porter as he gave Xia Fei the part and tool. Xia Fei nodded and dove into the spaceship. He placed this final screw into the appropriate groove and used the universal modification pliers to screw it in. There was an unspoken rule in spacecraft maintenance: when dismantling a space vessel, the first screw to be removed must be the middle screw out of 13 counterparts under the captain's seat. Conversely, when assembling a spaceship, that would also be the last screw to be screwed in. It was said that doing so was a show of respect to the captain. Normally, the oldest and most exceptional of the mechanics working on the maintenance and refurbishment team would do this job. For Old Porter to give Xia Fei this opportunity meant that he was acknowledging his skills at spacecraft repairs. No more and no less, just 19.3 rounds would achieve the most suitable tensile strength of the screw. Xia Fei put down the universal modification pliers in his hand and stood at the entrance of this frigate, loudly declaring, "The work is complete. In a while, Sunny will be delivering some delicious food and good alcohol. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony, no one's allowed to leave before they're properly drunk." Everyone cheered and applauded with great enthusiasm, each of them feeling proud of being involved in the restoration of this top-grade warship. After a short while, Sunny arrived with a shuttle stocked full of delicacies and drinks, setting up several tables in empty space outside the workshop. Everyone partook in the festivity, drinking and dining with great jubilation. Xia Fei circled around that spacecraft several times by himself, his eyes filled with joy. What a good space vessel! It's even more majestic than how it was back in the day. Old Porter laughed as he walked over. Enhanced neutron cannons, Ardler missile launchers, a Grade 3 high-capacity reactor, and the Black Mamba 130 engine alongside those CL-5 energy shields. This warship's performance is many times more than how it was in the past. Have you thought of a name for it? Xia Fei nodded. I've put much thought into it, and I'm calling her Lunar Eclipse. Lunar Eclipse. Old Porter repeated the name a few times. Not bad, it's a good name. Is it possible to register this frigate with the Galaxy Spaceship Authority? Asked Xia Fei. Because Lunar Eclipse was a naval-issued warship, though they had deliberately revised its exterior during modification to look like a normal Eagle-class frigate, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that there were irregularities with this space vessel. Porter burst into laughter. You can get any spaceship registered as long as you pay the Galaxy Spaceship Authority. Besides, I've already made changes to the internal code of this spacecraft's computer, so it can be registered as a standard Eagle-class space transport. Porter paused for a moment before asking, isn't a Navy issue good? It's more stylish. Plus, you're now an apprentice adjudicator. Having a naval-issued top-grade frigate isn't that big of a deal. There's no need for you to keep it hidden. Xia Fei smiled. It's better to be low-key about this in order not to draw unwanted attention. The elderly man nodded and very mysteriously patted Xia Fei's back. Come with me. Old Porter led him out of the workshop through the back door, all the way to an old and abandoned warship. Xia Fei was puzzled but did not say a word, merely following right behind Old Porter. This warship looked to be from a bygone era. Its hull was in tatters as if it had been severely damaged during a battle. Xia Fei and Porter entered the inside of this warship through one such breach and followed the ancient corridors onward. After many twists and turns inside this space plane, they arrived at its command deck. Porter got Xia Fei to wait at the entrance as he entered by himself. Xia Fei lit a cigarette out of boredom, and a while later, Porter returned with a golden metal case, handing it to him. This case was rectangular in shape and was quite weighty when Xia Fei received it from the old mechanic. There were even some mysterious markings on the case, looking like it had come from a time eons past. What is this? Curiously asked Xia Fei. First store this item away, ordered Porter. Xia Fei kept the case into his spatial ring and walked out side by side with Porter. Back in the day, I was once part of the army. My eye was lost on a battlefield, once, some of my war buddies and I got caught in an enemy ambush, and left without a choice. We had to activate our warp engine to make an unplanned space jump. At that time, nobody among us imagined that our space jump would actually bring us to an ancient civilization's ruins. That case contains an overclocking chip that we miraculously uncovered then, and I'm giving it to you right now. Xia Fei was completely shocked by this gesture. He knew that Porter had an overclocking chip in his possession, which was precisely what had caused Old K and Mountain Hawk to target him. Never had he thought that the elderly man would easily give him something so precious. An overclocking chip could improve the overall performance of a warship by 15% at the least when facing extremely dangerous situations. This was like a motor designed to have a normal speed of 4,000 revolutions a minute. The motor could only achieve 4,000 revolutions a minute was not because that was its maximum speed but because going over that would lead to motor damage. A spacecraft was designed in a similar fashion. In order to ensure any equipment's reliability and durability, all manufacturers would set an operating range for it, such that the equipment could not operate past its limit. Meanwhile, an overclocking chip was capable of gaining control of the equipment and pushing it to the extreme, fully realizing its potential in the process. Though using it would cause damage to the equipment in question, every bit of improvement to a spaceship's performance could decide the outcome in a critical situation. When two warships of equal defense and firepower encountered each other, the most likely outcome would be mutual destruction, but if one were to use the overclocking system, the result might be that one could secure a win with this additional edge. An overclocking chip's function was extremely complex, and it must first gauge the overclock limit of the equipment before a suitable range for overclocking could be set, maximizing the spaceship's overall performance while protecting the equipment from damage as much as possible. A high degree precision was required to achieve this. After all, the equipment was also a high-precision technological product in itself, so even the slightest error could damage it beyond repair or, at worst, caused the equipment to explode. Present-day people were still unable to reproduce this sort of overclocking chip given their current technological level, and chips like this that were found on the market were all unearthed from remains of ancient civilizations. Thus, the value of this chip was simply incalculable. Xia Fei shook his head. This chip is far too valuable, I can't accept it. Porter laughed. This chip used to belong to your Lunar Eclipse's former owner. Now that she has been restored and will soon be returning to the stars, it's only natural for this chip to go back to its original position. You mean to tell me that this chip was originally installed in Lunar Eclipse? Asked Xia Fei. Porter nodded as he led Xia Fei back to the workshop. The overall performance of Lunar Eclipse has already reached its peak. If this overclocking chip is to be added, I dare guarantee that out of all the frigates in service, there won't be more than 10 spaceships out there that can outperform it. Porter lifted his head to the sky and confidently declared this.